Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Florida bracing for catastrophic impacts this morning from Hurricane Idalia. In the last several minutes, upgraded to a Category 4 hurricane. That's a live look there from Cedar Key, an area east of where this storm is expected to make landfall this morning. We got you fully covered here on Tracking the Tropics. Hello there to you folks. Good morning for our coverage that now begins on the day that we expect landfall, of course, with Hurricane Idalia, a major Category 4 hurricane. The picture here on the center of your screen is live from Cedar Key. The sun is yet to come up, so a lot of this video is going to be dark and grainy, but this is a live camera right there near the coastline in Cedar Key. And Eric, you've been monitoring the latest with this storm. We're going to punch up your weather graphics here to bring people the very latest, but this is now officially a Category 4 storm.
Oh, yes, this is a major hurricane, and again, overnight, this storm has wobbled to the west even more, believe it or not. So again, just as I thought, this is going to make landfall pretty darn close to St. Mark's. Within the next couple of hours, I wouldn't be surprised if 7 o'clock or so, between 7 and 8, we do see landfall between Cedar Key and St. Mark's, but definitely closer to St. Mark's. So let's get you the updated information. Here it is, 5 o'clock advisory. Look how fast this is moving. I was up for the 11 o'clock advisory, moving at 18 miles per hour. It is cooking. Again, that's why that track had kept shifting to the west. Eventually, it gets into southern Georgia. Look, still as a Category 2 storm. And you see all the model plots taking this well away from the Tampa Bay area into Savannah, into Charleston. And there it is. You can see by 2 o'clock this afternoon, this storm is going to be in south central Georgia already. Can you believe it? It is moving so fast. A much different story than Ian that hung around at 8 miles per hour all the way through the state of Florida. As we get into Wednesday night, it really starts pulling away into the southern Carolinas. And by Thursday afternoon and evening, it's already offshore of the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Still, we'll have some showers from that all the way through Friday before, luckily, we have a much drier Labor Day weekend here in Tampa. But you know what? We're going to be in and out of rain bands throughout the morning and early afternoon. Things start to calm down a bit late in the afternoon. And once we get to tomorrow morning, once the storm is just off the coast of maybe Myrtle Beach and into southern North Carolina, you know what? The rain still sticks around for us here in the Tampa Bay area. And of course, we could see some gusty wind all the way through Thursday. But the main story right now is storm surge. We're still expecting a good 7 to 10 feet of storm surge in Crystal, as well as coastal Hernando counties, 3 to 5 feet in the Pinellas and Tampa Bay area, and 1 to 2 feet further to the south. And again, the high tides are going to occur right around lunchtime today. Now, we are still under a hurricane warning, although I don't think we're going to see hurricane force wind. We're right now lucky to even see tropical storm force wind. So that is great news for us. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these watches and warnings were canceled in the coming minutes to even hours. As you can see, wind speed up to 30 miles per hour throughout the rest of the morning. And as we head to the afternoon, those wind speeds really start to die off. And then once we get into the evening, we're back to 15 to 20. So things much calmer this evening. And if you are going out to work Thursday, doing something Thursday morning, again, you see those wind speeds right around 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, and bringing up the real-time wobble tracker, zooming in here, and you can see the wobbles being reflected in this past track. Folks, focus in here on the blue line. We've been talking about wobbles and the significance of wobbles all really for the entirety of our coverage. And here you're seeing how wobbles can impact landfall location. It's going to kind of come out here and then zoom right here. Notice that wobble to the east first, and then a significant wobble to the west, and then back to the east. So a bit of a zigzag going on here right before landfall west of Cedar Key. Sometime, 8, 9 o'clock this morning, Eric? What do you think?
I would think even earlier than that. What are we at now? We're 20 after 5.
Yeah.
And this thing is moving at 18 miles an hour. So I could actually put a ruler on this and show you how far it is away from making landfall. So let's do that, and we can estimate the exact time. So we're moving in this direction, and it's about, say it's 64 miles. 18 times 3 is 54, 8 o'clock. So, yeah, maybe 8 to 8:30. But, again, I wouldn't be surprised if this even picks up forward speed and it makes landfall closer to 8 o'clock.
Well, you know what? Speed is a good thing here. Speed is helping with this storm. People, in the Big Bend, they will be, they'll be relieved to know that this storm has gained speed and not lost speed in the last several hours. Reason being is we wanted to just fly over our state. We wanted to fly over the southeastern United States with minimal impacts, even though we know that really the storm surge is going to be the story, with catastrophic storm surge expected along the coast north of the Tampa Bay area. Yeah, you're going to catch us having a couple bites, drinking some coffee. Good morning to wherever you're watching from. We'll say hello to Faith, Natasha, Stephanie, Lynn, and others on the WFLA YouTube page. We'll also say good morning on the WFLA Facebook page. Let's see who's joining us over here. We have Joy, we've got Allison, we've got Taylor. If you're up with us this morning, maybe you're an early riser. Maybe you just wanted to know about, the 5 o'clock advisory. Either or, we are here for you. We're going to keep you company. We're going to keep you posted and go to live video all across the peninsula. We're also going to be answering your questions. You can use the hashtag, either hashtag #HeyEric or hashtag #HeyJB, and then we can feature your question live. Let's get right to it. Northeast Florida is in play. Joy obviously knows that. Asking us, hashtag #HeyJB, in the comment section. Our first question this morning, Eric, what about Jacksonville?
Yeah, you can see we have some pretty strong rain bands in the Orlando area. There's several tornado warnings from Kissimmee to Orlando. As you can see, those red boxes right around the Sanford area near Oviedo. And again, this is a pretty strong rain band that is headed toward Daytona Beach, St. Augustine, and eventually Jacksonville. Jacksonville will fare relatively decent, in fact, as this storm moves to the north toward Valdosta. And then
hold on 1 second there, Eric. I gotta cut you off. Hold on, let's listen in.
Through that, and now it has completely covered the street, completely covering the street down from where I am. All of this is the downtown business section of Cedar Key. I spoke to a number of the business owners here earlier today. They were getting off of the island. They were moving their valuables on the trailers to take it away from here to try to protect their livelihoods and the things that are important to them. They were taking electronics, refrigerators, that kind of thing, and just getting it out of here. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. As a matter of fact, we're going to change our location right now, because if you look, the water started to come up on the tires of the Max Defender 8 vehicle. So it's time for us to get out of here, and we'll join you again from another location soon.
Jeff Patterson reporting for us this morning. He is in Cedar Key this morning, and you can hear him there. They're in the Max Defender 8 storm vehicle. And so that vehicle, of course, outfitted for exactly this purpose. Let me also point out, I've had conversations with Jeff, both on camera and off camera. Jeff is as veteran of really any reporter covering storms in the entire state of Florida. He has been doing this for, he would laugh, but let me just say a long time, without just putting a mark on his age there. Jeff is a pro's pro. And we'll be checking in with Jeff and his progress over the course of the morning. We've got some other live reports. Let's go to, I believe, well, I don't have a live report to go to, but we're going to be flipping to various live reports. Let's go here just quickly to Jeff's location in Cedar Key. And you can see, I mean, this is inside Idalia right now. And you can see that there's a message there in the center of your screen that they're going to have to clear out. Eric, I interrupted you. What's the very latest?
Again, this is a Category 4 storm. We're looking at winds 130 miles per hour. It is racing off to the northeast at northeast at 18 miles per hour. So again, the cone is going to take Idalia pretty much almost right over St. Mark's, just to the east. Exactly what we thought. And race it into southern Georgia. The bad thing about this storm moving quickly is it's going to take a while to weaken, right? So if it was moving like an Ian at 8 miles per hour, the coast would see more devastation, but then further inland, the storm would weaken. We'd still get the rain, but you know what? It's still looking like a Category 2 storm just to the east of Valdosta, almost right over I-75 in Valdosta as it moves toward the northeast, just barely missing Savannah, but still impacting coastal Georgia and also the coast of South Carolina and North Carolina. And yet again, it's still going to be a pretty strong tropical storm right in the Charleston area. And it's crazy to think making landfall in the panhandle of Florida and coastal South Carolina still almost being a hurricane. You would think that it was coming in from the Atlantic, right? But no, it is a very strong and powerful storm. Look at the pressure at 940 millibars at maximum winds of 130 miles per hour. And again, right now, it's over water temperatures that are probably about 91, 92 degrees. So it's got a lot of energy to work with. It only has a couple more hours to strengthen, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I posted on my Facebook last night, I said, you watch, Hurricane Center says that this is going to make landfall at 140 miles per hour. That was my prediction. And I still believe it's going to be pretty close to that.
Meteorologist Eric Stone joining us again. Landfall expected in the hours ahead, but it's an interesting point, Eric. Georgia's going to get a Cat 2 hurricane.
Yeah,
and that's basically what we're looking at.
Yeah, coming in from the Panhandle, southern Georgia. Almost a major hurricane along I-75 in the Valdosta area before it moves just to the northwest of Savannah. Again, we talked about that dirty side of the storm, the eastern side of the storm, which produces some tornadoes, a lot more in the way of rainfall. But this is moving quickly, so I don't think freshwater flooding is going to be the major issue. Again, it looks like the wind in the Panhandle in southern Georgia, southeast Georgia, that's going to be major. And, of course, the storm surge on the west coast north of Pinellas County. We've already seen flooding in the St. Petersburg area, in parts of Pinellas County. And you know what? The tides aren't even at the highest level. They're actually, JB, low right now. The high tides are going to come right around lunchtime between 11:30 and about 1 o'clock, depending on where you live.
Again, Eric Stone joining us. Let's get to the next question or comment, folks. Really simple. You can use either the hashtags on your screen, and we can feature your comment. And as our YouTube moderators are pointing out, yes, the Wobble tracker is active. And I think we can go to that now and just check in. And really quickly, before I load up a couple more questions from YouTube Live and Facebook Live with our hashtags, let's zoom in here, if we may, on this version of the Wobble tracker. And, of course, spotlight any wobbles that we're seeing presently. Eric, what are you seeing?
Maybe it's following it. It's really following its track. If it's wobbling at all, it may be wobbling slightly west of the line. I don't see it wobbling to the east. I mean, at this point, for us here in Tampa, whether it wobbles to the east or west is pretty negligible. It's trivial. So, it's not going to do much more for us, whether it wobbles to the east or wobbles to the west. It's really going to affect parts of the Panhandle in regards to where the eye is going to make landfall, and parts of southern Georgia as well as the Carolinas. whether it's more of a coastal storm in North and South Carolina or a little bit further inland. Obviously, the farther inland this stays, the more weakening it will do. If it does emerge in the Atlantic offshore, maybe in the Savannah area, versus the southern end or Outer Banks of North Carolina, then, of course, it will have more time to weaken before it makes its way into the Atlantic. But, JB, for now, whether this wobbles to the east or to the west, I do believe that, at least in regards to wind, we have seen the worst of this. Now, in regards to storm surge, we have not, because, again, those high tides are going to be around lunchtime. So we may not be seeing much in the way of rain, but we still might be seeing a little bit more in the way of flooding come 11, 12, 1 o'clock this afternoon as those high tides really get going from Pinellas County northward and even into Tampa Bay.
And again, to emphasize, wobbles aren't going to... Wobbles here and there, west and east, over the course of the next 3 or so hours. It's not going to change the storm surge impacts all that much location to location, correct?
Correct. Now, say you take the wobbles out, JB, right? Say you take that west wobble out, the east wobble out. Believe it or not, you almost have a straight line of exactly where the track was supposed to be, right? You look at the line in the bottom part of your screen, and you just continue that line up, and it's almost a straight line. So even though Idalia has been wobbling, once it wobbles in one direction, it's correcting itself back in the other direction. So again, it's not like Ian, where it kept wobbling to the east and then to the east, and every half hour we saw it go to the east, and that is a huge trend, right? But here, again, you see a wobble to the east in the bottom of your screen, then to the west, then to the east. So it's correcting itself. It's like adding 2, taking away 2, adding 2, taking away 2. Your net value 0, meaning your net value is still a straight line, which is, again, right about where we thought the storm was going to make landfall, well to the west of Cedar Key, toward the St. Mark's area.
Man, I'll tell you what. We call balls and strikes here on Tracking the Tropics. The models had this pretty much spot on early on. Going back to this weekend, Eric really had great analysis tracking this all the way through. But when we're talking about the spaghetti models, talking about the National Hurricane Center's track, maybe a little bit more westward movement than we were expecting, much to the relief, I'm sure, of people in the Tampa Bay area. The intensity forecast got more accurate as the days went on, getting closer to Category 3, and then the National Hurricane Center bumping this up in the last 12 hours to a Category 4 at landfall. But my goodness, there was remarkable confidence in the models going back to 72 hours ago, and this is exactly what we're talking about here. Wobbles, yes, you see that blue line wobbling west, wobbling back east, that correction, if you will, but really for the most part staying on track. A landfall expected in the next couple of hours west of Cedar Key. Again, use a hashtag. Ask a question. It is that simple, folks. If you want to join us here on Tracking the Tropics, use hashtag #HeyEric or hashtag #JB, like King of Random here, using both of our hashtags. What are we expecting in Gainesville?
So again, I've got our max offender rate radar up right now, and in the Gainesville area, actually, let me do what we did yesterday to make it look a little bit better for us here. And we'll get rid of that. And so now we've got the full radar screen. And you can see, Gainesville is still going to be well to the east. We do have a pretty strong band that will be impacting Gainesville that right now is making its way into Citrus County. So I'm going to stop this motion and get my drawing tool out here and show you. So basically this band right here that's right now about ready to impact Crystal River, Spring Hill, Newport Richey. It's actually making an impact right now. This is all heading to Gainesville and Ocala, right? And this is what we're looking at for possible tornado warnings as this pretty strong band makes its way onshore. And you can see it's already right now on par for Crystal River and coastal Citrus County. So again, for the Gainesville area, definitely going to be experiencing pretty strong tropical storm force wind. You could be close to hurricane force wind gusts, but it's not going to be a prolonged event in Gainesville. Maybe a few hours once this storm starts to get into the Panhandle and southern Georgia, then we'll start to see conditions improve late morning into the early afternoon in Gainesville.
This is Max Defender 8 radar, the most advanced weather radar in Florida, and we are going to use it. It's a very powerful tool for us in this type of moment when a storm like this is within range of our radar, like it's been for the last really almost 24 hours. We are really able to go into the storm and give you guys location by location what to expect. You guys can shout out locations in our comment section, and we will do our very best on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live, to get to as many of those locations as possible. If you're really trying to get my attention, use hashtag HeyJB on Twitter. I'll be able to bring in some of your tweets, just shout out different locations. And the more specific that you are, you can even give us cross streets in certain areas, and we will do our best to get super hyper local, if you will, to provide you guys with information that could really help you out there. If we have a tool and we can help you, we're going to do our very best to do so. So we have Max Defender 8 radar. We also, of course, have the WFLA real-time wobble tracker that's monitoring wobbles, and you see those wobbles again on the blue line over the last couple of hours as this has gone from a Cat 2 to a Cat 4, really from Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. We also have live cameras positioned all around the state of Florida to provide you with a look as to what Idalia is doing in real time on the ground. Mockingbird with hashtags for us both. I know that it can get really frustrating when it comes to our getting your comment on screen. So I understand. We've been trying to get to as many as possible, but we got you, Mockingbird. We got your comment on screen, and talking specifically, Eric, here about Lake City, the Fort White area. What do we say for Mockingbird here?
So my one of my good pinball buddies, he owns a bunch of pizza chains, and he owns one up in Lake City. And he lives down in Naples, and, he asked me, he said, how is it going to be in Naples, And I said, yeah, you're not going to have to worry too much in Naples. But I said, your Lake City store, man, you're going to have to close up on Wednesday because this storm is going to move dangerously close to Lake City with at least Category 1, if not Category 2, hurricane force wind gust. And I do want to point this out on our wind gust. Right now, JB, we're seeing a wind gust of 53 miles an hour. Tropical storm wind gust in Sarasota. Venice now at 44. St. Petersburg, 43. Tampa right here. Tampa International, 48 mile an hour wind gust. And as that band makes its way toward Newport Richey and Crystal River right now, we're going to see those wind gusts increase as well. And I just want to show you the wind speed quickly. And you can see pretty close to tropical storm. Now, remember what I had said last night. I said, I just don't think we're going to be into sustained tropical storm force wind, maybe along the immediate coast, but tropical storm force wind gusts. So we are seeing tropical storm force wind of 33, or not quite, 33 in Sarasota, 36 Venice, Tampa, over 30 miles per hour at 32, St. Petersburg, 29, Zephyr Hills, 21, 19 in Clearwater. So again, we are dealing with that wind as well as the rain, and that will continue through the morning, and the winds eventually subside late morning into the afternoon. As you can see, a lot of the area about ready to see another rain band come in, especially in northern communities from, I would say, at least Clearwater Beach to Tarpon Springs area, all the way up toward Crystal River in Citrus County. So again, we are dealing with those rain bands, and within those rain bands, that's where we typically see the wind, in fact. So Sarasota, you've got a rain band that's just about ready to come into you, Bradenton as well. And then St. Petersburg area, and actually coming right up into the bay, into downtown Tampa in the next 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, Eric, I've just been informed that we're going to be doing a live hit on broadcast television, so we're going to try to get to as many of these comments as possible. Really quickly, let's sneak in Derek Carter's comment from YouTube Live. Facebook Live, we're coming your way. Twitter, we're coming your way. Hashtags for us both. I live in Beaufort, South Carolina. What should I expect there? And as I've never been a reporter in South Carolina, I've been a reporter in many states. South Carolina is not one of them. I just need to do a quick look up as to where we're talking about here. But yeah, that's right there on the coast, north of Savannah.
I believe it's right on 95. if I remember right.
East
Now,
of
I
95,
don't
yep.
know the exit number on this one, even though I have I have driven up and down 95 when I was crazy and wanted to drive home to New Hampshire. I do believe it's definitely south of the border. Everybody knows where that is, right? Pedro's there. Hey, anyway, tropical storm force to even our Category 1. I wouldn't be surprised if this was still a Category 1 hurricane in the extreme southwest portion of South Carolina along the coast, because once it gets to Charleston, it's a 70-mile-per-hour storm, right? So it's more likely going to be 75, 80 miles per hour wind-wise in your neck of the woods. So, the eye, which probably will definitely fill in by the time it reaches your neighborhood, but you may be right in the center of this storm along 95 in extreme South Carolina. So you're going to be dealing with those winds of hurricane strength, Category 1, most likely 75 miles an hour, maybe 80. And, of course, several inches of rain as the storm makes its way into your neck of the woods. And, of course, isolated tornadoes anywhere along coastal Carolina, south to southeast Georgia, as well as the Panhandle.
Again, Tracking the Tropics is live here across all platforms. Welcome into the Stream Center. If you're just waking up, meteorologist Eric Stone, JB Biunno here with you in the Stream Center. We're about to do a live report on WFLA News Channel 8, and we're going to have to flip the switch here, Eric, just so that we can hear the control room in our ear, because they're going to be coming our way after this live report. We've got Chloe Sparks on the air right now. We've got the real-time Wobble tracker on WFLA.com. We've also got a lot of important resources that might help you out as well. A list of closures, but look, most of everything is closed down today in the Tampa Bay area and really north of there, as a precaution, of course, for the impacts of Hurricane Idalia. Here we are, Eric. We're in the thick of it right now, and people are going to be waking up wanting to know the latest on the storm. They might be finding our live stream. People might be joining from elsewhere in the country and wanting updates because they maybe have family in Florida or properties down in Florida, and we're here to keep them safe.
Yeah, definitely. And again, the latest update, it is moving fast. It is moving at 18 miles an hour, but Category 4 storm, 130 miles per hour. Again, last night before I went to bed, I said, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if the Hurricane Center says 140 miles per hour at landfall. And boy, I think that's going to be right on par just to the east of St. Mark's, just to the east of Tallahassee. Tallahassee, very likely to be in hurricane force wind, if not wind gusts, definitely in our capital, and eventually moving into South Georgia, right along I-75, right near the Valdosta area. That's right around exit 30-ish, 30 miles into Georgia, and then eventually.
Sorry to cut you off. We're waiting for the cue for TV.
Gotcha.
Yeah, our audience is growing because more and more people are waking up. And good morning to you both, Avery and Chris. Yes, meteorologist Eric Stone and I are in the Stream Center interactively answering questions, spotlighting the real-time wobble tracker. We have seen and noticed wobbles west and to the east. But right now, Florida bracing for that Category 4 landfall to the north of the Tampa Bay area. Let's get right to some of the questions that are coming in, Eric. April, right now on Facebook Live, asking you and I, hashtag HeyJB, will there be tornado warnings in Cedar Key Inland? My kids and grandkids are there, says April.
You know, there's definitely the possibility of tornado warnings in Cedar Key, but more importantly, I mean, you're on the outer edge of the heaviest rain, right? That heaviest rain band outside the eye wall, that's going to affect Cedar Key. So you're going to experience hurricane force, sustained winds, and possibly gust over 100 miles per hour for an extended period of time. So even though you may get tornadoes, the sustained wind and the wind gust is going to be key in Cedar Key.
Let's go to this question next. It comes in from Ashley Cruz on Facebook Live. Hashtags for us both. Will there be storm surge in Hillsborough County? If so, how bad will it be? I mean, this is something, as far as Hillsborough County, the event really is now and in the hours past, correct?
Well,
Eric?
in regards to rain and maybe, the strongest wind occurring right now, but you got to keep in mind, these winds are going to shift out of the southwest. That is going to push water from the Gulf of Mexico into a smaller area into Tampa Bay. So definitely the possibility of 3 to even 6 foot of storm surge, especially during those high tides around lunchtime into the early afternoon today.
Let's see if we can get one more question in here. And this one comes in from Matthew. Matthew on Facebook Live. This is actually coming in just now. So answering questions literally directly out of our comment section and doing our very best to provide you with real-time updates. You can give us locations. You can give us specific cross streets. We'll try to keep you posted with Max Defender 8 radar. Matthew wants to know, hashtags for us both. Can you tell me what to expect in Tallahassee? We've had a lot of parents, grandparents in our comment section with kids at FSU, people wanting to know about Tallahassee specifically.
Yeah, that's right. When this storm is as close as it's going to be to Tallahassee, and of course, Tallahassee, you'll be on the west side of the storm, but you will be close enough to a Category 3 storm once it moves inland and starts to weaken a little bit that you're definitely going to see Hurricane 4 strength winds and possibly wind gust over 100 miles per hour, especially a little bit further to the east of East Tallahassee.
I'm going to hot punch this one in. This is coming from Mama Sue on YouTube Live just 3 seconds ago. Anyone know what the current pressure is, and is it still dropping? Again, our audience on YouTube Live wants to know right now.
Last night, JB, we were looking at pressures around 960 millibars. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm, and boy, we are down to 940. And that is a very, very strong storm. I wouldn't be surprised if this drops even more and the winds go up just a tad bit more. I talked about on my Facebook last night. I thought that this would make landfall at about 140 miles per hour. That would put the pressure somewhere 935 to 937. And again, just an unprecedented storm. Look at this. This is so powerful.
This is, again, people just waking up. They're finding our live stream. People like Joyce joining us on the WFLA Facebook page. Good morning, JB. Is Pinellas County due for rain all day? We even had a comment earlier asking people want to know when they can go back to fishing. So what do we expect in the Tampa Bay area for the hours and days ahead, Eric?
Rebecca had said, well, let's go fishing now. Hey, you know what? Wait till Thursday to get out on the boat. It'll still be gusty. But as far as Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, in regards to rain, we're going to be in and out of rain bands throughout this morning and even into the afternoon. But they'll become more few and far between once we get into the latter part of the afternoon into the evening. But again, the tail end of Idalia still could bring several inches of rain. If you remember Elsa down in southwest Florida, even after the storm was over, 7 inches of rain in Fort Myers, Cape Coral. We are expecting several inches of rain out of this, even after the storm passes.
All our crews doing an excellent job. Avery, Chris, Lee, Amanda. We will, of course, be here in the Stream Center answering your questions. Maybe we'll see you in the next hour or so. You can join us Facebook Live, YouTube Live. We'll see you in a bit. All right, and
Awesome.
Back here with you live on the live stream, folks. That was just a brief hit for live television for Avery, Chris, and our morning team. Let's get back to some of the questions and comments that are coming in right now. I also want to check in with some of the live feeds that we have. We've got some reporters. Man, I'll tell you what. We've got a great shot here of some of the flooding that is already beginning to occur. I'm going to hot punch this one in. Not sure exactly where this is coming from, Eric. I'll let you kind of talk over this because I want to find a location for this particular live picture.
I know I saw some flooded roadways in the St. Pete area as well as St. Pete Beach. Again, Pinellas County picking up a lot of rain and some of that storm surge already coming in. And this is low tide. So if this is near the coast.
Hold on, Eric. I am sorry. That's where that audio, I didn't know where that audio was coming from. Let's listen in.
Safe right now. And this is exactly why there's mandatory evacuations. Because of this. Because now, I mean, maybe because we're close enough, police could come help them, but I'm telling you, the sheriff is saying, it's not safe, so they're not.
All right, yeah, that was some off-camera audio that we were picking up. We're going to be bouncing around with a lot of signals here, folks, so apologies there for the stray audio coming in.
I was trying to see the road sign on the right to see it's a Florida state road. I couldn't make it out. It's too dark.
Yeah, it's difficult to see, and our crews are going to be moving. Let's go to Trevor Sahaki and listen in here. I'll get a location for him.
There to the highway will be all covered in water. He says that would basically forever change the scope and the topography of this land. You can really see now how downpour we are in this rain band. It seems like this is one that is really coming down right now. And so, as you can see, the water is just absolutely getting poured on. And like I said, this storm surge plus this high tide coming in could be devastating for this area. The sheriff said if you are in evacuation, oh, there goes the light. We got to get the light. Okay. You holding on to that? Okay, good. Sorry about that, guys. The wind really just came down on us right there. Okay. It looks like we're good. So, like the sheriff said, if you are in evacuation zone A, you have to get out because he is not sure if they'll be able to save you, especially once this storm surge and this high tide, once it comes up, then it could be devastating for the people here. Evacuation zone A, like he said, if you're even think that you might be in an area that is prone to flooding or anything like that, he said that you need to get out of there because once the rain picks up, or even once the storm surge gets to be too high, they can't do much to help you. And we are really in the thick of one of these bands right now, having a little bit of trouble seeing, but the big takeaway from the sheriff is that save yourself before anything else happens and before you need help yourself. So we got to take care of these lights right now. So Chris Avery, back to you.
It's hard to put into words, you guys, how difficult it is to report in these conditions. Having done it myself, it's not as simple as it's not as simple as it looks. Let's just really quickly point out, though, for our audience, that was Trevor Sahaki joining us from Crystal River in Citrus County. If you're in evac zone A, Eric,
it's too late. I mean,
it's too late to get out.
Come on. If the last thing you want to do is evacuate in the middle of a storm. The evacuation time window was at the very latest yesterday evening, really, and even that was kind of pushing it. Now it's, hey, you know what? If you decided to hunker down, and then that's what you need to do.
That's what you're doing right now. You're not getting on the roads in those conditions.
No way. And look at the radar. JB and Crystal River right now. They're getting
that's what
hammered.
He's in. Yeah.
They're getting hammered from almost Homosassa. You're next down to Chassahowitzka, and eventually Dunellen, Crystal River right now, right along the coast in Citrus and Hernando County.
Here's
and that's
Crystal
not
River.
even the storm surge. That is just a very heavy rain band.
Right.
Now, what are we looking at here?
No, I'm going to where exactly you were spotlighting on Max Defender 8.
Oh,
so this
gotcha.
is
right
back to Trevor's shot in Crystal River.
And I mean, there's still people that are out driving. I wouldn't advise it. Let's see if we got a strong wind gust in Crystal River right now. Yeah, 32 miles per hour. It's not easy driving, especially a little car or any car, in a 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust, right? It's going to push your car around. The roads are so wet that, any push of your car in regards to wind and you could slide off the road. It's just not good to even try to leave your house right now. Just stay put. Thankfully, if you don't live along the coast, things are probably going to be decent for your neighborhood. You'll get rain bands and wind. But if you do live along the coast, and again, you have to worry about that storm surge. At least the good news is the tides are low right now. Eventually, as we get into the latter part of the morning, so maybe right around 9, 10 o'clock, once these rain bands start to calm down, once the winds calm down just a bit, you might be able to get out of immediate coastal areas because the worst of the storm surge is going to come right around lunchtime. So right around when a lot of these heavy rain bands are out of here. And now, again, St. Petersburg, 53 miles per hour, Sarasota, 53, Tampa, 48, Clearwater, 36, and now Crystal River is up over 30 mile per hour gust. So, again, with this heavy rain band, that is where we're seeing those wind gusts. We're not going to have wind gusts throughout the morning at 40, 50 miles per hour. But, again, and I said this last night, JB, I mean, what did I say? I said 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust, Hillsborough, Pinellas County, and, maybe a slightly higher as you get up toward Hernando and Citrus County. Right now, that's looking like the norm, right, out of these rain bands. So, again, it's not the time to evacuate. You just want to hunker down, stay in the interior part of your house, keep it tuned into us. Ask us whatever you need, and we'll be answering your questions.
Yeah, folks, we continue to monitor Hurricane Idalia, Category 4 this morning. If you're just waking up with us, Florida bracing for landfall west of Cedar Key. But I'll tell you what, we say west of Cedar Key. Cedar Key is going to get walloped and is being walloped right now. We had some live images from there earlier. Reason being is because that dirty side of the storm. It's the east side of the storm, and you do not want to be east of the eye wall at the time of landfall, of course. Let's go to some. We're going to hot punch in some videos. Just some videos from this morning and look at some of the things coming in. This is from standby. This is from Treasure Island. This is storm surge in Treasure Island. Let's see if we can go full screen here and just examine what we're looking at. It's kind of grainy. It's hard to make out, but there we can see some of the storm surge that we're talking about. Oh, here it is, rushing in to this property. So this looks like a home surveillance camera capturing some of the early storm surge waters coming onto that property, washing inland at Sunset Beach, at the Sunset Beach Pavilion in particular, Eric.
Yeah, so, and this is at low tide. If this is a current video, this is low tide. Once we get into high tide, I do believe that water is going to breach that railing and the fence there. And again, this is why, we stress that if you live right on the beach, if you're right on the coast, that was the evacuation zone, right? That's why officials said, hey, zone A, you need to evacuate, because we knew this storm surge was coming. Even a 3 to 5 foot storm surge could really inundate houses that are along the immediate coast. And, God forbid if it's even higher than that, especially during the high tide. The high tide is going to be another 3 foot higher than what you're seeing now. In regards to storm surge, that's going to increase too. So we're looking at least another 5 foot of storm surge as we head toward the lunch hour with the higher tides.
All right. Next up in our show, folks, is going to be, when I say the name Jeff Patterson, just pay attention, because Jeff Patterson is an encyclopedia for hurricanes and tropical storms in the state of Florida, having covered them going back, decades. And Jeff would smirk as me giving away just how long he's been doing this. But Jeff is a veteran tropical storm and hurricane reporter, and he is going to be in our live queue next. He's just waiting on signal clearance for him to be able to come through, and he is joining us from Cedar Key, or at least we think Cedar Key, because on the last live report that we had from Jeff, he was standing in Cedar Key, and he knows, he's a veteran, he knows when it is no longer safe to be in an area that is being impacted by a storm. So he said in his last report that he was moving inland. We had a comment earlier talking about tornadoes potentially, would there be tornadoes inland from Cedar Key? Well, that's where Jeff Patterson is. He has moved inland off the coast from Cedar Key, and he's going to be joining us next in the coming minutes when we do get his live shot calibrated and into our system. So stand by for that. In the meantime, let's go back to the comment section. You can ask questions and comments using hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyEric, and you guys can get as specific as you want with locations, especially in Florida, because we have max defender rate radar at our disposal. We can really zoom in and show you impacts locally here, again, in the Sunshine State. History wants to know for us both, just got hurricane alerts here in Savannah, Georgia. What is the latest on the storm projections for when it crosses near Savannah into South Carolina? Is it going to be stronger than a Cat 1 now, Eric?
Yeah, so I've got the cone up right now, and, we're looking at a Category 2 storm pretty close to Valdosta and I-75, and this thing is moving quickly. So by the time it makes its way towards Savannah, and Savannah is going to be right on the eastern eye wall of this system, right? So you're definitely going to be seeing the brunt of what's left of Idalia, which I still believe will be a hurricane as it heads into southeast Georgia and the Savannah area. So, yes, hurricane warnings definitely issued. You've got probably, I would say, By the time we get to about 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock or so, that's when I expect tonight the center to be pretty much right over top of you. So maybe another 16 hours or so by the time you experience hurricane force winds. So you're definitely looking at a Category 1 storm. I don't think it'll still be a Category 2 over Savannah, but hey, that doesn't mean that you're not going to see devastating winds in southeast Georgia.
Again, streaming here for you live. Good morning to you folks. Meteorologist Eric Stone, JB Biunno. We continue our interactive coverage of Hurricane Idalia, a Category 4 hurricane. Florida bracing for landfall this morning. You can see the Wobble tracker here, the real-time Wobble tracker streaming live to WFLA.com. There have been wobbles in the past couple of hours. It doesn't change all that much in relation to storm surge and impacts west of Cedar Key because this is going to be a potentially catastrophic impact to that area with life-threatening storm surge. But again, to reiterate earlier, if you are in a mandatory evacuation zone, time has run out. You should not be on the roads now with this storm moving the way that it is. It is moving quickly. I think the last speed that we had, Eric, was it 18 miles per hour?
Yeah. It's moving quickly. And, you know, like I said, like we talked about, if you're in an evacuation zone, you know, and you decided to hunker down, that's what you have to do, you know. And again, along the immediate coast is where the devastation would occur. And, you know, this is what we talked about, JB, since, you know, I was on Saturday morning. I said, hey, you know, the note from this storm is going to be storm surge. That's the one thing that we're going to get out of this storm. It's not going to be the rainfall. It's not going to be the wind speed and the wind gust here in the Bay Area, even up towards Citrus County. It's going to be the storm surge. And that is going to be the worst 6 hours from now, right? What are we at now? 5? We're almost at 6 o'clock in the morning. By lunchtime, 12:30, once we get into this high tide cycle, that is when the storm surge is going to be worse.
I want to point out, we are minutes away from going exclusively. We're going to do a window of just focusing on tweets with hashtag HeyJB. It's difficult there to bounce to multiple hashtags, so we're just going to focus, at least on Twitter, on just hashtag HeyJB. So if you use hashtag HeyJB with a tweet, we're going to spotlight it on stream. Let me also point out, we're looking for, please be safe, but we are looking for any pictures that you have. I can't roll video in here. It's a policy matter when it comes to Twitter for us here, WFLA. But pictures, even if you wanted to snap a selfie and just say hello and tell us where you're watching from, just to show some smiling faces across the viewing area to lighten things up a little bit, whether it's a selfie, whether it's a picture from outside your window, your four-legged friends joining you, perhaps cuddled up with you on the couch, keeping you company and keeping you comfortable. Over the course of monitoring the progress of Hurricane Idalia. In about a few minutes from now, we're going to be going over to Twitter and spotlighting tweets with pictures or without pictures, questions, comments with hashtag HeyJB. But again, if it has video, we won't be able to spotlight it on this stream due to policy reasons. But if you want to get on stream, hashtag HeyJB on Twitter in a few minutes from now. Let's just stay with YouTube Live for a couple more minutes. Dalton wants to know, what about the impacts over in Daytona? Now we're going East Coast.
That's right.
Florida.
You know, I'm looking because usually within a couple of hours before landfall, a lot of times the National Hurricane Center will issue hourly updates. And they, when I looked at 4 o'clock this morning, they did issue a 4 o'clock update. I don't see a 6 o'clock update as of yet. They may hold off until this makes landfall. Daytona, I've got radar right here, Daytona. You're getting a pretty strong rain band that has the history of producing tornado warnings near Orlando. And now look at that, JB, the East Coast, the entire East Coast of Florida, at least from, I would say, north of Jupiter, Cocoa Beach, Melbourne area under a tornado watch. So again, Daytona Beach, you're not really going to deal with the wind. You will deal with some rain, as you can see. And there's a pretty strong rain band down in DeSoto and Hardee County, headed toward Polk County, Orlando, Kissimmee, and then eventually Daytona. So
wow, check out this shot really quickly. I'm just going to punch this up. Eric, sorry to interrupt.
Here we go.
This is live from, I'll get a location. Let's listen in. This is Cedar Key, Levy County. Cedar Key. Do not know where exactly in Cedar Key. What is that there? Was that a...
All right, give me a 30-second warning before you want the live shot. Just give me a 30-second warning.
Yeah, okay, that's Jeff Patterson. And I again, as a reminder to our audience, when Jeff Patterson is live, we go to Jeff Patterson. We're talking about, again, one of the most veteran tropical storm and hurricane journalists in the state. Has covered almost every hurricane and tropical storm to hit Central Florida over the, a long time. I promised Jeff I wouldn't do it too much.
You see the stop sign in the background. So that goes to show that there are roads well past where he's walking right now that are inundated. They're under floodwater. This is scarily resembling Ian in Southwest Florida, but up towards Cedar Key.
All right, so Jeff is preparing for his live report on television. We're able to tap into these feeds with the tap of the touchscreen. So he's communicating with our control room right now. He's giving a thumbs up, communicating to them that they are ready to take his live report. So you can see Jeff, Jeff's got his head on a swivel. He's looking around just to make sure that the conditions are safe for him to be there. Again, he's been in. We had him during Ian last year, and I remember him in that parking garage, Eric, when he was taking cover in a structurally sound parking garage. That was
all right. Very good.
He had researched ahead of time to make sure that was a building that could withstand certain wind speeds. And here we are again with Jeff. He's preparing for his live report. Let's just listen in to. You can hear Idalia coming in the background, and this is, again, News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson reporting in Cedar Key. This is going to be just east of the approximate landfall location as Hurricane Idalia, a Category 4 hurricane, gets closer to landfall this morning. As Eric noted, the stop sign in the background is a good point of reference to look at here as far as what we're talking about with this storm surge. And this is Jeff Patterson, again, joining us live from Citrus County. Let's listen. Oh, wait, a 6 a.m. update just came down?
Yeah, we have a 6 a.m. update.
All right, really quickly, can we sneak in some info?
Yeah, it's still at 130 mile an hour. The pressure actually rose a little bit to 942, and the speed still moving quickly at 17 miles per hour. So we may be seeing the Idalia at the strongest it's going to get as the pressure has risen just a tad bit. But again, that's the 6 o'clock advisory, so it looks like every hour we are going to have an update.
Yeah, and so the reason that Jeff is waiting for a confirmation for the control room to go with his live report. Our colleagues Amanda Holly, meteorologist Amanda Holly and Lee Spann are breaking down the 6 a.m. advisory right now on WFLA News Channel 8. So that's why the wait and the pause here to go to Jeff live in the field, because that advisory just dropped. We're looking and dissecting that information again to provide it to you on air and on stream. Jeff, we've been told, is next in the control room. They're just waiting for our meteorologist to deliver this new information to our audience, and then we'll be going live again to Jeff Patterson. He'll be given the cue to deliver his live report.
Yeah, and we've got 2 new tornado warnings now in North DeSoto and eastern Hardee County, heading into south central Polk County. So again, those heavy showers that I showed you earlier are headed that way.
Okay. Jeff will deliver his live report. Then after that, we are going to go to Twitter.
Okay, very good. We'll move out of the water and move up the hill for a bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it looks, wow, I'm very surprised. Okay, so for a reason there that we're not exactly sure of, Jeff is moving to a new spot. There might have been something that was noticed there that gave them reason to move, but they just packed up in their vehicle. I want to shout out the photojournalist who's with Jeff. Where's Jeff? I don't know if it's Eric Hausman or we have some great photojournalists. Excuse me, the cameramen and women who work at News Channel 8 that provide us with the imagery of these live reports. So I try to give our photographers credit as well, and I don't have a list of those photographers at the moment. When I do, of course, I'll try to shout them out as well. Really quickly, I want to go back to what you're seeing, Eric. I'm going to load up Twitter. I'm going to go to you with what you're seeing in the 6 o'clock advisory, and feel free to bring up any weather graphics that you've got, Eric, for
I
this.
will. So yeah, there is the radar, but yeah, the 6 o'clock advisory, the only thing to really note is the fact that the pressure rose, and we haven't seen that for a while. So again, Idalia is getting very, very close to land. The eye wall is starting to make its way toward land, again, west of Cedar Key between them and St. Mark's. So maybe encountering some land, weakening this a little bit, not in regards to wind, but as you see pressure. It slowed down 1 mile per hour, but listen, a 17, 18 mile an hour storm is very, very fast, and that 1 mile an hour slowdown isn't really going to do all that much in the grand scheme of things. But I do, again, want to point out that one rain band that I mentioned that eventually will affect Daytona Beach. Right now, possible tornado in north central DeSoto County. It looks like east of 17 in Hardy County. Let's try to look at some cities. Wauchula on the leading edge, Zoffel Springs, but Avon Park, you're in that tornado warning in northwest Highlands County, Lake Wales, Frostproof area, just to the west of Indian Lakes, east of 17, Fort Meade, and Bartow. This is a pretty heavy cell that's right now just to the north of Arcadia along 17, and it's going to continue to move northeast really quickly. So, again, a couple of tornado warnings there. It's interesting. The tornado watches for Manatee, Sarasota counties eastward toward Highlands County have expired, yet here's the tornado warning in DeSoto and eastern Hardy County.
Okay, let's go to some of the tweets that are coming in. All right, so on Twitter or X, you can call it either, you can use hashtag HeyJB now, and whether it's pictures or just text-based tweets, we can bring them up on screen. Again, videos we can't, but it's got to include hashtag HeyJB, and that way that I can actually load it into my queue, into my system here. So we're going to grab this one first as we look here at a live picture from the near the impact area for Hurricane Idalia. And here is this one from C. Lloyd coming in. Hashtag HeyJB, status of Floral City currently, and what can be expected, please. What do you got for Floral City there, Eric?
That's Pasco, correct?
I want to make sure because no, Citrus County. County.
Floral City. Okay, yep. So yeah, right now you're looking at rain on the way, but right now it's relatively quiet. But you've got a pretty heavy rain band that is coming in from the west, and again, I'd give Floral City another 20 minutes before you start seeing that heavy rain that's right now around Lake Lindsay, Bay Hill, Spring Hill is really getting it now. But then the heaviest rain band, as you see that red that's making its way into Pine Island, Bayport, Hernando Beach, Weeki Wachee. Again, that's all headed your way, and it should arrive in the next 30 to 45 minutes, the heaviest right around Floral City.
Again, if you want us to animate your pictures, look, again, I noted earlier, if it's a weather picture from outside of your home, please be safe. Do not do anything that puts you in a risky situation. Please be safe. But if you have any photos that you wanted to share, can't do videos, or even just some selfies of some smiling faces, people just giving us a thumbs up, joining us from around Florida, that's also welcome as well. Or even if you're joining us from elsewhere and concerned about your, about the folks here in Florida, you can give a thumbs up as well, or just shoot us a smiling selfie. We love to see smiling faces, just you being interactively part of our coverage in every way, both joining us with comments and pictures as well. Let's go to a comment here from... Okay, wow, they're scrolling in really quickly all of a sudden. AC wants to know, in our comment section. We'll go to YouTube Live because I'm still waiting on tweets to load in. Hashtag AJB, will we see much worse in Port Richey? Oh, Jeff Patterson's report is up. Stand by. It's being hot punched here in a second.
Thing that is on the other side of our live vehicle. The winds have been picking up. The power is now out in Cedar Key. The only electricity that we're seeing is coming from generators. I'm going to have to walk over a pile of debris. This is sargassum that is just coming out of the Gulf. You can see some planters that are here. But if Joey will walk with me on the other side of our vehicle, I just want to show you, we've had some downed trees in the area. There are two huge live oaks here. These trees are hundreds of years old, but they're shedding right now. The debris is coming off of them. We've seen some large branches come down. That's why we're kind of staying out of the perimeter of the tree. And to all of my friends who like to make fun of my goggles during these live shots, I get it. It looks kind of goofy, but there's a lot of things, small things, tree limbs and branches, leaves and things like that are flying through the air. So between these live shots, we're staying out of this, but I just wanted to show you just how much debris is starting to come down. We did see, as we were driving here, a couple of trees over the roadway. The winds have picked up, but as you could tell when I was standing down there, the biggest concern right now for anyone in Cedar Key is what we've been talking about since yesterday afternoon, and that is the storm surge. It is really starting to come up. We've noticed just in the last hour and a half that it was rapidly rising, which is why we had to change our location just to get the vehicle and ourselves out of harm's way. So the things that we've been talking about, the winds are picking up here in Cedar Key, even though this storm is still to our west, and it's a very tight eye wall, as you've been hearing Lee and Amanda talk about all morning, the most intense winds around the edge of that eye wall. Every storm is different, and so this one, the winds may not be as strong out where we are, but that's a good thing. And as you talked about, as Lee and Amanda were talking about, if this storm goes north of us, north of Steinhatchee and Perry, up into areas that is basically just marshland and woods, that's a good thing because it's away from the population centers. We're hoping for the best. We're hoping everyone remains safe through this, but right now, guys, we're going to toss it back to you.
Wow. So first of all, let's just note one thing, okay? Jeff, your goggles are not goofy. You're a total pros pro,
Right.
okay? This is a man who would rather protect his eyes than, just be able to show his complete face. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about Jeff Patterson. We'll be continuing to check in with Jeff, our other live reporters. What stood out to you there? I think the marshlands note is extremely important. Is it not?
It is, of course. And, we don't want anyone to be affected by a hurricane. But the last thing we want is the eye of a storm to move through a densely populated area as it did last year with Ian. More people are devastated, more homes are lost. So again, as this moves through a very rural area of the Eastern Panhandle, the Big Bend area, I mean, if it had to happen, that's what we want to see. We don't want to see it move through Tallahassee. We don't want to see it move right over FSU. We want to see it move over a less dense populated area. And there's a lot of woods, as he said, marshland as you head over I-10. And that's where it's going to be moving through the Madison area. And of course, Valdosta, there are several tens of thousands of people that live in that neighborhood in South Georgia. So again, this could have been a lot worse if it took a more easterly track like Ian did. But we're thankful that it is moving through a less dense populated area. Now, I know somebody asked a question about Port Richey, and you have got a pretty strong rain band that's right on the way to Port Richey, New Port Richey, toward Hernando Beach, north of Holiday, even towards Shady Hills. Right now, Chassahowiska is getting a lot of that heavy rain. Bayport, Pine Island's getting a lot of that heavy rain as well. Toward Weeki Wachee, Hernando Beach, you're up next.
Really quickly here, this is live from Pinellas County. Let's listen in.
Tried to get out over there as well, and they're seeing the same thing. People are getting stuck trying to get out because the water is rising high. People are getting scared. They're getting a lot of calls for people needing rescued, saying that the water is too high, and they can't help them because it's not safe for deputies either. And that's why they're saying, that's why there was this evacuation rather. But now if you're thinking about leaving your home, obviously this is what you're going to encounter. And as we always say, turn around, don't drown. Also, your car can get swept away. I heard you guys say that earlier. It's not good for your car to be in salt water. And again, Pinellas just sent out all the bridge barrier access bridges are closed, a lot of them, to some of these areas, including this one right here, and this is why. And the worst part about this is, Avery and Chris, is that in a few hours when we see high tide, more water is going to come, because as you can see, this water is the same height that it was when we talked to you last, so it's not going anywhere, it's not receding, and there's only going to be more when high tide comes, and they're worried about a potential 4 to 6 foot storm surge, possibly more. So certainly not a good situation out here. If you don't have to drive, I would say don't drive, because we don't want to see you getting stuck out here. And this is a similar situation elsewhere from what I'm hearing from police. Back to you guys.
Melissa Marino reporting for us at St. Pete Beach. That's her location, doing a live report for our morning newscast with Avery, Chris, Amanda, and Lee and the team there. And we're able, again, to tap into these signals here in the Stream Center. I believe next up, I'm just going to hot punch this in. This is going to be Trevor Sahaki again, and he is joining us from Crystal River, that area in Citrus County. So going to him next, and hopefully his light is doing a little bit better.
Thankfully, that last band
we had
was a little scary there. It was very strong winds. I had to help out with the light. Thankfully, our team at News Nation also helped us out a little bit, make sure that we had everything battened down, because right there where we were by the water, the wind was just really picking up and the water was picking up, and it was just incredibly a chaotic scene. And as we were driving, we've now moved locations. I don't know if you can kind of tell where we are. We're right next to the road. We're now on the other side, actually, of US 19. Water tower right there, kind of in the nice pinpoint for the city. But we are on this side of US 19, which is supposed to be a safer side, supposed to be a little bit out of the way of that storm surge if it does come. But we had to move, and now it has calmed down a little bit. But the big thing, like we were talking about earlier, is that storm surge. While we were there by that water that you saw in our previous live shot, we saw the water already start to increase, already start to rise. And so as the sheriff told us in our interview with him maybe 2 hours ago or so, he said that we could be seeing 11 feet of storm surge, and that would just be dramatic for this entire area. A couple other things I want to point out. The wind has really started to pick up here as well. As we were driving again to this new location, we drove by a Chevron gas station where the overhang of the gas station actually had become wrangled and tangled and become a bit of a mess because of this wind. So we're already starting to see the impact. The final thing, power. The power has gone in and out. We're starting to see light bulbs flickering. This entire block that we were on, the power went out suddenly and then came back on suddenly. So it would not surprise me if we start to see power outages in this area, if we start to see some real changes with regards to what happens with people's electricity. Again, we are right on this side. We're on the opposite side of US 19, still in Crystal River, but it looks like it has calmed down a little bit. But again, this wind, you can see whether you look up at the palm trees or down at these bushes right here, this wind is still going to have a serious impact. And the sheriff warned everybody that you do still need to be cautious, be aware, and if you think you need to leave, then you probably should leave. Chris, Avery, back to you.
All right, back here with you in the Stream Center. We have a really important note to make regarding our coverage. And interactively, this is how we can best serve you. Eric, I'm going to let you return to your point that you were making before. I had to interrupt you to go to these live reports. Apologies for having to interrupt you, but these live reports are happening now, so I'm hot punching this as I go. So let me make this clear to our audience. Governor DeSantis is going to be speaking in the next 15 minutes. That live stream is going to be on WFLA.com. We are streaming that press conference in its entirety across our platforms. We have multiple channels to be able to stream out press conferences and situations like this. On Tracking the Tropics, we have the determination here of whether or not we're going to feature Governor Ron DeSantis, or if you want us to stay in storm coverage. So on YouTube Live, we are going to ask you, based on, of course, your coverage preference, do you want us to go to Governor DeSantis and that emergency press conference in its entirety? Do you want to hear a portion of it as he delivers some of the important, most important notes of that press conference at the beginning? And then do you want us to come back? Or do you want us to stay fully in storm coverage and allow people that want to watch Governor DeSantis to do so by just going to WFLA.com? We're going to start that poll now. Our newsroom ultimately is going to make that decision. But of course, interactively, if we can get a sense from you as to what you would like from us specifically here on Tracking the Tropics, if you want to hear all of the governor, some of the governor, or if you just want us to stay here with storm coverage and allow the live stream to be done separately on WFLA.com, we can do that as well. So we'll be paying attention and monitoring those results, Eric. But now I'll let you finish exactly what you were describing.
Well,
and as far as the latest with Idalia.
Yeah, as Melissa said, you see the floodwaters, and as a lot of people know, I got caught in a 26-inch rainstorm over 6 hours in Fort Lauderdale in April, and my car was parked, and it was already inundated with water at the time. So the last thing you want to do is try to, go from what may seem like a wet roadway, especially, along the coast, and then all of a sudden you start driving through floodwater, and you're driving through saltwater too. And it's just not a good idea. You definitely want to. You decided to ride the storm out at this point, and that's what you got to do. And, along the immediate coast, that's where we're going to see the devastating effects, especially in regards to storm surge, especially as Melissa had said and Justin had said a little bit later on this morning into the early part of the afternoon. Crystal River, I'm looking at wind gusts around 37 miles per hour, 45 St. Petersburg, 47 Tampa, 51 Sarasota. So again, along the immediate coast, that's where we're seeing the strongest wind, and it's still out of the south. So it is pushing water up onto land, but you know what? Eventually, it's going to become southwesterly, and that's going to immediately, directly push that water right into the coastline at that perpendicular 90-degree angle, and that's where we're going to see the severe storm surge. In fact, you look at Crystal River, and you're still seeing south to southeast wind, right? Imagine when it becomes southwest and west and it really starts pushing water. Then you're going to see Jeff Patterson have to move even further inland, but that's not going to happen until a little bit later on this morning. And then combine that with a high tide around lunchtime. That's when we're going to see the greatest effects of storm surge and flooding along the immediate coast.
Again, Governor Ron DeSantis is coming up. If you would like to chime in on whether or not you want to hear from on this channel, again, Governor DeSantis' press conference will be fully available to you on WFLA.com. You just have to switch to a different live feed over there. It's going to be prominently featured on the homepage of our website. We want to make this clear. It is available to our audience in its entirety. It's just a matter of we are going to go to it on this particular live stream. We've got Chloe Sparks standing by for a live report. I think Chloe might be with Avis. Also, it was a shout out. I believe that was Joey Capistran on with Jeff Patterson out there in Cedar Key. So that's a great team of Joey and Jeff providing us with updates near the area where, of course, Hurricane Idalia is expected to make landfall soon. This is Chloe. Chloe's one of the newest members of the WFLA family. She joins us actually from our sister station in Panama City. So we'll be hearing from her. She is new to our Tracking the Tropics coverage. In fact, this is our first time going to be hearing from her on Tracking the Tropics. Noting her location, I believe the last time that I had a location for Chloe, she was in Tarpon Springs, Eric, in Pinellas County. When they go to her live report and activate her mic, we'll be listening in. But what do we have for currently in Tarpon Springs?
Well,
if that's exactly
what I want to show you is that the eye of the storm is about 30 miles away from the coast, okay? So you equate that to about an hour and 45. We've been talking about an 8 a.m. I've been talking about an 8 a.m. landfall since Sunday night, yesterday morning, right? And
play your lotto ticket, Eric.
Actually, Powerball is tonight. If there's anything open later on when it's safer to get out there, yeah, I will be playing the Powerball. But hey, you know what? 30 miles away. So now she is in Tarpon Springs, a place near and dear to me, there's a very fun pinball place there. We won't get into that. But so I do visit Tarpon Springs quite often. So let's take a look at what's to come. Again, we're looking at a pretty hefty rain band that's just off to the west. It looks like the heaviest right around Port Richey toward Weeki Wachee, Hernando Beach, and Pine Island, and then it moves inland towards Spring Hill. So it looks like Tarpon Springs is going to escape the heaviest of this rain band, but still there's a lot of rain to the south. And I'll put this in motion and zoom in so you can see exactly what's to come for Tarpon Springs. But they're getting some pretty hefty wind gusts between 40 and 50 miles per hour in Pinellas County right now. And you can see right around Palm Harbor, north of Clearwater, Dunedin area, we've got some heavy rain. So Chloe's going to be getting some pretty heavy rain in the next 10 minutes or so. Probably she'll be able to get her live shot in before the heaviest really starts to come down. But again, it's pretty windy in northern Pinellas, even windier in those rain bands from Port Richey northward along the coast.
Again, joining us, people joining us from across the peninsula, across the southeastern United States. People are joining us from around the world. Some of them checking on their Florida properties, looking at max fender rate radar and trying to get a better grasp as to what's going on at this hour with Hurricane Idalia. I keep looking this way and this way for various feeds that are popping up across our grid and trying to get as many of those feeds popped in. We've also got Beth Rousseau, who is going to be joining us as well. Beth is joining us from Hudson in Pasco County. I believe that she is standing by for a live report. Let's listen in.
It's much worse. We're actually bracing ourselves behind our news van because we're going through such a strong band of wind and rain at this point. So the area I've been showing you, Hudson Beach, all morning long, that is way down there. You can't even see the pavilion that I was standing under. We had to move because the water started encroaching on the businesses there. Now take a look. You can see right here the road is also flooded. That's water coming through the fence into the middle of the road. It's not just that side of the road. If we go ahead, walk right over here, and you can see the people that you see driving right now are deputies with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. They are moving out of the area because the roads is just getting more and more flooded as the water continues to rise. Charles, if you can come with me right over here, what you can see also, you got water on this side of the road as well. Now this is flooding out, but take a look across the way. It's rising on homes in this area as well. This is not high tide. High tide comes later this afternoon, and you can already see this type of flooding that we're seeing in this area. Now, if we walk this way just a little bit, you can see even the business right here, the water is encroaching on this one. The owner that we talked to at Hudson Beach, we had to call him, wake him up, and tell him, hey, we had to leave. We just want you to know what condition it's at near your business. So we are monitoring things out here. As far as being in touch with Pasco Emergency Management, we have talked to them. They say there are nearly 3,000 power outages. We heard a transformer blow while we were standing out here. We're going to check to update you on that. There's also been a water rescue reported, so we're going to continue and go on and check on that as well. But for now, we're going to send it back to you guys.
All right, and that's Beth joining us, and now we're going to bounce right over to Chloe's shot. This is now, we believe in, again, let me see if I can get that location back.
Tarpon Springs?
Tarpon Springs, we believe.
Boy, is that downtown?
Looks like it might be.
Oh, my.
So that was Beth Rousseau. This is Chloe Sparks, one of the newest additions to the WFLA News Channel 8 team. They are getting ready for their report, so stand by here, folks. Looking here at the very latest on Wobble Tracker as well. Keeping an eye on wobbles as it gets closer to the coast. Let's just kind of follow the line here, if we may, Eric, as we zoom in. And it looks like, slight western jog. And look, to Jeff's point, look, western jogs are good, right now? Just because we want it in that marshland?
Yeah, well, it's headed to the marshland anyway. We don't want it to go over St. Mark's. Right between Cedar Key and St. Mark's would probably be the best case scenario.
Yeah, so, right there. You see it on the map.
Any any jog right now is going to be, again, negligible at this point, as it's less than 30 miles away from making it on shore. I do want to point out, if we could switch to radar, what a strong band that Beth Rousseau was in the Hudson area.
Wow.
I mean, I've got it zoomed right into Hudson, and you see about as darkest red as you're going to see up and down 19. And again, this is why we say, if you live west of 19 and you're in evacuation A, you probably want to get out of there. And we'll bring you down to Tarpon Springs too, where Chloe Sparks is. And again, you're not seeing much right now, but you saw a lot of water in her shot there. And the flooding from the storm surge is already making its way toward US 19. So again, even though Tarpon Springs not seeing the rain now, look at this shower just south of Honeymoon Island is the island that you see just north of that dark red. And again, you're pretty much looking north of Dunedin toward Causeway and Crystal Beach area. You've got a heavy shower. You even have some purple there. So in about 10, 15 minutes, if Chloe doesn't get on, she's going to really encounter a heavy rain band with some strong gusty wind.
Here's the plan with Governor DeSantis. We're going to listen in for just a few minutes, and then we're going to come right back. The entirety of this press conference streaming live on WFLA.com. Let's listen in for a few minutes, couple minutes, for Governor Ron DeSantis.
Outer bands of the storm. So these are places that are way outside the cone that you see on the TV screen. So please keep in mind those are very, very dangerous situations. When the storm passes, do not drive in flooded streets and assume that all down power lines are still hot and live. And there's going to be people working to remedy that, and we've got a lot of people staged, but that is very hazardous in the immediate aftermath of the storm. We currently have 54,000 households that are out of power throughout the state of Florida, but there have been over 100,000 households that have already been restored through hard work all through the night, and those restoration efforts are ongoing. Any place it's safe to do, people are there working to get that done. As soon as it's safe to do so, when the winds die down to a sufficient level, search and rescue efforts will begin. We have 8 urban search and rescue teams staged, ready to go, 33 ambulance strike teams, 5,500 National Guardsmen. We also have the Coast Guard on standby should that be necessary. There will be an immediate effort to restore power to people who lose power. There's 30,000 plus linemen stationed and ready to go to commence restoration efforts. For local municipalities and electric co-ops, please accept mutual aid. These are folks that can come supplement your efforts. And again, the goal is just to get everybody back online as quickly as possible. There will be a lot of debris from this storm. There's going to be a need to have all hands on deck to be able to do. And accordingly, our Florida Department of Transportation, we have 650 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks staged for cut and toss operations post-storm. We anticipate there to be a lot of debris, a lot of downed trees, a lot of downed power lines, and there's going to be a need for this. We also have 1,100 generators staged for traffic signal restoration. We anticipate that that's going to be a problem in a number of communities as well. Fuel, we have 1.2 million gallons staged. We're also arranging more fuel to come in by truck just to make up for whatever may not be coming in through the normal course of business with things like the Port of Tampa being closed. And so there's a lot of fuel that has been arranged to be here, and our goal is to not have any major fuel interruptions. In terms of communications, there's 500 plus Starlink internets ready for deployment to places that need to be. There's already been almost 250 that have been deployed. So as affected areas need that connectivity, Florida Division of Emergency Management is going to work to provide that. They also have 3,000 generators staged and ready to surge for areas that need some power. Now, if you're using a generator in your personal home, please do not run that generator inside your home. Do not run it inside your garage. It must be run outside your house. It needs to be at least 20 feet away from doors and windows, and you have to point the exhaust away from your home. We do not want to see any fatalities as a result of misuse of generators. So there's a lot of people that are on deck right now.
And that was Governor Ron DeSantis. That entire press conference right now is streaming on WFLA.com. You can go over there and listen to the entirety of that press conference. People routinely in our comment section right now asking for us to return to storm coverage, and we're going to do just that with the latest here with the Wobble tracker and the latest with max fender rate radar as well. What are you spotlighting here in the or noticing in the last few minutes, Eric?
We have a lot of great tools here, and we've got a power outage map. And you heard DeSantis say something about 50,000 people out of power. Well, look in our area. Pinellas County, we've got 18,000 people without power. Hillsborough, 3,500. Sarasota County, almost 10,000 people without power. So if you add...
Wait a second. Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt, Eric, and we just missed it. I'm very sorry to interrupt, Eric.
Our Leon County Commissioner,
I believe that they just lost power for a moment here at the EOC. The lights went off, so I can't tell if somebody's elbow hit the light switch, but Governor DeSantis was just looking around the room because it went dark there for a moment. I missed it on the touchstay. It looks like the power is back on there.
Where is he at right now?
I believe he's at the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee.
Stay off the roads.
So again, that could have been just somebody's elbow on the light switch, but it did go dark in this room, and I missed it by about 2.5 seconds. Eric, I'll let you get back to your power
outage. It might have, and then the generator kicked in. But so when you add the numbers up, 18, 10 in Sarasota, 3,000 Manatee County, Tampa at 30, Hillsborough 3,500, Citrus County 2,500, Pasco County 1,500, Polk County 1,000. Out of the 55,000 people out of power, I would say that in our area, there's about 40,000 people out of power from this. So again, that goes to show the less dense population up to where this storm is having its effect, which again is so much better than what it could have been.
Let's go to some of the questions and comments that are coming in. Hashtag KJB, hashtag KEric. Those are our active hashtags right now on Tracking the Tropics. Let's go to Caleb. I'm currently here in Avon Park. Do we by any chance have an idea on where one might be? Oh, I don't understand the phrasing, but we can just give a report for Avon Park.
It might be, Avon Park is under a tornado warning, as you can see, but
that's one might be a tornado.
If there's a tornado on the ground right now, it's most likely in northeast Hardee County, and it looks like it would miss the Avon Park area. So Avon Park, and I know you see me looking away, but I've got a very big monitor to my right, and it's so much easier for me to look there than right at the screen. So I apologize for that. But there's a really strong cell, as you can see, that's making its way well east of 17, but west of 27, west of Sebring. Sebring, you're not really going to see much rain from this. Avon Park, you will in the next 15, 20 minutes, but if there is a tornado on the ground, it's most likely to the west of 27 and in northeast Hardee County.
Punching up really quickly this shot. I'm not trying to figure out which crew this is and whether or not that's Jeff. I guess you can tell from the goggles. We have a lot of live feeds coming in right now, and this one is, I think, a camera on the ground by a vehicle. You can see the tire there in the foreground. We'll come back to various shots. Yes, that's Jeff. Wait, I think we can see... Okay, so we've got some down tree limbs, and it looks like he's getting ready for his next report and listening in for the cues from his control room. We'll come back to Jeff here in a little bit. Ashley Cruz, you're up next. Hashtag KJB and Eric. How about town and country in Hillsborough? How bad will the storm surge be there, if any, Eric?
You know what? Town and country with a southwest wind could actually see 2 to 4 foot of storm surge. It really all depends on where you are. Actually, if you're right along the coast, then, basically if you're south of Memorial Highway, you could see some of that storm surge. Again, 2 to 4 foot in the Bay Area once the winds do shift to the southwest and we get those higher tide levels. So, again, if you're in the middle of town and country, again, north of Hillsborough Ave, I don't think you're going to really be seeing that storm surge. But if you are south of there, especially Hillsborough Ave, but south of Memorial, you could see 2 to 4 foot of storm surge along the bay in town and country.
A lot of folks are waking up, finding our live stream. I know because I'm seeing some of the comments coming in. A lot of folks are also losing power right now, might have been watching television for storm updates, and then all of a sudden the power goes out. Can't turn on your TV without power unless you have a generator, of course. And so people are finding our live stream right now, including a couple of our commenters that we're going to be getting to. Garrett Stewart says, why is Pinellas County out of power? The storm passed us. What gives?
Well, the storm may have passed you, but take a look at the wind gust right now. And do you see the deep red? The deep red is right over Pinellas County and into Hillsborough County along the coast. You're seeing a very powerful hurricane. So when the storm was closer to Pasco or Pinellas County, guess what? It was a Category 1, Category 2. Now it's a Category 4. So it's stronger. So you're actually getting stronger winds now compared to what you were getting when the storm was 120, 150 miles offshore of Pinellas County. So again, these wind gusts have, over the past several hours, consistently been 40 to 50 miles per hour. And if you consistently get wind gusts like that, those down tree branches on power lines, weak trees, things are going to get blown into power lines, and you're more likely along the coast, and especially in Pinellas County, to be seeing that power outage. Same thing in Sarasota County, where you see Sarasota and Venice at 48 mile per hour wind gusts. Sarasota's been over 50. Again, you're seeing moderate tropical storm force wind gusts, and a prolonged period of time, several hours of that, and your power is likely to go out.
Let's go to this comment from Tatiana. This is YouTube Live now. Hashtags first both. How does it look for Jacksonville? I just woke up. I have no clue what the update is, again, for Jacksonville, Eric.
So, again, right now you're pretty quiet. There's not much going on in Jacksonville. Eventually, as Idalia tracks north, that rain band that you see headed toward Ocala is eventually going to get into the Jacksonville area. It's going to take a few hours before it does, but eventually you're going to start to see some of that rain, and you'll get some tropical storm force wind gusts.
Well, I can tell you that the power is out here in Cedar Key right now. The only illumination on this street is from our Max Defender 8 storm chasing vehicle. We have now changed locations yet again because as you saw earlier, I was up to about almost my hips in water as the Gulf of Mexico is starting to come in over the streets. Down below, there's a stop sign down there. You can maybe make out in the distance behind me. The water is up around that stop sign. We actually had to change locations though, not because of the stormwater exactly that was rising. It has been coming up pretty fast, but because this huge, beautiful oak tree behind us is starting to fall apart. There's branches from the tree down in the middle of the street. It is kind of losing some branches all around the base of this tree. There's a bed and breakfast over here to the left, or to my left, that is has some large branches down in the front. Thankfully, nothing on top of the building at this point, but we've been watching the storm surge come up over the last couple of hours. We started out in downtown Cedar Key. We were there with some businesses. The water was really starting to come up rapidly, so we drove up the hill to where we are now, which is significantly above where the storm surge is expected to peak. But I will tell you that around 8 a.m. Will be the when the tide really starts to rise. So coupled with the rising storm surge and the rising tide, it may come up a few more feet yet. I have talked to the owner of this building behind me, and she tells me that the water has never come up into that building in its 125-year history. It has come up into the backyard of the building, but never into the building itself. And so, we're obviously very closely monitoring the situation. Power went out a couple of hours ago throughout the island. We have noticed that there have been some fire rescue vehicles drive through. a vehicle that appeared to be a National Guard vehicle kind of driving around, patrolling the streets just to see how bad it is. But I can tell you from experience that the homes and businesses that are the closest to the Gulf of Mexico no doubt have water inside at this time, just because of how quickly we saw that water come up, and it did come up fast. You know, at one point I could put my hand on the asphalt. Within 15, 20 minutes, the water was covering that point, and then another hour after that, it was a foot above that, and now it has come up even significantly higher, which is why we've continued to move our location to a fallback location where we are significantly above where we expect the storm surge to come. But guys, the winds aren't that bad right now where we are in Cedar Key, but it's still blowing pretty steady and pretty hard. I'll toss it back to you.
that, this storm may brush by Bermuda as a weak storm, but still, as Franklin's brushing by Bermuda, so may this one as well. So again, we're not really looking at this storm curving back. I never really thought it would. Jeff and I were joking around about it last night, but the likelihood of that is so slim. It just doesn't happen. So I'll be interested to see. They'll probably issue a 7 o'clock update within 10 minutes to see if we see that pressure at 942 change at all, and if we do see the wind change. It may stay at 130, or they may have estimated it increase. But either way, it's not getting to a Cat 5 at all.
A profound apology to our stream audience. I have just been informed that we did lose audio signal there momentarily, and it might have been more than momentarily. I think it might have been a couple of minutes. Eric, all that very interesting information that we just stated went absolutely nowhere, unless we have expert lip readers out there. My profound apologies, folks, for an audio signal problem that we just had with audio signals getting crossed up. We are back. Let's go back to Wobble Tracker, and let's try this one more time. Again, apologies. The storm has really moved in the last hour. And I want you guys to take a close look here again at the real-time Wobble Tracker and take a really close look at the eye itself because it is getting really close to a landfall event. Eric and I were talking about how he really needs to play his Powerball ticket tonight because he's been saying all along this is going to be an 8 o'clock landfall. And if our math is right, we are looking at an 8 o'clock landfall event at some point very, very soon. It might be 8 o'clock on the dot because this storm is booking it. And we were talking about how this is going to be a Category 4 storm at landfall and then Category 2 impacts being felt Georgia into South Carolina, as well as some impacts being felt in North Carolina as well. And Eric, what else we were noting? We were talking about the outlier models that have now fallen into place, and we do not have this storm. None of the models have this storm hooking back around and impacting the state of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, which is good news. That Jeff and I were joking around last night on Tracking the Tropics about, hey, could this actually wrap around? And no, it's not. We didn't think it would, but one of the GFS models, the aviation model, was showing this coming back, hitting West Palm Beach or the north of Fort Lauderdale. That's not going to happen now. Again, this is going out to sea. It could affect Bermuda. We talked about this yesterday and Monday, that this could graze Bermuda as Franklin is moving to the west of Bermuda. This could move to the south of Bermuda. Either way, this is not going to come back and affect the U.S. again. I was also mentioning that we should have another update in the next about 6 or 7 minutes or so, as we'll keep note on the pressure, 942 millibars, and we'll see if this pressure continues to rise. Again, the eye wall encountering land right now, and this could weaken the storm even more in the 7 o'clock advisory. And of course, once it does make landfall around 8 o'clock, it's really hard to tell where the exact center of circulation is, because right now the rain has pretty much dissipated around the southeast portion of the eye. So there's this big area where we're seeing, and I'll show you this big area where we're not really seeing much in the way of rain at all. And so, in the first few frames, and I'll point it out right there, you can see the eye. It almost looks like the rain's starting to wrap around the eye. So you can tell the center of the circulation where the eye is about 18 miles away from making it to land. And this is a very small eye between the west and the east side.
On Bayshore in the
Quickly,
middle
I'm
of
sorry,
it.
Eric, let's just listen in for Walt. He's in Tampa.
From the overpass, yelled down at them some pretty choice words. What are you doing? Because very dangerous thing to do. So stay inside. We'll send you the pictures and stay off Bayshore Boulevard for the time being. Again, no idea when it will actually recede, where it will be drivable again. Back to you guys.
All right, let's go back to your report here, Eric.
Is that Bayshore Boulevard underwater?
That appears to be Bayshore.
And we talked about this. We talked about this yesterday. Very flood-prone area. And you know what? Tampa, about right now, downtown Tampa, getting that heavy rain. And that rain band's going to be with us in downtown for another 20 to 30 minutes before it does move away. And it's not just the rain, it's the wind that's pushing the water from Tampa Bay. So, what I like to call the bottle effect, right? You've got a bottle that's really wide at the bottom, and then it gets really narrow at the top. And so when you turn a bottle over, the water can't get out fast enough, right? It takes a while for that water to get out. But when you have kind of a bottleneck, and that's the Tampa Bay. That's Tampa Bay. When you have that bottleneck and the water's all trying to get in there, it can't stay in there, and it's gonna overflow throughout all of Tampa Bay. So again, that's what we're seeing already. And when high tide happens at noontime, it's just gonna keep getting worse by feet, not inches, but several feet between now and lunchtime.
Eric Stone, JB Biunno here with you. I was just messing with some audio to make sure that we never lose audio again, you guys. Apologies.
I heard it.
Yeah, sorry if that rang a little bit extra in your ear. Back here with you live. Let's go now to Tarpon Springs. This is Chloe's shot. You can see flooding here. We'll come back to this. We've also got Trevor Sahaki standing by for a live report. And not sure where Trevor has moved to, but he looks to be in a pretty safe location. I think that he's actually standing down based on his conversations with our control room.
Tarpon Springs, where Chloe is, I mentioned they're going to be getting hammered, and they are right now, in fact, from Clearwater Beach toward Bel Air. I would say just north of Indian Rocks, between Indian Rocks and Bel Air, that's where you're seeing the strongest rain, heaviest rain, Clearwater, Bay to Bay, the Intercoastal, all the way up to Palm Harbor, Tarpon Springs. So here comes the next round, even down toward Reddington and Matera Beach, north of St. Pete Beach. Here we go again. Let's just check the wind gusts. And, we're talking about power outages and why? I mean, look at St. Petersburg now. We've got 55-mile-per-hour wind gust in St. Petersburg, still at 46 at Tampa International, which, again, is on the western side of Hillsborough County. 48 Sarasota and also Venice. And now Clearwater with that heavy shower on the way. We're seeing 32-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Let's see if we have any update in. So now we're up to 4,000 people in Hillsborough County. So that has gone up in the past few minutes. And I do expect the Pinellas County value of 18,000 to also go up, especially once that rain band moves through. And again, you get that continued 50-plus mile per hour wind gust in Pinellas County.
Can you bring up Max Fender 8?
Yep.
Not sure if you passed this along already. I was reading some comments, but we have a tornado warning issued for Polk County and Hardy County and also Highlands County.
Yeah. This is the warning that we talked about when the viewer from Avon Park was asking. Now it looks like the storm is pretty much centered over Avon Park. It does look like it's weakening, though, as it moves into northwest Highlands County. But again, if you live in Frostproof, it looks like it'll move to the east of Lake Wales along 27 in Polk County, east of that, just west of Indian Lakes. Again, we are seeing a possibility of a tornado as a tornado warning is in effect as this rain band moves quickly to the northeast through Avon Park. So if you are in Avon Park, even Frostproof, Indian Lake, you definitely want to stay in an interior portion of your home as there could be a possible tornado on the ground.
Yeah, we noted this one earlier, and the reason why it popped up again, they have extended it to 7:30 Eastern time. So this tornado warning with that band, in particular of Idalia, in this area, this tornado warning isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Not expected to expire until at least 7:30 Eastern time. At least that's from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any signature. Usually we like to see, well, we don't like to see it, but when there is a possible tornado, we see a wraparound of green and red. And right now you're seeing some very light green, which again is some pretty strong wind, but I'm just seeing some very weak shear. So in my opinion right now, this is starting to get going, but I do not see a tornado on the ground as of right now. So that's good news.
Stand by, Eric. We got a lot of live reports that are coming in. Actually, Where is that signal? There's a lot of signals being bounced around at the moment. And, oh, wait a second. I think I know where that signal might live. Stand by. That would be here. Is that? No, hold on. Trying to remember what channel that one was on. Let's move around. We're bouncing around satellite signals right now in the stream center and trying to get up correct sat feed, because we do have, I think, our sat truck deployed. And wow, I can't find the channel for it.
So we're at 7:01. Let's see if there's an update. There should be. Oh, look at that. Now it's a Cat 3.
Oh, okay. It's been downgraded.
Yep. It's weak. Now remember, the track's going to stay the same. Remember, the pressure was 942. Now it's 947. So this is going to make landfall as a Cat 3. And now look at that. Back to 18 mile an hour, JB. So this thing is really cooking. The pressure's already starting to go up. It's the eye wall is making interaction with land. And I really believe that's helping to really weaken this storm.
Nicole Rogers? Or
So
not Nicole Rogers, that live interview that we just, that feed. Oh, okay. It had a live signal on it. That's why I got mixed. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, wow. That we had a live bug. Look, it's a long story. That was not a live feed that caught my attention. I was like, my goodness, is that happening right now? And I meant to punch it, and it was nowhere to be found. And Eric, I'm sorry. I'm interrupting.
No,
You
that's
continue.
fine. No, I've got everything that I wanted to say. You know, the storm's weakened a bit. It's going to make landfall as a Cat 3. And that's what it's looking like. It's not going to strengthen anymore. I really believe that, when we saw that eye kind of widen out and the rain dissipate in the southeast portion, I think that was a sign of weakening. And you could definitely see that in the wind as well as the pressure.
Yeah, okay. So, Category 3 Hurricane Idalia now expected to make landfall within the hour, roughly. So the 8 o'clock advisory could drop, and it could very well be, in fact, a landfall event. Let's look at the real-time Wobble tracker and show you what that model currently has. And, it really, I mean, this isn't going to give us the best view. Can you bring it up on Max Defender?
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
So it looks like rain is starting to fill in on the southern part of the eye. So let's put our ruler on here. And so right about here.
That's what. So okay. So this is good. That's where you estimate the eye to be.
So if it's moving in this direction, so yeah, 18 miles an hour. I'm telling you, man, this is going to be ever so close to 8 o'clock when this thing. It's moving at 18 miles an hour. We're at 5 after 7. So if it was 18 miles away, we'd be looking at 5 after 8. It's 17 miles away. So. It's going to be at or right before 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, pretty much at the latest.
Yep.
If that, and what's your confidence level on that being the center of the eye?
Oh, I'm very confident because now you can see this rain right here filling in on the southeast portion of the eye. Before, all of this was open, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you're starting to see it wrapping around this general area.
And that moves really the center of the eye to that location that you have marked with the blue line.
Yeah, which is what I thought, because in the beginning of this radar loop, you could see right here that the rain was all around the eye, and then all of a sudden, and I'll take this off so it doesn't look too messy. All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, now it's like, well, where's the eye at? It's hard to see, but now it's starting to fill in a little bit. So you're starting to see it a little bit better.
We've got a lot of live reports coming up. Reporters positioned around Tampa Bay and to the north of Tampa Bay, near where this landfall event is expected to occur within the hour on, of course, our landfall coverage of Tracking the Tropics. We've got Libby Dean on standby as well, our Capitol Bureau correspondent, who's going to be chiming in here in just a moment. But I see an entire grid of reporters giving the nod, the nod. And the nod, of course, means that they are talking to the control room saying, yes, I am ready. So when I see nods on the grid, that basically means that we are going to go through one after the other of live reports. We'll get to those live reports in just a moment, and then we'll go to Tallahassee for Libby's report and what's going on the northern side of the state. In the meantime, let's go to some of the comments that have been coming in. And a lot of comments about Brooksville right now, Eric.
Oh, Brooksville.
Let's really quickly go through Brooksville. Welcome to Vaderhood is the YouTube name there. What about Brooksville?
Vaderhood.
And then also as well, we've got Tanner Spencer as well with this comment, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. How's Hernando County going to be affected in Brooksville and having insane wind and didn't see a number on your map?
Let me see if some of the airports may have been actually, the sensors may have been malfunctioning. If it gets too windy, it could kind of blow apart the system, especially if there's power outages. So that may be why we're not seeing anything in Brooksville. So let's take a look. Yeah, I'm sure that's why we're not seeing anything in Brooksville. But if you were to what we call interpolate, meaning 46 mile per hour in Tampa, 23 in Inverness, so Brooksville will be somewhere in between, pretty close to tropical storm force wind gusts right now, over 40 miles an hour in Brooksville. So I'm sure it's very rainy in your neighborhood, and I should say very windy in your neighborhood. And of course, in regards to rain, we're definitely seeing that. So again, in the Brooksville area, we're not, there's a little break in the action, but eventually you're going to get some rain that's coming in from the south. But still seeing definitely at least a 40 mile per hour wind gust, and that's pretty consistent for the past couple of hours, and that will be consistent. So if you have lost power, I wouldn't be surprised. If not, you might lose power because, again, imagine a weak or dead tree limbs, big tree limbs that are getting that wind for an extended period of time. Eventually they snap, and if they, or they fall, and if they do into a power line, then that's usually the reason why we see these power outages.
Again, power outage information on WFLA.com. We're now going to get positioned for, again, our live reporters that are standing by for live reports across the Tampa Bay area. They are monitoring Hurricane Idalia. And let me point out something super important. The sun is coming up. Sunrise time is what time, Eric?
It should be right about now, pretty close to 10 after 7. It's 7:08, so the sun should be coming up. We should be seeing some light in the sky.
Okay, yeah, and I am seeing it across our grid. Our reporters are all of a sudden standing in a much just a better lit area, of course, with the sun coming up. So, yeah, I'm looking at Melissa. I'm looking at Nicole. I am looking at Chloe. Jeff. I want to see Jeff back on the grid. I do not see him at the moment. Libby Dean standing by from Tallahassee. She's actually at the Emergency Ops Center.
Check this out. I don't want to interrupt you, but
yeah,
we're starting to see the early signature of rotation and a possible tornado. This is along 17, north of 70. This is very rural DeSoto County. But again, this is what I was talking about with the green and, oh, wow. Now that last update, you see the red get deeper, the green get lighter. So we are definitely seeing, some rotation there. And what we do is we kind of say, okay, so this is moving 38 miles an hour away from the radar. This is moving 12 miles an hour toward the radar. So we are getting this circular motion in the atmosphere in northeast DeSoto County. And that is why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning on this cell that will go back to reflectivity, and we'll get rid of that. But that is why we're seeing rotation right there just south of the county line to the east of 17. So we'll be monitoring this rotation and this storm as it moves to the northeast because, again, tornado warning is in effect right there in that red box, as you can see.
Max Fender 8 radar being used, and of course, do people need to be taking shelter in that area? Right,
definitely.
I mean, well, not even taking shelter, but moving to an interior room, Eric?
I would definitely. I mean, it's not a tornado on the ground right now, but it's definitely signs of rotation and strengthening rotation. So definitely an interior portion of your room. Again, it's a very rural area of of
Just
northeast
the case
DeSoto
all
and
morning
eastern
long.
Hardin
This
County.
flooding just keeps spreading out further and further. But just before we came on, let's take a look at this. We can see it looks like a bunch of smoke coming out just behind those bushes, and this is right across the street from the Sponge Deck Marina here in Tarpon Springs. And we've got an electric company out here now. It looks like maybe an electrical box is on fire, so just make sure that you stay clear of that area as it is in water, so it could electrocute you if you get too close to it. And you can see there are also barricades that are almost now completely covered, that one in the middle of the intersection we saw earlier. And if you remember, we were actually parked way down that street earlier this morning at about 1 a.m. Then we had to move a little bit closer over here to this parking lot, and you saw that just about an hour ago. Now completely covered in water. And if you take a look down over here to my feet, my boots are almost completely under, and walking over this way only gets worse. Now you can see that the Anclote River, which is this river right here behind me, I don't know if you can tell the difference because it's hard to even tell ourselves that it is now level with the dock. So those boats are pretty level with the streets as well. And so now we are seeing that there's some lightning, and as the daylight comes, it is a blessing because one side of the street's lights actually went out. And so they might be working on trying to get that back up now too, but we're getting crews out here. We're seeing a lot of electric crews driving back and forth, and we haven't seen too much flooding as we've gotten out from this area in Tarpon Springs here over by the sponge docks, but there is more to come. We were seeing some debris, and we'll continue to update you throughout the morning. Back to you guys.
All right, that's Chloe Sparks reporting from Tarpon Springs. We're going to have other live reporters popping in there, and you can note that, look, power can be out on one side of the street and working on the other side of the street. But again, look at this shot. I mean, yeah, there's what could be a very small fire in that electrical box as well. Let's go next to our live reporter. This is now going to be Nicole Rogers.
Getting one of those bands in, I'd say we have pretty heavy wind gusts as well as rain. I'm going to step out of the way here so you could just kind of take a look. Throughout the past, I'd say 30 minutes, we've been seriously getting one of those bands from the hurricane. But we're now in Weeki Wachee, but we were in Aripeka, and that was a whole different story. We were getting ready to go live right before Governor DeSantis' press conference, and when that happened, we noticed that there was water coming up, and I have never seen it rise that fast. This is exactly why they are telling everyone to watch out for this storm surge. If you take a look at this video, this is just how quickly that water rose in Aripeka, and that's extremely important. That is why they say do not go out driving around in hurricanes, don't go storm casing, do not put your life at risk, because within just the couple of minutes that it took me and my photographer to load up our stuff into the car, just those couple of minutes, we were then driving in what seemed like a boat our now car was, and you can just see it in the video. So it is so important. You know, we have been reaching out to the Emergency Management Center, and they tell us that they are aware of the flooding, and they are going to be taking that into account and possibly seeing if they are going to be getting any rescue calls. And of course, we'll continue to keep you up to date with all the information. Right now, Hernando County, right here in Weeki Wachee, definitely getting one of those bands right now. And once again, storm surge, storm surge, storm surge. That is the biggest concern now. So just because you think, oh, I haven't really noticed that much wind or that much rain considerably, the storm surge is what we're really worried about. And we are really going to see a lot of flooding here in Hernando County, which is why they had those emergency evacuations west of US 19. Now, the last time that we saw anything like this here in Hernando County was Hurricane Hermine, and that's when they saw about 4 to 6 feet above sea level. Now we're talking 3 feet above that. So that is why it is really important that people did go to these shelters or you did use sandbags. Now is just the time to stay inside until help can eventually be on the way. Chris, Avery.
All right, and that's Nicole Rogers. And,
well said.
Yeah, we've got Jeff Patterson shot back up. And the reason why I'm paying very close attention to Jeff Patterson is simply because he's the one located closest. He's our veteran here, so he's the one located closest to the potential landfall location. I believe that he's coming up next. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give you guys, I'm going to punch up that shot. There's Jeff. and he's listening in for the control room right now. And you can now see that the sun obviously has come up in his location as well. So they're cleaning the lens, and we'll have Jeff's live report coming up here shortly. He is again in the area of Cedar Key, and it looks, if we show you guys Wobble Tracker, again, it looks like a landfall will be occurring as a Cat 3 in the area between Cedar Key and St. Mark. Still catastrophic storm surge expected, but Eric, look, you were noting that landfalls are never a good thing. When we're talking about hurricanes, tropical storms, they can bring catastrophic impacts, but this area between St. Mark's and Cedar Key is an area that is not as densely populated as many others across the Florida
right.
coast.
You know, you want to go several miles west toward Panama City or several miles east toward our neck of the woods, and yes, you've got a lot more population. Nicole said it great. You know, storm surge is what we need to worry about, and that's going to come in the next several hours up until about lunchtime or so. So you might think, oh yeah, I'm in the clear, I'm not seeing any flooding, but you know what? The winds are still out of the south. And look, at Weeki Wachee, Hernando County, the coastline is pretty much north to south, right? So once you get that southwesterly to westerly wind, that's when we're really going to see that water being pushed on shore. And of course, Weeki Wachee, I'm looking at radar still, some pretty hefty rainfall amounts there along 19 and south and west toward Hernando Beach. But you know what? If the power companies are out, they're probably not out right now fixing, restoring power. They wait until things improve.
Really start to see some of the impact of exactly what's going on. I'm going to have Joey Capistrand take a look down the street. We actually had to move our vehicle right where the water is cresting right now is where we were parked earlier. And for those who have been watching us for some time, I was standing down there in the water next to a small inn that is close to the Gulf of Mexico, and the first floor of that building was flooded. It was about above my knees. It is now significantly higher than that. As you can see the stop sign down there, the water is almost to the base of the sign itself. There is a street beyond that that is now completely covered by water, and so a lot of the buildings, their first floors are no doubt flooded at this time. There are some businesses and hotels that are down there overlooking the Gulf of Mexico. There are some docks out beyond that. We've noticed that people have taken their boats off of their davits and taken them inland, which is a good idea, but no doubt those docks at this point are completely underwater. The water came up very fast, and it has been continuously rising, but we are nowhere near high tide at this point, so the water's going to come up several feet still from where it is at this time, and you can just watch the wind push those waves over. There's some debris now floating up on the street by that stop sign, which is why we have moved up the hill. You can tell just behind me here that a number of tree limbs from this beautiful ancient old oak tree have now split off and fallen. I estimate this tree is probably several hundred years old. It's been a part of Cedar Key for a long, long time. But this is nature's pruning device that the hurricane coming through, and so it's shedding some of its branches and leaves. The tree seems to be rock solid at this point, but I'll just point out that there is a bed and breakfast here on the corner. We just checked a short time ago. They have a beautiful backyard here that people use for weddings and other things. Fortunately, the water has not reached that, but we understand from Hurricane Elsa, from talking to the owner here, that the water actually came up to the base of her backyard. She says it's never been into the building here, but if we still have several feet to go, it's going to be very close as to whether or not it reaches her first floor or not. And keep in mind, we're pretty high above the Gulf where we are. And so the fact that the water has reached where it is now is significant, and the fact that high tide is yet to come is pretty significant too. Let me see if I can walk around here and just show you what people have done, because, and I know I'm messing with Joey's white balance, but if you look up, people have moved all of their golf carts and things to the highest point of the island, trying to protect their property, which is a very smart move. And we still have about 10, 15 feet that we could go up the hill here to retreat if we need to. But we're keeping a close eye on this storm surge as it has been rising and coming up. But boy, I'm just watching it right now, and I can just see it's kind of sad to watch. The first floor of that building down there is just completely flooded right now. So they're going to have a lot of work to do to clean up. We saw some trees down in the streets of Cedar Key as we were driving to get to this point. The winds are picking up, as you may be able to tell around me right now, but that water is the problem, and it's going to continue to be the problem for several hours before high tide reaches here. So we're going to keep an eye on things, but it is significant to me that there is still water in the streets of Bayshore. It tells me that even though the storm has passed you, that the storm surge is still a factor down there, and it will be a factor here in Cedar Key for hours to come. So we've noticed some first responders out driving around, keeping a close eye on things, and we're going to continue to monitor it. But right now, I'll toss it back to you in the studios.
All right, Jeff Patterson reporting for us on WFLA News Channel 8. Hey, Eric, he noted that it's not high tide there just yet. I think he might be. Oh, okay, no, he's giving a thumbs up. He's done. You and I were thinking. We were both looking at each other in that moment about high tides. When is high tide there where he is in Cedar Key?
I think it's only in another couple of hours.
Okay.
Down here, let me try to punch it up. The tide levels, because I want to be exact here. But they're getting wind that is directly. Let's see, high tide Wednesday, 3:49. Let's get to the right date here. 30th. It looks like 1:45 p.m. It looks like the high tide was at 2:35 a.m. and the high tide is at 1:45 p.m. So it's still several hours away.
Okay.
Before, but what I want to show is the fact that look, the wind is coming right on shore in Cedar Key right now. See that? But look what's happening along our coast. It's almost paralleling, right? So you look at Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, and Pinellas County, at least from Clearwater Beach northward, and you're seeing a big difference in where the water to our north is being pushed on shore, but the water in our coastal counties are being pushed parallel to that. So again, once this wind shifts out of the southwest, that's when we're going to see Citrus, Hernando, Pasco counties really start to see. But again, we're seeing the water being pushed into the bay because of that south wind, right? That's why we're seeing Bayshore flooding toward downtown, and maybe even now toward the town and country area, toward where Oldsmar would be, but not quite into Oldsmar, and even into St. Petersburg. So again, we're starting to see that south wind really increase those water levels into Tampa Bay. But again, once this wind shifts to the southwest, it's going to be a direct push, right? It's going to push that water directly into Tampa Bay from the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, it's just pushing what's already in the bay to the northern part of the bay. But once we get this Gulf of Mexico water being pushed in the bay, and that's going to happen around lunchtime, we're starting to see those really, really high storm surge impacts. And not just here, but in Pinellas County. And look, once we get to Hernando and Citrus County, once we get that southwest wind, it's going to push that water right onto the coast. And I bet you Crystal River's really going to see the impacts of that storm surge.
We're trying to get Jeff Patterson up on the grid and joining us here live on Tracking the Tropics. Jeff, if you can hear us, we're just trying to get your shot available. Not seeing your shot, and if you can, give us a thumbs up. I'm not seeing you on the grid at the moment, but I do know that you're called in and listening to the Stream Center feed, so we'll try to get you in here momentarily and try to pass that along. As far as monitoring Wobble Tracker and just really the center of the eye, Eric, this is getting closer now.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, those rain bands continue to work their way into our area, and that will be the case throughout much of the morning. So we'll be watching this as we're expecting a landfall between Cedar Key and St. Mark's momentarily. It's 7:25. Again, I say pretty close to the 8 o'clock hour. In fact, it looks like the eye right there has already made landfall, at least the northern portions of the eye. But an official landfall isn't until the center of the storm makes its way onto land. So we're moments away from that happening.
All right. Trying to get Jeff Patterson in with us. I want to bring in for the first time as we await Jeff Patterson. I'd like to bring in Libby Dean, if I may. Libby is joining us from the Emergency Operations Center, where Governor DeSantis just spoke a short time ago. And Libby, I know it might be a little bit loud in that room. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we took Governor DeSantis for a little bit. The entire press conference, Libby, streamed on WFLA.com. But can you give us the highlights from Tallahassee with what's going on with the state's response so far with Idalia?
Yeah, of course. They have been preparing up here for, over a week. And this is something that they have done over and over. And we saw this during Ian when I was up here to cover it. But the highlights from the press conference, we heard from several state officials, including, the governor, Florida Director of Emergency Management, Director Kevin Guthrie, and also for the first time we had a Leon County commissioner join in on that. Just kind of emphasizing this affecting the, more of the panhandle region.
Hold on 1 second here, Libby. Hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Let's listen in.
Y'all are okay? Swam in that like a trooper.
And the fire departments,
Yep. You guys, what
coming
happened?
And getting us. They carried out one of my
Didn't see it coming, really. I took the dog for a walk at like 3:30 in the morning. Everything was fine. Stream was fine. Went back in, looked outside like an hour later, and it was halfway up the trailer.
Oh my God.
That terrible.
What are you thinking as that water's rising?
I'm thinking, what am I going to do? I didn't know my dog could swim so good.
So sweet.
All right, guys, on the road. Yes, sir.
Wow, a dog rescue that Beth just...
Dog and people. There are a lot of people.
Yeah, they got 3 pups. Good job, y'all. Look at them.
This is why we say evacuate. Thank God they're safe.
I believe that we have Jeff Patterson back on the line. Libby, we're going to come back your way in a little bit, so stand by. We haven't forgotten about you, but yeah,
stand by.
This is a live picture from Beth's location. And again, it looks like a few people, a few dogs. We're still trying to get the exact particulars here of what just transpired with a rescue from the impact area. They're going to be going to Beth in this live report here. Jeff, stand by. We're going to be coming your way next. We're in a... Beth is being told by the control room, just hold on a moment. They're trying to get to her shot. That's why she's listening for cues in her AirPod. So let's listen for Beth now.
Hey, Avery, I got to walk you over here right now. You can see these people unloading from the truck with their dogs. These are people who were just rescued from their homes here in Pasco County. I'm going to see if I can grab one of them just to talk to them really quick. We were talking briefly just a second ago. What happened?
It just started rising, just so quickly.
What are you thinking as that water's coming up?
I didn't know what I was going to do until these guys showed up. I was going to actually stay and swim in my house.
How grateful are you to them?
So grateful, so grateful.
All right.
Me and my dog.
I was going to say, the pups made it out too.
Yes, he did.
Who is this?
This is Egan.
Oh, Egan, you made it. Thank goodness. I'm so glad y'all are safe. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Go somewhere and get dry, okay? This is what's happening in Pasco County. The water rose so quickly. Charles and I experienced it for ourselves. We were about to go live. We went live and we said, well, we have a couple more minutes. No, we had to get out of there as quickly as possible. Follow me just a little bit. I want to show you the situation that we've got going on here. Again, rescues are what's happening. We got county crews that are out here. Fire rescue has several calls for water rescues at this point. You can see this is Old Dixie Highway. This is what leads to that portion of Hudson Beach where we've been all morning long. That is a mile down the road. The whole road looks like this. I was standing at the seawall earlier this morning with just an inch of water underneath my boots. Now look at it. Take a look. My boots are covered a mile from that spot. This is the middle of the road. And I want to show you something else. If we point this direction, US 19 is right there. Water is going all the way up to US 19. Severe flooding on Old Dixie Highway, which is where we are again. Power outages, we're starting to see those happen as well. More than 5,000 in between Withlacoochee and Duke Energy. So be mindful of that. There are power outages in the area. These crews out here doing amazing work, rescuing people, trying to get them out of their homes. All the streets back in this area are flooded. Keep in mind, like we've been saying, this is not high tide, okay? And storm surge is the concern. Right now, as you can see, yes, we're worried about businesses and homes, but people are what matter. You can see they are being rescued, and we're just hoping for more safe rescues. Gonna send it back to y'all.
All right, Beth Rousseau reporting in the Hudson area, and we're gonna now switch over to News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson, who's called in specifically to us on Tracking the Tropics. Hey, Jeff, if you can hear us, you are live with Eric Stone and myself. Hey, it's good to see you in the Max Defender 8 storm vehicle, and it's good to see you smiling, my friend. How are things going out there? You're our reporter closest to this landfall location, and landfall is imminent at this hour, as we understand it.
Yeah, we've been monitoring it, as you know, all night, JB, and we've moved into the Max Defender 8 vehicle just to get out of the rain for a bit and out of the way of some falling storm debris. So I'm going to have Joey Capistran, my photographer, who's sitting to my left, take a shot outside. I want to show you something that, look at that stop sign. To the left of the stop sign is a storm surge indicator. The water right now is, as you can see, around 9 feet. I just spoke to someone from Tampa, from the Cedar Key Fire Rescue, and he told me that they just received an advisory telling them to expect a storm surge of up to 16 feet. Joey and I noted that the gauge doesn't even go up that high. I believe it peaks at 12, and so it has a long way to go. If Joey will pan to your right just a bit, I'm going to show you something a little bit sad, and that is a hotel that is there on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico, and you can see that the first floor of that building is just flooded. You can tell the water just kind of, the waves cresting above the windows right now. And if we still have another, 6 feet or more of storm surge to go, just about all of that building may be underwater. You're looking at some debris that has washed just up the street here. When we had that shot at the stop sign is the end of one street. There's another street that normally goes along the Gulf of Mexico that is completely underwater at this point. And so, the first floor of the buildings that kind of face the Gulf, they're now underwater. There are some hotels and other buildings there. We were downtown in Cedar Key earlier. We had to leave that location because the water was rising rapidly. Some of those businesses are experiencing flooding at this point. I've been here through Hurricane Hermine in 2016, Hurricane Elsa in 2021, and I know that downtown Cedar Key flooded with those storms, and the water was about at the level that it is now when those businesses downtown flooded. So, they're experiencing that as we're speaking right now, and of course, we won't be able to get out and see that for several hours until the water goes back down, because we're not expecting high tide for 4 more hours here. So we've got a long way to go through this, JB.
All right. Jeff Patterson is joining us from near where landfall is going to be occurring, we believe, again, in the next hour, as we bring up Wobble Tracker and our entire team. Let's actually get Jeff Patterson loaded up here, and then you guys can see the entirety of our team. And there's Jeff in the top right. So let's just quickly review and show everybody, show faces. Jeff Patterson there in the top right. Libby Dean is joining us from Tallahassee. Meteorologist Eric Stone is with me here in the Stream Center, and I'm monitoring your hashtag, Hey JB, really all the hashtag comments coming in from our Facebook Live, YouTube Live audience. Jeff Patterson, you're on with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone. Let's bring you guys up here together. Eric, take it away.
Yeah, Jeff, I just want to ask you, when we see these storm surge at 8, 9, 10 feet, it comes up pretty quickly. Now, you had showed us a route behind you of where you're going to go once that storm surge continues to rise. It did look like there were a lot of downed trees on the road. Do you have an escape route, and how far do you have to go? How high up is that escape route? Because it looks like that storm surge is going to increase by at least another 4 to 6 feet as you get close to high tide.
Yeah, and that's a great question. I'm sure people, who are watching this are wondering, how do those guys get out safely? We've got another, I'd say, 8 to 10 feet from where we are, and then if we back straight up the street here, another 10 feet beyond that. So, we're going to be safe, and plus the owner of the Cedar Key Bed and Breakfast has been nice enough to, because, I've stayed here through several storms, has been nice enough to give us keys to the upstairs. If we have to, we can go even higher than that. So, she tells me that the water has never come into that building. It's a 125-year-old building. It's going to be closed tonight.
Big shout out to Joey Capistran, who's providing us with the Max Fender 8 Storm Chaser vehicle pictures there, as well as we again show the entire team. We just engaged a new digital audience. Welcome to Tracking the Tropics on WFLA Now. I'm JB Biunno here with you in the Stream Center alongside meteorologist Eric Stone. We've got Libby Dean joining us from Tallahassee, Florida, and Jeff Patterson, who's joining us near Cedar Key as we expect Hurricane Idalia as a Category 3 storm to make landfall probably within the next half hour. The 8 o'clock advisory about 23 minutes away. Hey, Jeff, you and I have been on stream for a good amount of storms now, and even before I joined the WFLA team, you've covered a lot of storms. We're talking about, of course, Ian, I'm sure Irma as well. The I storms tend to, for some reason, we find ourselves at that section of the alphabet. Here we are with another I storm in Idalia. You've seen it all with your two eyes, whether behind the goggles or not. You've seen a lot in your day. How does this compare with some of the storms that you've witnessed as a reporter yourself?
Each one of these storms is unique. They have their own kind of quirky characteristics. And you talk about the ice storms. I can remember in particular being up in the Panhandle for Hurricane Ivan when it hit. And we had, been on the barrier islands as the storm was approaching, but we retreated pretty far inland up on the other side of the, water there, up a hill. And sadly, that night when Hurricane Ivan was hitting the barrier islands, some people had elected to stay. And I heard the 911 calls. The sheriff played them for us in the days after the storm because he wanted to hear what unfortunately, his 911 communication center operators had to hear, and that is people begging for help. They were saying, please come get us, please come rescue us. The water's rising. And of course, it's not safe for the first responders to go out at that time, which is why, we always say, please get out before the storm hits. And you can see some debris kind of floating by now there. That appears to be a dock that was out there that I mentioned, or perhaps the deck of someone's home kind of floating by there now. But people were pleading for help and saying that the water's rising. Unfortunately, when they went into their attics of their home, they had not brought any tools, any axes or anything like that to break through the top of their roof. And so they were trapped in their attics and they died there that night. The sheriff wanted us to hear that. And I'll never forget those 911 calls as people, just begging for help. So that's why we always ask people to leave. And I've even seen on social media today and through the night, some of the people that I know saying, the media is overhyping this. It's not that bad. We've been through worse. Well, the winds around that eye wall, as Eric can talk about, are very strong. This is a pretty powerful hurricane, but it's a very compact hurricane. Not, like Irma that we saw, certainly, which was a much larger storm. Charlie, not quite as large, powerful winds. That's why I say each one of these hurricanes is different, and I've been through them all. So, wind and rain, not really bad in Cedar Key right now, but if you look down the street, that storm surge is starting to come up. So that's why we're keeping our eye on it.
Yeah, and Jeff, I just wanted to ask you, in all of these storms, you always see these people that try to spectate, or they want to get out there and watch, and you see these people that don't listen to the evacuations. Are you seeing that in Cedar Key? I mean, it looks pretty desolate, which is good news. Maybe people have listened this time.
Well, I'm pretty thankful that Joey Capistrand is a very alert photographer, because he switched the camera from outside to inside to see my smiling face, because there was a guy jogging by here wearing his tennis shoes, his jogging shorts, and no shirt. It wasn't a pretty sight. It also wasn't very smart. So I realized, you want to get in your exercise and everything like that. But there's a lot of things flying through the air right now. There's a lot of debris coming down all around us, which is why we're sitting in the vehicle right now. And so we saw earlier, or actually, I guess overnight, we saw 2 young men with their shirts off, down in downtown Cedar Key, kind of whooping it up. Maybe they had been to a hurricane party, and maybe they had over-imbibed. It certainly looked that way. And you see that all of the time. The other thing that we've seen out here is there was a lot of media out here. Many of them have now retreated off of the barrier island. Jim Cantori was here on Cedar Key. I don't know if he's still here or not, but he was here earlier. There are some crews, and there are some storm chasers that are out, and so that's the kind of thing that we're seeing here overnight.
DOT,
wow.
1.
Yeah,
I can't pull it up.
Hearing some audio there from Libby. Jeff, we've got 2 minutes with you left before we got to let you get back to your work on television. Libby, I know that you had a question for Jeff. We've got 2 minutes here.
Yeah, Jeff, this morning when we heard from the governor, I had asked him about those who stayed in Cedar Key, about those 100 people that we're hearing that stayed. What are you learning about those people who are still there, hunkering down? That was the key word today at the press conference this morning, those 100 hunkering down. What do you think about that?
So, a lot of people here on Cedar Key have been through, many storms. And a lot of them want to keep an eye on their property, their businesses. I saw a man downtown earlier before we had to retreat up the hill. He was just outside kind of checking on his business. I've seen some homeowners out kind of checking around the perimeter of their property. Frankly, there's people that are concerned about the potential for looters. There is a point you cannot leave Cedar Key. You have to make a decision. Am I staying or am I going? Because the approach road coming in here is no doubt underwater right now. We couldn't leave at this point if we wanted to. But since I've been through many storms here, I know that, we've still got 15 feet to go up the hill if we have to, if the storm surge continues to rise. So there's always going to be people who feel that they are safe in their homes. We certainly hope that no one in a trailer or a manufactured home, mobile home, or an RV is staying in that, because it's just not safe. I've seen those vehicles blow over time and time again. Even with tie-down straps, they will come loose and they will blow over, and that's when you have fatalities. The other time you have fatalities is the storm surge, but people who live on this island and know it know that they have a place to go up the hill if they have to.
We've been told, Jeff, and we're looking here at Wobble Tracker. We're looking here at Max Fender 8 radar. As we see some video now from your vehicle, from Joey, you can just see all this stuff being pushed in by this storm surge. Jeff, we got to let you go back to, of course, WFLA News Channel 8. Our control room needs you. But before you depart, we've been told that landfall is imminent. A landfall advisory could drop at any moment. What is your plan for the next few minutes, the next hour or so?
We're going to keep an eye on that rising water and retreat as necessary.
All right, Jeff Patterson reporting for us at Cedar Key. Jeff, stay safe out there. We always appreciate seeing you. And look, just to make you smile for a second, we had one comment from YouTube Live saying that you look and sound like Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs. I don't know if you've ever gotten that before, Jeff, but it's always great to see you smiling, my friend. So figured I'd pass that along from our YouTube Live audience.
All right, thanks. That's what my sister says, but
A man of many words and then oftentimes few words. Thanks so much, Jeff. We appreciate your time.
All right, take care.
All right, back here with you live, folks. It is JB Biunno and, of course, Eric Stone. Eric, we're talking about landfall now.
Let's take a look at our max defender 8 radar, because right now what I'm seeing is the center of circulation pretty much right over land. And what are we looking at? About 745. So again, this storm's moving quickly. The eye wall is well on shore, and it will continue to push on shore. And I think in the next 5 to 10 minutes, or even before 8 o'clock, the National Hurricane Center will come out with a landfall advisory, giving you exactly the wind, the pressure, and how fast it's moving. And it does look like it will be a Category 3 storm. But as for the rest of us, I mean, we are still dealing with a lot of rain. A lot of rain, a lot of wind, especially into Pinellas and Hillsborough, coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. And this is what we're going to see the next several hours this morning and even into the afternoon as these rain bands continue to come in. I don't see any tornado warnings right now, but still tornado watch boxes out from Hillsborough, Polk County northward into Citrus County. So again, let's just take a look and see. It's probably a little too early to see if the landfall advisory. Oh, look at this. Look at this. 745. This is most
new
likely.
Advisory has dropped.
So let me just confirm that this is. I told you it doesn't take long, does it? It only took a minute.
The advisory is loading into our computer, but it hasn't officially dropped. But it could be any second from the National Hurricane Center.
So that's right. It still says 5 a.m. So they're in the process of, again, this situation is evolving. We're in the process of getting this landfall advisory right now. Here's an update. Here we go. 745, extremely dangerous Category 3 makes landfall in the Florida Big Bend. Doesn't say exactly where.
Interesting.
Somewhere between, obviously, Cedar Key and St. Mark's. It made landfall at the coast of Florida Big Bend. Oh, near Keaton Beach.
Keaton Beach.
So
we talked about Keaton Beach.
We did talk about Keaton. Somebody asked about Keaton Beach. At 7:45, data from Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate maximum sustained wind were near 125 miles per hour, which again is a strong Category 3 major hurricane. Minimum pressure estimated at landfall at 9:49. So again, this really started to weaken, and I do account that in regards to the eye wall making its way onto land over the past hour and a half or so. Within the past hour, a station at Keaton Beach reported sustained wind, 61 miles per hour.
Stand by for a breaking update. Here we go.
Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Breaking news on Tracking the Tropics. Hurricane Idalia officially makes landfall according to the National Hurricane Center as a Category 3 hurricane. The landfall location, Keaton Beach. Eric Stone, myself, live in the Stream Center with live pictures coming in from across the viewing area and, of course, in the area where landfall has occurred. This is a live picture from Cedar Key. We are engaging a new digital audience here on Tracking the Tropics. Welcome in. We have officially now heard of a landfall designation by the National Hurricane Center, and it's at Keaton Beach. This is a live picture from Cedar Key. Let's send things over to meteorologist Eric Stone, who's looking at the latest on Max Defender 8 radar. And Eric, right before 8 o'clock, just as we expected.
Yeah, exactly. And boy, it did take the National Hurricane Center but a minute or two to issue this landfall advisory. Keaton Beach, between almost halfway between Cedar Key and St. Mark's. And again, it's moving so fast. It's moving at 18 miles per hour. But you can see that pressure is now at 949. I believe it was 942, 943. Right around 7 o'clock. So as the pressure increases, the strength of the storm decreases. So yet again, we're still talking about a major hurricane, a Cat 3. At one point, National Hurricane Center had this as a Cat 4 right around 6 o'clock this morning at winds at 130 miles per hour. But still, it's a powerful major hurricane that has just made landfall in the Big Bend area of the state of Florida. And it's not done yet. It's going to impact southeast Georgia, as well as the Carolinas as a Category 1 hurricane into a tropical storm eventually heading into Thursday and Friday.
All right, so Keaton Beach, what do we know about Keaton Beach that we can pass along to our audience. We're talking about an area that doesn't have a tremendous amount of people. It is a very rural community and a very look. This is a marshy area. When you think of, it's not Clearwater Beach. Clearwater Beach is going to be beautiful, crystal white sand, and of course that picturesque postcard-looking beach. Keaton Beach is more. It's more marshy. I mean, I think that's the best way to describe it. And if you're talking about an area, and we brought this up earlier, but we want to re-emphasize, if you're talking about areas in Florida that you don't want to see get hit with hurricanes, it's of course the major urban areas such as Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, or obviously inland, Orlando, a storm sweeping across the central part of the peninsula hitting Orlando, or a storm hitting Pensacola, even smaller communities such as Panama City Beach. As far as landfall locations, Keaton Beach is just more remote, not as many people there. I don't want to say that this is a best case scenario situation because we're talking about a major hurricane making landfall in Florida, but not too bad as far as landfall locations go. Eric.
No, so I'm looking at Keaton Beach. There's just under 13,000 people that live there. But the superstorm actually devastated Keaton Beach in 1993 when JB was just a little boy. Hey, but you know what? I was up in New Hampshire in that superstorm in 1993, and we picked up about 3 foot of snow. So that storm in 93 not only affected Florida, but affected the whole East Coast. So yet again, we do have a landfalling hurricane. If you know the Perry area south of I-10, it's about 22 miles to the south of Perry. And again, I'm just looking up stats right now on Keaton Beach, and again, it's very sparsely populated, so that's good news. About 13,000 people, and again, seeing some devastation now, but definitely known to have storms impact that area.
Yeah. So look, it's not the news that you want to hear if you're a resident of Keaton Beach. Believe me, we understand that. We've covered a lot of storms on this program, and we know that you never want to be the landfall area. You don't want to be one of these coastal communities in the Big Bend region, but we sincerely hope that as many people in this area, Keaton Beach and the surrounding communities, followed evacuation orders, were able to get out, get to a safe location, as Eric noted, hopefully travel west on I-10, getting out of there. But we do know that there's going to be a lot of communities along the Big Bend area that are just going to be, forever impacted is perhaps extreme, but this area is going to be marked by this storm for a significant amount of time, potentially years. We're talking about a major Category 3 at landfall, not a Category 4, did weaken a little bit, Eric, between, of course, it being right offshore. But, I mean, we're talking here about just a few miles per hour difference, right, in max wind speed.
Yeah, and when you look at Jeff Patterson and what he was showing at Cedar Key, and you saw that pole there that has the storm surge
there goes
numbers on it.
The stop sign might be going down here.
Yeah. That stop sign within the hour is definitely going down. But I mean, you're looking at 9 to 10 foot storm surge already, right? And that's still a ways away from Keaton Beach. So again, that storm surge is going to continue east of the storm. And boy, I mean, I hate to say it, but as this tide gets higher in Cedar Key, I wouldn't be surprised if it does eclipse that 12 foot. It looks like 12 is about as high as it goes. No one probably ever expected that it would get higher than that. But boy, I tell you, some devastation, especially east of the storm with this storm surge. It's really sad to see because it's what we saw down in Southwest Florida last year with Ian.
Can we bring up Max Defender 8?
Yeah.
I want to show folks what we're talking about as far as the center of the eye crossing over land, because that's what the National Hurricane Center looks for. That is when they issue their advisory, and really right on cue, right before 8 o'clock. We said it might be 8 on the dot. It was a little bit before 8 because this storm was moving fast, and we hope it continuously moves fast because we want it to just breeze over Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina and get back into the Atlantic. But here you can see on Max Defender 8, Eric, that is where the eye is, and it is officially over land.
So, yeah, I backed this up to 745 so you can see the official landfall. So, again, in the Perry area, they are right now in that northern eye wall. They are experiencing winds over 100 miles per hour and wind gusts probably over 120 as this moves to the northeast and just to the east of Perry. But Perry's going to be under the gun for the next hour or so with triple-digit wind speeds. Soon to be the Mayo area, Live Oak, just to the west of Lake City. Lake City, you're going to experience hurricane force wind. Cross City, Brantford, and again, the intersection of I-75 and I-10, and then eventually into Georgia in the Valdosta area toward eventually Brunswick and Savannah, Georgia. So again, just because it made landfall doesn't mean the damage is done. The damage is still occurring, and it will be for the next several hours and even the next day or so as this tracks towards the Carolinas.
Okay, so here's what I'd like to do next, and you can help me with this. I want to show everybody the live shot from Jeff Patterson's Max Defender 8 Storm Chaser vehicle, and this is G Street and look, we can bring this up exactly. G Street, Cedar Key. And what I'd like to do is then compare on Max Defender 8 how far he is away to give people some perspective, because Cedar Key is one of the more populated areas in the Big Bend section of Florida. So he's a good distance away, but I'd like to just get a mile count on it.
Now we played the guessing game. Yes. Oh, there goes a stop sign.
Oh, it's about
you see
to
that?
go. Yeah,
Yep.
it's almost completely underwater.
How many miles would you say from Cedar Key to Keaton Beach?
Let's see. I want to look at it.
You can see Cedar Key's at the bottom of your screen. Keaton Beach is pretty much where the eye just made landfall. What do you think?
64 miles.
Okay, I was going to say about 60. So let's see. Here's Cedar Key. Oh, let's get the... Come on. There we are. All right, so Cedar Key... all the way. Oh, why are you doing this to me? Don't do this to me.
You're trying to get the ruler tool, right?
I've got it. Okay, here we go. Now it works. Oh, can I 59 miles.
59.
So very close to 60 miles. Either way, Jeff is far away from the center. And if you want to do from eye wall to eye wall, look, it's only about 28 miles.
We'll go back to that. Sorry, I was live punching up Jeff's
Oh, no,
shot.
that's fine.
Yep.
But we're only about 28 miles from the western portion of the eye wall to the eastern portion of the eye wall. The eye itself, in its widest, and we talked about this yesterday, was only about 10 miles, right? And I tell you, the eye's obviously going to fill in, but it's such a compact storm. And you know what? Being in such a rural area, that's good news, because, you're really seeing the devastation around that 30-mile or so area between, we'll even go from the northern eye wall to the southern eye wall and show you that, yet again, it's about 30 miles. So, you know how technology is, how computers are. It likes to hone in on the camera. It's like, no, we don't want the camera. We want this tool. But there we go. So again, it's about 30 miles from eye wall to eye wall, which is an improvement. I mean, it could be 60, 80 miles. Northport, 4 hours into the eye wall last year with Ian. We're not going to see that in Perry, maybe 30 to 45 minutes, hour at most. So again, things could be a lot worse with this storm.
I'm going to bring Libby back in here in just a moment. Would you do me the kindness, because so many people are asking about Tallahassee? Can you draw a line from the eye to Tallahassee? Because that's Florida's capital. We have a lot of viewers joining us from Tallahassee. They are seeing, fringe impacts, of course, from Idalia at this very moment. So let's tell people exactly how far.
Yeah, I mean, a good, 58 or so miles from Tallahassee. And let's pull up Tallahassee radar, because our Max Defender 8 is located in Riverview near Tampa. So we don't necessarily get radar as far out as Tallahassee. So let's look at Tallahassee radar, because from what you saw from Max Defender 8, it didn't look that bad, right?
Wow, look at that. This is the Tallahassee radar.
This is the National Weather Service
Interesting.
Tallahassee radar. And again, you can see that they're getting the still pretty heavy outer band of Idalia, but nowhere near what Perry is getting right now in that eye wall. So again, Tallahassee, the possibility of hurricane force wind gusts, more likely. But and I'll even zoom in closer to downtown Tallahassee, and you can see that big dot there is actually where the radar site is. So the beams will emit from that. So you can see the heaviest rain is pretty much east of Tallahassee right now. And when you go west along I-10, there's really not much there. So Tallahassee definitely being spared in this system. I have friends that live up in Monticello. They were asking me yesterday, hey, what's the storm going to do with us? Again, hurricane force wind along I-10 from Tallahassee eastward, especially wind gusts. And then there's St. Mark's that we've been talking about, where they are picking up a lot of rain, but you're not getting the storm surge because you're on the western side of the storm. So folks that live in Tallahassee, you may experience hurricane force wind gusts, but again, you're 60 miles out, so probably not. You're probably going to be more likely seeing tropical storm force wind 50, 60 miles per hour in Tallahassee.
All right, and that's where I want to pivot to our reporter in Tallahassee, and that's, of course, Libby Dean, who's joining us from the Emergency Operations Center. Directly over her shoulder is where Governor DeSantis has been speaking this morning and has been delivering press conferences. Good morning to you again, Libby. We were just looking at Tallahassee on radar. We have a lot of folks joining us from Tallahassee. How are things there?
It's just me.
Yeah, I'm at the state EOC, and things here, I actually just walked outside, and the rain is definitely picking up, wind is picking up, but as Eric said, we're not getting the brunt of this. Obviously, we just saw that landfall is in Keaton Beach. I mapped on my phone how far I am from that, about 75 miles. So not anything crazy here thus far, but obviously state officials, we just heard from them. Their main message today is hunker down.
Before I forget, because I can get very scatterbrained on stream when we have a lot of feeds coming in, a lot of questions to answer. I saw out of the corner of my eye during the morning press conference with DeSantis, did the lights flicker or go out, Libby? Was there a moment?
Yeah. We had 2 power outages actually during that press conference. One kind of at the beginning, and then when the U.S. Coast Guard representative was speaking, the power also went out there. And Kevin Guthrie, came to the lectern and said, right on time, because after 5 seconds, the power came back on here at the state EOC because they obviously have those generators. Obviously, I'm staying dry here, a lot different than those reporters you've been going to in the field. But yeah, reports from state officials are expected later and soon as this makes landfall.
And what is the big message that DeSantis and emergency officials are passing along to Floridians as far as assistance and as far as the state's response and also federal aid as well? What do they want people to know as far as the message from Tallahassee?
The biggest thing that caught my attention during the governor's press conference today was at the top him saying, warning of that storm surge that could reach 16 feet. So that's one thing, but I'll just give you a few numbers of what the state is doing right now. So we've got about 56-ish power outages last time I checked, and they've already restored about 100,000 of those. And then we have 30,000 linemen that are staged and ready. And I actually just spoke with the director of emergency management, Kevin Guthrie, and he told me that some of those linemen are actually coming all the way from Nebraska. We also have, guardsmen on standby and the U.S. Coast Guard ready and prepped. The thing is, as this makes landfall in Keaton Beach, they're up here in Tallahassee and across the state prepared, but they can't really do anything until, it passes, because they're not going to put those first responders in harm's way. That's why they tell people to evacuate. And that's why they started, prepping for this a week ago here at the state EOC.
Before we let you go, Libby, you're our political correspondent covering all things Tallahassee. And of course, as a result of covering all things Tallahassee and Florida politics, you also cover all things Governor DeSantis. Governor DeSantis is currently the governor of Florida. He's also campaigning for president of the United States. How do those two intersect? Obviously, his number one and really probably only priority right now, of course, is assisting the state that he governs, the state of Florida, and assisting in the state response to Hurricane Idalia. But how does this impact things on the campaign trail? Of course, he is still actively campaigning for president.
Yeah, that's obviously the next big question. Obviously, the priority here is Floridians and lives that are at stake with Idalia. But the next question is what this means for his campaign. Could it be, the shot in the arm that his campaign, needed? DeSantis is a strong leader. When I spoke to him, and asked him questions about the campaign trail, I've asked a few. Now, I think 3, obviously not the priority here, but when I asked today about the fact that, his GOP rival, former President Donald Trump, hasn't commented, and he is a Florida resident, he said, he's not focused on that. And that's something that he has also compared his gubernatorial campaign during Ian to now his presidential campaign during Idalia.
And final question regarding DeSantis and just the political landscape right now that, of course, is fascinating to me. I'm sure it's fascinating to others as well, is that DeSantis has not been shy in his remarks about President Biden. But when it comes to natural disasters, when it comes to Mother Nature leaving her mark with hurricanes and tropical storms, federal and state resources have to work together. It is so common in the aftermath of a disaster for the president of the United States to visit the impact area and meet with the governor of that state. Could we see, and what might it look like, and how tense would it be for President Biden, representing, of course, the federal government, and Governor DeSantis representing the state that is being impacted by the storm, to see them together touring Florida? That could happen within the week, depending, of course, on Biden's schedule, DeSantis' schedule. We've got DeSantis actively campaigning for president. Joe Biden himself is seeking another 4 years in office. They could be on the ground together at some point in the next week. We don't know that for sure yet, but that could be happening at some point soon, Libby.
Of course, yeah. And if President Biden does come here to the Sunshine State, he's going to be, side by side with the governor. And what that looks like for the governor's campaign will be really interesting, because if you think about campaigns like Chris Christie's, and when Obama came after that hurricane, that wasn't a good look. And people were saying Chris Christie should drop out of the race after that kind of bipartisanship. So what will it look like for Governor DeSantis' campaign and any bipartisanship that is shown here when it comes to working together with state and federal response? We saw FEMA up here at the lectern speaking earlier, or I guess that was late yesterday. But they say that they're working with their federal partners, but also Governor DeSantis has spoken with President Biden, and I expect as landfall and this continues on into Georgia, that the governor will have more details when it comes to any communication with the White House.
Thank you, Libby. We got to get back to Jeff Patterson. Stand by.
Water was about midway up on the pole. Now it has just about knocked the stop sign over. As Joey pans to the left, you can see the storm surge gauge there on a telephone pole. Maybe half an hour ago, the water was at the 8-foot level. Now it is cresting above 10 feet. I just spoke a little while ago to a man from the Cedar Key Fire Rescue Department. He tells me that the storm surge is expected to go to 16 feet at some point, because right now we're basically at low tide. The gauge on that telephone pole only goes up to 13 feet. So that should tell you a lot. And you're looking right now at some of the debris that has washed up as the Gulf of Mexico has come in and pushed above a street that is down there. We watched a short time ago a dock float by. Someone lost the dock off the front of their building, and so that's just a lot of debris that has now washed up, and certainly some businesses that are downtown are now underwater. There's the Cottages Motel. As you can tell, the first floor of that motel is now sadly underwater. They're going to have a lot of cleanup to do. And a number of businesses and homes that face the Gulf of Mexico here in Cedar Key, especially in the low-lying areas now, are certainly underwater. So there's going to be a lot of cleanup that has to be done. in this area. And we have noticed some people from Cedar Key Fire Rescue who are out and about. There's one of them right there. They're just kind of monitoring the situation, to try to advise the residents what's going on around them. The power went out here at Cedar Key some time ago. The wind and the rain aren't really bad right now. As a matter of fact, it's maybe drizzling outside at this time, but we are just watching this water come up higher and higher. I was standing down by that window not too long ago, and the water was maybe up just above my knee, almost to my waist. And you can see now that it is well above the base of the window, kind of flooding inside of that building. So
There was
it's
a guy that
now
just walked in that truck.
broken
Did you see
through the
that?
glass there. Joy just pointing that out to me.
I think that
you
was
can
the
see the
official.
water pouring
Yeah,
out
there he
from
is.
the inside of that building. That's
think
a
he's-
really sad thing to see, just because I know how hard it is for those people. They put their lives into these buildings to keep them good for the visitors who come here to Cedar Key. And they're, as I said a couple of times, they're going to have a lot of work ahead of them. And just the debris that is being washed up from the Gulf of Mexico higher and higher onto the street here, it's significant as well. And this huge oak tree that is in front of us that has stood for, I would estimate, several hundred years just based on the girth of it, that oak tree has been kind of breaking apart throughout the course of the evening. There's some very large branches that have fallen. Fortunately, none of those large branches are down on the Cedar Key bed and breakfast. We haven't noticed anything that has fallen on top of the building. I've spoken at length to the owner about this. She says water's never come into her building in its 125-year history. It's going to be close tonight, because if we're now seeing the storm surge at about 9 to 10 feet, it is expected to go to 16 feet. It could be a really difficult time for the folks, even as high as we are on the island. And I'll throw it back to you guys.
Jeff Patterson reporting for us. So as we're back here live, no, I thought that he was way farther. So I saw him pass by, and I thought that he was way deeper in the water. I was like, wait, what is that guy walking across? Depth perception. We've been
Surveying
on stream
the damage,
a long
right,
time,
right.
long time. Couple of notes. Why I asked the question regarding Biden and DeSantis. People were asking why politics. Look, Tracking the Tropics, this program, isn't just about tracking storms. It's also about tracking recovery and how these communities rebuild. It's not a state effort. It's not a federal effort. It's the two in tandem. So you just look. I'm just going to say this, and I think it's fair to say. I think we can all agree. I think everyone in the comment section agree that politics shouldn't interfere with, of course, getting these communities back up on their feet in the aftermath of Hurricane Idalia. We hope that government functions properly with state and federal resources coming together and helping out the people on Florida's Big Bend in this area, because they're going to need federal help. They're going to need state help, and they're not going to want politics, of course, to interfere. We can only hope, Eric, that that's what this looks like, that politics gets pushed aside.
I mean, it seemed to last year with Ian, so
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was pushed aside this time.
We have seen it in the past. The political climate in the country right now, with re-election on the horizon in 2024, that, of course, is on the horizon. There's a lot of jabs being thrown back and forth. We're just hoping that federal and state resources come together like previous storms, and that we can really help out these communities that will really need it, really need that help. We've got some other live shots on the grid coming in. We've got Chloe Sparks, who is standing by for a live report. What are you noting at this hour, Eric?
Let's go back to our radar here in Tampa, because that's where we have most of our reporters. Again, I mean, we're still seeing that one pesky rain band that continues to come into just north of St. Pete Beach, Indian Rocks, Reddington, Madeira, into parts of.
I'm so sorry, Eric. May I interrupt you? Just go to
Yeah.
Chloe real
Docks
quick.
are tied to, and as you can tell, the water is leveled with the dock. It's over the dock, and it's pouring over the cement and into the streets here between the businesses and this marina. So we have seen that multiple businesses, several business owners have tried to prepare for what is happening right now. There's been an electrical box that has caught fire, and it's actually causing electric shock in the water. And there's electricians here that are trying to give out warning, but a lot of these boat owners, they don't want to listen. They're coming out here and they're going full force into this water to their boats. People have been very worried about their businesses as well as their boats this morning, trying to come and check in on them, owners, all morning long. And so that's what we are seeing now. And as the sun has risen, we can't no longer see if those street lights are still out. So we'll just keep continuing as more starts to pick up. But yeah, the rain has gotten really heavy this morning and the water is only rising and spreading further. Back to you guys.
All right, Eric, right back to you.
Yeah, so she's in Tarpon Springs, and you can see there's a rain band that's been sitting over Tarpon Springs for at least 40 minutes or so. There's about another 10 minutes of really heavy rain in northwest Pinellas County in the Tarpon Springs area. Again, you know, the worst thing to do, I know people want to check on their property, their houses, their boats, cars, whatever, but you don't want to do that in the middle of a storm, especially when the storm surge is just going to get worse. The roadway that she's standing in, where she's at near those docks, is just going to get worse. And that's when we start to see the boats being lifted up over the docks, and we start to see those boats floating down the road. And you don't want to be caught in that, right? I mean, property, yes, you may not want to lose it, but it's more important to not lose your life going to check your property.
Again, monitoring the developments of Hurricane Idalia with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone. I'm JB Biunno here with you on stream. We're monitoring several different live shots right now, and that's why I keep looking around because, you know, in fact, we have a reporter on a path I don't even recognize, but I'm just going to bring this up because, I mean...
where we are, we're in a hotel. It lost power now several hours ago. Several local residents who left their homes and are hunkering down here, as well as some members of the media, are also here. And we're trying to stay safe, and we'll go inside as soon as we can. But we can show you, Joe and Savannah, that the winds are only intensifying here, and we expect them to get only worse in the next few hours. Joe?
I'm trying to find out particulars on this correspondent.
It sounded like he said he was in Savannah.
Have been warning that this storm had the possibility to be extremely powerful over the last several days. People were warned. Not everyone heeded that warning, however. As we get another wind squall here, not everyone heeded those evacuation warnings. And at this point, that's unfortunate because it is very dangerous here in terms of the wind speed. Again, the most powerful hurricane in terms of wind speed to hit this area. If there is a small, and I say small bit of good news here, it's that the hurricane made landfall in a place that isn't as heavily populated as other parts of Florida. It hit the wetlands. Keaton Beach, obviously, will be heavily impacted, and they will have to deal with storm surge. Too early to tell exactly how this area is dealing with the damage. We should know that later today when people start to assess the damage. But I can tell you, not everybody evacuated. At this point, people are hunkered down, unclear what the property damage will be. But these winds are powerful. Savannah and Joe?
He was mentioning Savannah Guthrie, I'm sure. Not Savannah,
right.
Georgia.
I do not know the name of this correspondent. I just hope that he gets to safety.
Yeah, he looks like he's right in the middle of it.
They are unpredictable in a sense. The forecast models tell you one thing, but to be really standing here feeling the power of the storm is something else. I've covered many storms in Florida. The ones that immediately come to mind, Irma several years ago that hit in 2017. Hurricane Michael will always stick with me for how it wiped out Mexico Beach. I had never seen destruction like that before. In terms of this storm, too early to tell. I can tell you the winds they're up there. Not as much as, say Irma or Ian even, but it is getting up there. And again, these wind speeds more than 100 miles an hour right now. They will devastate any community. And my hope is that this, that the property damage isn't as extensive as some people fear it might be. Joe?
He's right out there in the elements. I mean, he's standing in a parking lot when, if it's 100 miles an hour, tree branches, stop signs,
The hotel
anything.
seems pretty good right now. It's a concrete building, 3 floors, and we can go inside immediately. If we needed to evacuate or if we, see any of these power lines or power poles or any other structural damage. From what I can see from my eyes right now, the billboard was the only thing that's really come down. The power lines are still intact, but again, tens of thousands of people across Florida are without power right now. Again, in these types of wind speeds, mobile homes can be destroyed. Well, we won't know the full extent of the damage, though, for the next few hours as the storm continues to make its way into other states, Georgia, South Carolina, and bringing heavy rain along with it. We're getting a lot of rain right now, but the immediate concern over the next hour or two here in Perry is the wind. Joe and Savannah?
See, he's right in the middle of it. And you see the cars on the road. I mean, they're almost in the eye of the storm, and there's cars driving. It's 100+ miles an hour wind.
Look, I just want to say, I significantly appreciate having been a reporter out in the field. I so very much appreciate all of the hardworking, not just the reporters, but their photographers and production teams that are out there covering this storm. But if I was that correspondence field producer, I would just say, why don't we just get this? Why don't we find a safe location to deliver? I'm not saying that look, you're the expert. It was, standing in the middle of a parking lot.
I couldn't see how close he was to the hotel. If the hotel was 10, 15 foot in the direction of where the wind was blowing, then, what is it a 3-story hotel? How high are the how many times have you seen, back 20, 30 years ago, when you look up weather videos of someone reporting in weather and then all of a sudden something just whacks them in the head because it's debris that's flying around. If you're out in the open like that, you're vulnerable to that, as great of a live shot that is, I would be worried about tree branches that break off at 100 mile an hour. Perry is in the eye wall right now. They are experiencing the worst of Idalia right now. Can we zoom in
a little bit? Can we zoom in?
Right, of course.
This is where that correspondent was standing, correct?
Oh, yeah, right in the middle of Perry. And you can see, that's the worst of the weather right now, just to the northwest of the eye, which the eye, of course, is filling in. But still, that eye wall has got winds of 100 to 120 miles an hour, plus higher gusts. And I couldn't believe how many people we saw driving out there, let alone, just standing right out there in the middle of the parking lot. But
please be safe.
They use their judgment. They can see what's around them. We can't. We can only see, what the camera's showing. the hotel may be shielding them a bit. So, again, praying everybody stays safe.
Please be safe out there. That goes to everyone, whether you have a camera or you don't, correspondent, photographer, or just citizen, human being. Doesn't matter who you are. Just please be safe out there. And documenting these storms is part of history. We understand that. We just hope that that all of our correspondents, our reporters, I don't know who that was. I believe that was national. I just hope that it's done safely. I know that Jeff Patterson in particular is somebody who would be in a place to deliver a report like that, where he was. I don't know. Look, I'm just going to say this.
He was in a parking garage in Punta Gorda with Ian.
He was in a extremely structurally sound location, and that he did research on prior. And so, just being out in the open, folks, just please be careful out there. That's the last that I'll say about that. This is that same path. So we're looking at Perry right now, and and significant impacts being felt as a Category 3 Hurricane Idalia is making landfall right now at Keaton Beach and then moving inland as well. Eric, all right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to pivot here. We have not gone to comments in about 45 minutes to an hour. It's about time that we start to take your questions. Hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB, and we do have it's been passed to me, a live report coming up here in about 10 minutes on WFLA News Channel 8. We would like to hear your observations. We would like to hear your questions. We're going to be featuring them on broadcast television, provided that you use our hashtag system, hashtag Hey JB or hashtag Hey Eric. So, Eric, I'm going to send things over to you for the very latest on Idalia at this moment, while I go to Facebook Live, YouTube Live, as well as Twitter. Look for those hashtag comments, and we're going to bring you guys in interactively into our coverage here momentarily. Eric, it's all yours.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we're still seeing wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour. Notice the brown shading right around Bradenton. Now, we're not seeing wind gust in Bradenton. I'm wondering if the sensor may have gotten blown away or at least malfunctioned because of the wind. We are seeing, again, the wind speeds. We haven't really seen tropical storm force wind speed. And this is what I talked about yesterday and even the day before, as the wind gust would be over tropical storm force, but the actual wind speed itself, you see 19 miles an hour, Tampa, 20, 17, St. Petersburg, 36 down in Venice, because you're getting a pretty heavy rain band. But again, as we look at the wind gusts, still in Sarasota County, we're still seeing Sarasota at the airport, 49 mile per hour wind gust. Calmed down a bit in Tampa, St. Petersburg. We were pretty close to 50 miles an hour over the past several hours. But again, as the rain bands move through, that's when we really typically see those stronger winds. So let's just check the power outages to see if any of these. Look at this. Now we're at 22,000 folks in Pinellas County. It was 18,000. Sarasota has actually gone down to 6,500, up to 3,500 in Hillsborough, Manatee County, Pasco County up to 3,000. Now look, Citrus County now up to 7,000 people without power, pretty close to 1,000 in Polk County. So when you add these numbers up, just in our area, we're talking about 46,000 people or households without power. So yet again, we will expect to see this number continue to go up. As again, looking at the Wobble tracker, it looks like this storm is pretty much right on course over the past hour or so. We're not really seeing much in the way of a difference here. So again, as we look at probably an 8 o'clock advisory. So, I mean, look what 15 minutes did, right? It was a Category 3, 125 mile per hour storm at 7:45 when it made landfall, right? The pressure was 948, 949. In 15 minutes, now we're down to a 120 mile per hour storm, still moving at the same clip at 18 miles per hour out of the north and northeast. But again, 950 millibars. So you see that pressure start to rise now that the storm is over land. And again, the big thing is still yet to come, and that's the storm surge. And we are looking at those storm surge forecasts upwards of 10 feet in Citrus County. From Citrus to Hernando County, more like 7 foot. As we get a little bit closer to Pinellas County, more like 3 to 5 foot. Same thing in the Bay Area. And again, high tide is coming right around lunchtime, between 12 and 1 o'clock for many communities. So that's when we're going to see the highest storm surge. We're also going to see the wind shift from the south to the southwest. So a south wind will push water from the bay into the northern part of the bay, and the northern part of the bay will see flooding, right? But a southwest wind is going to push Gulf water into the bay, and you're going to see flooding all throughout the bay with a southwest wind.
Stand by, live report with Beth.
A drop of rain or anything on the highway, and you can see how fast it's coming up. As I understand it, as the water comes up, it should be about 3 feet more water where we're standing. So that's my wife on the back of that truck there. And she was going to walk all the way down there, but thank goodness somebody with a truck is going to take her there. So I know we're going to get some damage from the surge, and we can fix that. It's not like our house was destroyed. It's just go in, you get rid of some things you didn't need anyway, and God will help us, and get things done, and we'll be back. So we just have to go in and cut around the drywall as maybe a foot higher than the height of the water, and you just replace the drywall. Luckily, we have tile floors, and one thing you don't want to do is put those laminate floors close to the water, because
I have a question for you, Terry, not to interrupt you. Did you expect it to be this bad?
No, I don't think anybody expected it to be this bad. Matter of fact, we've been here so long, over 20 years, and we've had so many false alarms. I thought this was going to be a false alarm because it was 130 miles away. I said, what effect is it going to have on us? Well, it did have an effect, but we're going to live through it, and I thank you for spreading the word about how much suffering we have. It's not a fun thing to be involved in one of these things, but you have to do it. I mean, you have no choice. We love Hudson. We love Hudson Beach, and we have friends that I'm sure will help us fix up our house again.
Absolutely. Terry, how do you spell your name?
Terry, Terry, Bell, Bell.
Terry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, back here with you live. That was Beth Rousseau. That was Tarpon Springs, correct?
Yeah, no, Hudson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hudson. No, you're correct.
Yeah,
Hudson.
very emotional. And what did I talk about last night? And Jeff reiterated the fact of the reason why people don't evacuate, because, oh, it was a false alarm. Oh, it was a false alarm. Oh, I evacuated before. I put storm shutters up. I spent hours and hours. Oh, and it was a false alarm. And what did he just say? Exactly what Jeff and I had said last night. Well, we had all these false alarms, so we didn't think it was going to happen. But again, that's why we are here. We are here to tell you, whether it's online, whether it's on TV, that even though the storm may be 150 miles to the west of you, that storm surge is an issue. And flooding, especially along the coast, is an issue. And you know what? We're telling you now that it's not over, and we're also telling you it's going to get worse as we get toward lunchtime and the high tides. We don't do it for the fun of it. We do it to try to save people's lives. That's what we're doing right here.
Trying to do our very best to communicate this very important set of messages out. And it means more coming from Eric being a certified meteorologist than it does from me, folks. We got some other shots coming in, but before we do, I have been asked to ask our audience if you guys want to give us specific locations as to where you are watching from and give us an idea as to what it's like where you're watching from. This is what we can do now interactively, is to get some back and forth conversations going with your real-time weather conditions. Please comment with hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyEric. Let us know where you're watching from and what the conditions are like out there. We're going to spotlight you on broadcast television coming up here in just a moment on WFLA News Channel 8. We'll be interacting with Avery, Chris, and Amanda and Lee, our morning team. So we'll be doing a little bit of that again as we do our Stream Center report. So if you'd like to provide a real assessment of what it's like out there, please comment with either hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyEric and tell us where you're watching from and the conditions of where things are. But please be safe. No point in opening up your door to let floodwaters in just to be like, oh, it's flooding. Please don't do that. We just want you to be as safe as possible when you interact with us live. Eric, so as we wait for that live report, is the storm still a Cat 3 until we're told otherwise, correct?
Correct, yes. And again, the 8 o'clock advisory, which I'll pop up here, is a little bit weaker than the 7:45 landfall advisory, as you can see. And of course, it's going to be weaker. The storm's on land. So now we're going to see a rapid weakening of the storm. But because it's moving so fast, even areas like Valdosta, Georgia, toward Brunswick along the coast, Savannah, you're still going to be dealing with a Category 2 in southern Georgia to a Category 1 in coastal southeast Georgia, and a very strong tropical storm as it moves toward the Charleston area of South Carolina and to the south of the Outer Banks of North Carolina. So, a fast-moving storm is good and bad. A fast-moving storm doesn't drop as much rain, but you know what? You see stronger wind a little bit further away from the coast.
All right, we got to get ready for our live report. Listen in for the control room here. So, yeah, Michael, we got you. All right, thank you. All right, so Michael, one of our producers, is talking to us in our ear, just getting ready for a live report. And we're going to bring in some of the comments that are coming in. We've got a few in the queue, and I'm going to keep looking this way, you guys. So if you guys want to comment and be part of our broadcast television hit on your NBC station here in Tampa, Florida, WFLA News Channel 8, Eric and I will be live in just a moment on the local airwaves. So I'm looking in here. Some of the commenters coming in from Newport Richey, Northport. We get Theresia's comment in here as well. $10-4. Gotcha. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Avery. Lots of questions coming in. And of course, we continue to monitor this landfall event, a Category 3 Hurricane Idalia moving ashore as we speak. Eric, let's get right to these questions that are coming in. People know if they join us here on our live stream, if you use one of our hashtags, that signals to us that you want your comment to be featured on Tracking the Tropics. And we're doing this right now on Facebook Live, YouTube Live. And this one coming in from Twitter, JMac wanting to know, how are things looking for Gainesville right now, Eric? Concern for all the students up at UF.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Gainesville still seeing some of those showers and heavy rain bands. Strong tropical storm force wind, not quite hurricane force wind, still pretty far away from the center of circulation. But again, as you can see in the Gainesville area, you've got a couple of rain bands off to your south on 75, just north of Ocala. And again, you will be seeing an impact in Gainesville throughout the day today. Conditions eventually will improve as we head to the latter part of the day on Wednesday.
All right, we've got this question coming in for, let's see. Eric, I'm watching this from Holiday, Florida, giving us a bit of a live report here saying it's very rainy there, but wanting to know if there are any tornadoes there in Holiday, Florida. I see you bringing it up on Max Fender 8.
That's right. Our Max Defender 8 radar showing that finally, after about 40 minutes of hard, steady rain in the Holiday area, things are finally going to start to let up. I haven't seen any signs of rotation with this particular rain band, so I don't expect any tornadoes. And Holiday, things are going to quiet down in the next few minutes.
All right, let's go to this comment. This one is interesting, Eric. Hashtag HeyJB from Words on YouTube Live. Is this a sign of things to come this hurricane season? I know that we're right now focused, of course, on Idalia, but we do know, Eric, the peak of hurricane season is in our future.
You know, one thing we haven't mentioned is we have a tropical depression number 11 out in the Atlantic, and it's going to be a short-lived storm, not even expected to become a tropical storm. But hey, you know what? We've got record water temperatures, not only in the Gulf of Mexico, but also in the Atlantic. Now, we do have the wind shear in regards to El Nino, but what's going to win? The wind shear or the warm water temperatures and these storms? I do expect a lot of storms this season, but not as many strong storms out in the Atlantic.
Was just live loading some new comments from our commenters right now on Facebook Live and YouTube Live while we're here live on WFLA News Channel 8. Braylon is also giving us a bit of a weather report, joining us from Clearwater. Lots of flooding, but look, giving us a real-time perspective here. Not as windy as I would expect.
Not right now, but earlier this morning you had wind gusts over 50 miles per hour, and now you can see that heavy rain band is south of you, Largo, all the way down toward Pinellas Park, soon to be St. Petersburg. So again, this is what we can expect, in and out of rain bands throughout the morning, and they'll become fewer and more far between as we head into the afternoon hours.
And really quickly, last one, Theresia Ford just giving us look, more south, Northport, Florida, decent storm going on now. Wind gusts, but not bad. Normal Florida summer thunderstorm at this time. That's what it's currently feeling like in Northport, Florida. We'll continue to interact with our commenters live on the WFLA Facebook page, WFLA YouTube page, and of course, with all your resources right now on WFLA.com. Avery, Chris, we'll send it back over to you. All right, everybody back here with you on the live stream. JB here with you live. We've also got Libby Dean still hanging out from Tallahassee because, Libby, you just have to, wait for the next Governor DeSantis press conference to begin. So just checking in, making sure that you're staying caffeinated.
I am. Got my coffee right here. Don't worry about it.
we know. So if there's any, feel free to flag me down if we hear anything about another emergency operations press conference, any update of any kind. If you see anything, you can also shoot me a text, paying attention to my phone as well. Just want to let our audience know Libby is still on standby to deliver news from Tallahassee when we need it. Libby, we appreciate you.
Thanks, JB.
All right, so back here with you live, meteorologist Eric Stone, JB Biunno. Let's look here again at radar and continue to answer questions as well. You can continue to punch in your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag Hey Eric questions and comments. What are we seeing right now on Max Defender radar?
Well, going back to the Northport question, Northport, you're in and out of some rain bands, and that will continue throughout the morning. But as you get into the afternoon, things will really start to calm down, especially in southern Sarasota County. But we are actually seeing the eye wall crossing I-10 right now near Madison, and the eye is just barely to the east of Perry. In fact, the eastern portions of Perry, things are really quieting down, a lull in the action, but don't let it fool you. If you are in one of these lulls where the center of circulation is, whether it's Perry or further to the north, Madison, you've got the other side of the eye and the eye wall that will, again, impact you with strong wind and heavy rain. So, again, the worst of it just to the north of Perry, heading over to Madison.
Not sure where this shot is coming in from. I'm just live punching this up. But some of the damage that we are seeing right now with one of our local crews, I think this is Jeff Patterson.
Yeah, it looks like another cottage. It's got the blue shutters.
Yeah. And let me just point out.
Okay, we're going to move to inside the car.
See, you hear there, Jeff, noting that he's done this so many times. He knows when it's important.
Yep, that's fine.
Course,
we'll move
to
inside in just a minute.
Yep, yeah. So communicating with our team and being safe out there. There's Jeff.
They want us as soon as we can get back in the car. I'll be right there.
Yep. So communicating with our team. Let me also point out in our comment section that stop sign has become very popular. Sometimes on stream, just the craziest things happen in our comment section. The stop sign that wouldn't go down, it was close to going down.
It's down.
Is it down? Well, I guess we would have to see a shot of that.
What I'm thinking is that he may have to back up so far that he may not be able to get a shot of that anymore because it's just not safe enough to be that close to it.
I do see all of your stop sign comments, folks, especially in the YouTube live comment section. Very well aware that people are quite impressed that it didn't just completely topple over, earlier on in our coverage when the sun first came up. It is, look, it's wavering there. But again, it just goes to show if anything, that's a symbol for just how significant the storm surge has been in Cedar Key. And again, that's about 60 miles away from where the landfall location occurred. In Keaton Beach, Eric.
Yeah, exactly. As the crow flies, about 55 or so miles. But yeah, it's, luckily the eye wall is tightly packed. It's only about 30 miles from the west side of the eye wall to the east side. And you're seeing, again, on the northwest to west side of the eye wall, the really, really strong thunderstorm activity where we're getting those Category 3 winds, right? 100 to 120 miles an hour. So it's a very small area where you're getting those triple-digit winds. But again, if you are in that area, devastation to say the least. And again, that storm surge is going to continue. That is the one thing. People here in the Bay Area may say, wow, this storm is so far north, but storm surge is still yet to increase as we head to high tides.
Yeah. Amber, we're going to try to get your comment loaded up here in just a second, but this is becoming slowly but surely, this is transitioning from becoming a Florida event to a Georgia event. And our commenters, they're loading in their Georgia comments now. Napalm Mom, currently traveling from Sylvania, Georgia to Macon, Georgia. First and foremost, Napalm Mom, if hopefully you're in the car and not driving. We strongly discourage texting at the wheel, using your phone at the wheel. So hopefully if you're traveling right now, you're doing so from a passenger seat. She says definitely getting some rain from those outer bands, not much wind yet, but interested to see what's to come. And then we've got Liam here saying, I believe it's Valdosta or Valdosta? Valdosta,
Yep.
Georgia has a lot of rain and the wind is really picking up. I'm a student, but what more should we expect there?
I've been talking about, first of all, I'm not sure where Sylvania is, but Macon is on the outer edge of the rain. But more importantly, Valdosta in the next hour or so is going to be very close to the eye wall. In fact, this is moving to the northeast. And, I had talked about Valdosta over the past day or even 2 days when talking about southern Georgia and I-75. And I said, it looks like Idalia is going to cross pretty close to Valdosta on 75. So you're definitely going to be in for hurricane force wind, maybe even up to category 2, up to 90 to 100 miles per hour. It will continue to weaken, but it's going to be a category 2 storm in southern and south central Georgia. So again, Valdosta area, you're going to be really under the gun in the next hour to hour and a half.
Liam, take note because, that the radar tells the story in regards to your location. Let's get to one of our great YouTube moderators, Chelsea. How's Moultrie, Georgia now? She has, we noted this on stream yesterday, she has her elderly in-laws, and so far, I know that's not a good feeling when they haven't picked up their phones.
Right now, it's, you see those outer rain bands in the yellow, basically moderate rain right now in Moultrie, and it will pick up, but you're going to be nowhere near the eye wall. So I don't think you're going to be experiencing hurricane force wind. They may be seeing wind gusts 60 to 70 miles an hour, but for the most part, the strongest winds are going to miss you and miss Tifton to the south and to the east.
Fact or fiction, Eric? As we bring up the real-time Wobble tracker, we talk about Moultrie, we talk about some of the other communities on this map. Could wobbles change where the hardest hit or the most severe portions of the eye wall and the most severe portions of Idalia? Could a wobble to the west put some communities in play? Could a wobble to the east put other communities in play for the worst of this?
Yeah, it could. Right now the storm is looking to move just to the east of Valdosta. So if it does move slightly more to the west, you'd be in more of a prolonged period of time. You're going to be in the eye wall one way or another in Valdosta, right? But if it moves more to the west, if it wobbles, and it almost looks like right there, it's slightly to the west of the line. Valdosta could be in that eye wall for 45 minutes to an hour versus 20 to 30 minutes.
Very interesting. As we again monitor the real-time wobble tracker. And look, folks, if you're in southern Georgia and you want to know specifically how this storm is wobbling west or east as it moves into southern Georgia, the Wobble Tracker, look, it's on WFLA.com. It's another tool that we have, and if you want to just watch it, you can on WFLA.com. This is the question I noted from Amber earlier. I don't know if there's a way that we can do this. Look, tornadoes are still something that we are monitoring here in the Stream Center. And as far as spotting them, Eric, and being able to show our viewers what you look for in relation to tornadic activity on radar.
Let me look and see. I'm not sure. We don't have for our area. Yes, we spot tornadoes. So what we look at is we look at relative velocity. So we look at when we see, like the possibility of...
Eric, maybe come back to, can you hit pause on that for 1 second?
Yeah.
Okay. The stop sign is gone.
Oh, I told you.
There's Jeff.
It's gone.
And they just flipped the camera. He's punching the various shots in the Storm Chaser vehicle, and they just had up the forward-facing shot from the Storm Chaser vehicle, the Max Defender 8 Storm Chaser vehicle, and it's very clear and obvious that the stop sign has fallen in Cedar Key. So I know that the stop sign became a very popular object in our YouTube live comment section because people could not believe that it was standing for as long as it did, but it appears to have fallen and might now be part of the debris that is washing ashore in this what has been described as life-threatening storm surge. So there's Jeff. He's ready. He's staring into our souls right now, ready to deliver this live report. Jeff is the consummate pro. Let's listen in. Or no, he's, I think, getting a cue from our control room. We will come back to him, Eric, as soon. Let's go back to your...
So basically, you know, when you see if this green around the red was more a brighter green, which is a stronger velocity, and a deeper red, this is what we look for in regards to rotation. And again, you'll see a lot of red and a lot of green, but unless you see, you know, real tightly packed. So this is a rain band right now that I can actually see how fast is the wind. 46 miles per hour there, 44 miles an hour there, 54 miles an hour there, just to the northeast of Palmetto, to the east of 41. And see, this will update in real time. So now you see the winds are a little bit calmer, right? But now we go to 36 miles per hour east of I-75 around 301. So again, this is how we look at rotation. But we also have a tool that is called our shear rate. And so we're basically looking for shear as you head up into the atmosphere. And do we have Jeff shot?
Yeah, we got Jeff shot up now. Let's listen in.
Outside, though, to what I was illustrating before, right now on that telephone pole, you can see the storm surge is at around 9 feet. According to Cedar Key Fire Rescue, we can expect it to get up to about 16 feet. Right now, cresting above 10 to 11 feet below us. So the storm surge still has a ways to go. And as Joey Capstrand pulls out, you can see that storm debris down there. That's not a dock. That's actually a building that has come apart because of the rising water. The entire building, part of a bed and breakfast, the Cottages Motel far away in, the entire building has broken apart. We kind of watched it happen in front of us. We were worried about some of the debris from this huge oak tree that has fallen down. But what we're gonna try to do right now is take you on a little drive because there's a lot to see here in Cedar Key. The power went out overnight. The water is now out over throughout the island. I did speak to that man from Cedar Key Fire Rescue who told me that the approach bridges to the island are now completely underwater. So everybody who stayed is here now and will be here for a while. No way to tell how those bridges are doing underwater because sometimes as the storm surge comes up, it can knock out those bridges. So we're hoping that is not the case. But take a look down there. That's a hotel on the corner there. I stayed in that for a previous storm, and it flooded, and it's flooded again. So there are a lot of buildings on the lower portions of Cedar Key that are now flooded. Their first floors are flooded. I'm told by Cedar Key Fire Rescue, the entire downtown area of Cedar Key is flooded, and we're just kind of taking you around to show you, you know, the power lines have not fallen. There's only a few trees that have fallen here, so we feel pretty safe about driving around to show you this. But we're on the high ground. We're on really the highest point that you can get on Cedar Key, which is why, as you're noticing, as we're driving by, you can see people have taken their golf carts up here to get them out of harm's way. There's a church here on our right. We were told that it's open for people who need a place to go. But you can see we're kind of surrounded on all four sides by the rising water. And as I mentioned, the downtown businesses that have flooded, you know, they are going to have a lot of work to do to recover after this storm, because we know that it's not just the water that comes in, it's all the silt, the muck, and everything else that they're now going to have to clean up to get out. But look at those condos. A lot of the newer buildings here are well above the you know, expected storm surge. They're rised up on these stilts, if you will, and so they're out of the way. But a lot of the older buildings, especially those in the lower portions of Cedar Key, you know, aren't doing too well right now. So We want to take you just kind of back around the block, if you will, because we don't have a lot that we can drive around, simply because we are surrounded by water at this time, but we are not at the high point of where we could be. We still have a ways to retreat, even as this storm water comes up another expected 6 to 7 feet. But as Joey takes a look to our right, you're looking more towards downtown. There's a residence that is kind of underwater, at least the first floor of that residence that's underwater right now. And so we've been watching a lot of the debris float up from the Gulf of Mexico. We've seen kayaks and Yeti coolers, docks that were breaking loose. And then we saw the first floor, or not the first floor, we saw that building from that little, bed and breakfast type inn that just completely blew apart as the waters from the Gulf of Mexico were coming in. So that's going to be a devastating thing for the owners of that to come back to. And a lot of the people on this island did retreat and left the island before this started to come in last night. But it's going to be difficult for them to even get back out to this island because, as I said, Cedar Key Fire Rescue telling us that 3 bridges on the approach from the mainland are completely underwater at this time. As he told me, you're going to be with us for a while. And we love Cedar Key. We love the people here. But take a look down in front of us there. You can just see the water perhaps gurgling up from a manhole cover right in front of us. And we can't really go any further because a manhole cover just to our left is also percolating with water. And so the water is just, the storm surge is the thing that we have to worry about right now here on Cedar Key. And we're keeping a close eye on it, of course, for our own personal safety. But we just wanted to show you guys around a little bit in the Max Defender 8 storm chasing vehicle. And we're going to toss it back to you guys now in the studio.
That is Jeff Patterson reporting for us from Cedar Key. As he noted, the Max Defender 8 storm chaser vehicle, and we'll see if we can. I'd love to follow his shot.
So I don't have any way to really count. I think we heard Libby Dean talk about. The governor said there might be 100 people left on the island at this time. There's a lot of storm chasers out here. There's a few TV crews out here, and that's about it. People protecting their personal property, their businesses, their homes, and those are the people who have stayed behind.
Jeff, on the people that remain there at Cedar Key. He is the reporter that we have closest to Keaton Beach, the landfall location. So, Jeff, glad to see. Seems to be in good spirits, taking care of himself in the Max Defender 8 Storm Chaser vehicle, which, of course, is graded for storm coverage like this. So hopefully we'll be able to. I really loved Joey's shot there from the vehicle facing forward. We can kind of see around Cedar Key and show people some of the impacts. In fact, I'm going to text Jeff now to see if they can flip the camera back.
Yeah, that was really interesting that, they're surrounded by water on all 4 sides, but luckily they're so far up in elevation.
So, we're going to just mute Jeff's microphone and hopefully he'll be able to flip the shot back around here. Eric, what are you noticing in the last several minutes?
Well, we were talking about the tornado question, and I think it's pretty important to go through our, technology here on Max Defender 8 radar. So one thing that I look at is what we call shear rate, and this is the wind shear going up in the atmosphere. And, with just about any thunderstorm, you'll see some sort of shear rate. But once you get into the strong category where you start to see the reds, which you're not really seeing, maybe a little bit in the parish area, then I move over to what we call relative velocity, meaning are we seeing the reds and the greens tightly packed around each other? And we're not really seeing that much at all, maybe south of parish, but we're seeing, again, pretty strong wind speeds. And I can put numbers on these: 51 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour. So right now, that's what we're seeing within the thunderstorm that's north of Palmetto and east of parish. So that's what I like to look at in regards to, what's going on. And then you can see on radar exactly where that storm is, just to the northeast of parish, around Foxley. But as far as what we're seeing now, again, we're continuing to see these rain bands come on shore. And that will be the case, in fact, as we head into the rest of the morning and afternoon. And of course, a little bit further to the north, you're starting to see conditions improving in the Perry area. Not so much in Madison. Tallahassee now pretty much on the outer edge of the heaviest rain. And I don't think you're going to see much more in Tallahassee compared to what you're seeing now in regards to strength. So whatever winds you're seeing in the Tallahassee area, it's not really going to strengthen compared to what you're seeing now, which is primarily tropical storm force wind. But places like Valdosta in south central Georgia, JB, yeah, they're going to really start to get it.
As we look here at the Max Fender 8 Storm Chaser vehicle, and that's a different shot. Okay, oh, they're bouncing around. Different cameras are positioned on this SUV. So they're live switching some of these camera feeds around. There is that oak tree. How old do you think that oak tree is? That oak tree is
150 years.
Yeah, I mean, it was standing before Idalia. It's standing during Idalia, and I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar it'll be standing after Idalia. Because this is not the first hurricane, I'm sure, or tropical storm that this tree has endured. But really, Jeff noted earlier, I just happen to agree. It's just a beautiful, large, old oak tree.
Wait a minute.
Look
the
at
stop
that.
Sign's alive.
Do you see the stop sign, you guys? Let's go full screen.
Still alive.
Yep, the full screen button right here, and it hasn't washed away.
I'm concerned about that telephone pole that has all those numbers on it. But it's starting to lean. But
look,
the stop sign, I mean, it's anchored into the ground with concrete, so it's probably not going to get, completely dismantled from the ground. But boy, it's leaning, and you still see the G Street on the top of it.
Our YouTube audience has nicknamed the stop sign Stoppy.
Oh boy, like Forky.
Is that a Toy Story reference?
Yeah.
Bravo to Eric Stone. We've had Jimmy Buffett references, and now we have, we've had a Despicable Me reference in our coverage, and now all of a sudden we have a Toy Story reference with Forky. Wow. But look, in all seriousness about the stop sign, if you were walking around in these waters, that thing could cut your leg.
Well, you couldn't walk around. I mean, it's 8-9 feet deep.
I meant if this gave out and the storm surge was carrying that stop sign, and with momentum,
are sharp.
Those edges are really sharp. And so, this is another example of why you have to be so careful when it comes to storm surge. All that debris that gets washed away and then washed inland.
Yeah, that's right. That's why people were advised to not go to the beaches in Southwest Florida for a long time, because you didn't know what was even embedded in the sand, right? When all that water finally receded and things started to dry up, there's so much debris that could cut you, could hurt you, and even going in the water, after Ian, you never know what's in it. So there could be stop signs, there could be shards of metal that could cut you.
Glass, windows.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just not a good idea.
Look, we're of course going to continue to monitor the storm, but we want to do so interactively. We want to continue to take your questions and comments. And with that said, hello officially this morning to Instagram Live. We are now live on my Instagram page, and we continue to, of course, try to go as look, we're trying to be as multi-platform as possible. We could also go live on TikTok if we wanted to, but right now it's primarily focused on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and now we've introduced Instagram Live in. And any hashtag HeyJB questions or comments that come in on Instagram Live, we'll put you into the queue right away and get your comments coming in from that platform as well. Some people exclusively use Instagram because that's their favorite platform, just like some people will only use Facebook or only use YouTube. We want to make sure that we're accessible on as many platforms as possible. Let's bring back up Max Fender 8 radar. Can we go to the eye, Eric?
I want to show you this first because this is a new update.
Oh, and now 9 a.m. advisory is in.
Yep. And we'll get these every hour now that the Idalia is over land. And look at this; it's now down to a Category 2 storm, which again, 957 millibar pressure. The pressure has really increased. The strength has really decreased, but the forward speed has remained pretty consistent at 18 miles an hour to the north and northeast. So now we're dealing with a Category 2 storm. It made landfall as a Category 3, and it has weakened now into not a major hurricane, but still catastrophic damage possible and likely if you are near the center. So let's go back to the eye, and you can see that right now it looks like that green box is probably a flood warning as it heads into Madison and soon to be Valdosta. Valdosta is right on the edge of the eye wall. But if you look at Tallahassee, in the beginning of the loop right here, you see the yellows in Tallahassee, and now you start to see the yellows kind of dissipate a bit, and the yellows and reds are on the eastern side of Tallahassee. So again, conditions will be improving. And once the storm's on land and you're not along the coast, you don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, 5 hours from now, it's going to be worse because of storm surge because you're far inland. So now it's basically how far are you away from the center of Idalia, and is it heading toward you or is it heading away from you? And right now it's about as close as it's going to be to Tallahassee. So conditions will improve from Tallahassee southward over the next several hours. In fact, several minutes as this quickly moves to the north.
As we continue to look at Jeff Patterson shot from the Max Defender 8 Storm Chaser vehicle, you see it there. Stoppy.
Yeah.
Are you and I gonna call it Stoppy, or are we gonna call it the stop sign?
I don't know.
All right, well, you think about that.
Yeah.
We're gonna stay here with
stop sign.
We're gonna stay here with you live, folks, and continue to monitor all things Idalia. The storm now, as Eric noted, Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone noting, this is now a Category 2 storm moving inland and moving more and more into Georgia, and then next up is South Carolina. We're going to now re-engage you, our viewers, on multiple platforms. How this is going to work, we're going to do our live Q&A. The queue is clear right now. Right now, the queue is clear. So we're asking for your hashtag HeyJB or Eric questions and comments. We're going to spotlight them on screen, and we're going to go in a rotation. So we're going to start, I think, with YouTube Live, then go to Facebook Live. I'm just going to grab the first comment I see. First comment I see from Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Instagram Live, and then Twitter. If you use the hashtags on any of those platforms, I can see your comment. If you don't use the hashtags, it's not even going to load up onto my screen. So if you want your question or your weather report, your observation, or on Twitter, if you want to share some pictures, we can do that as well. Use either of our two hashtags, and we'll start to bring you guys interactively into the conversation here in the Stream Center. Any final notes, Eric, before we start to go into some of these questions?
No, I mean, as you can see, this storm is heading to South Georgia along I-75 toward Valdosta, and that's the next bigger city that's going to be directly impacted with Idalia.
All right, let's go to, let's start here with YouTube Live. Where are you guys at, YouTube Live? Let's go to That Gray on YouTube Live. We'll bring this comment first up into the queue. Facebook Live, you're next. That Gray says, and of course you use a hashtag, you ask a question. It's that simple, folks, as far as being able to have your comment featured on screen like this. What is it looking like for mid-North Carolina later? So North Carolina is in the cone, a portion of it at least, right?
It is, but the cone has moved further to the south. So as I put this out, mid-North Carolina really not looking like much, in fact. Now, you'll be on the north side of the storm, so you could get an inch or so of rain, but you're not going to really deal with much in the way of wind at all. It'll be a tropical storm, a couple hundred miles off to your south by the time we get into Thursday morning. So, yeah, of course, you'll get some rain out of this, but you're not going to have to worry about any wind damage.
The number one question we're getting on Facebook right now, this one persists. What's the likelihood of Idalia turning back and hitting the East Coast? We do know, folks. Eric has answered this question so many times. I'm just going to take this one off his plate. We know by now that people have seen the models that existed 24 hours, 36 hours ago, some fringe spaghetti models, outlier models that had this curving back around and hitting Florida again. We will continue to emphasize here on stream to squash that social media gossip. This storm is none of the models at this present time have it curving back around and hitting Florida a second time. I know that sounds like something that could have happened, and maybe there was a very remote chance 24 to 36 hours ago, because there was one or two models claiming that was maybe even the slightest of possibilities, but even those slight possibilities have been erased from the models that you're looking at here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very difficult for a storm to make a loop-to-loop, right? And especially one that's weak. This one's emerging with a cold front, and so it most likely becomes extratropical, as we say, meaning it merges with a cold front and the winds kind of stick around with it. But I mean, you don't get that warm core system. So I just don't see it. I never really thought it was going to loop around. And yeah, as you can see, the models now, all of them are not looping around.
Our audience is more condensed on Instagram. So if you guys want to jump to the front of the line on comments, you can join on the WFLA JB Instagram page. I know that sounds like a plug to head over that way, and it semi is a plug, I guess. It's just you should see what I see. YouTube Live comments scrolling like crazy, Facebook Live comments scrolling like crazy, and then Instagram is just nice and calm with just a few people commenting over there. So it's easier for me to see your comments on IG. We'll go to IG. Bonnie wants to know what's in store for Lake City. Actually, no, this is from Facebook Live. That should say Facebook Live. So really quickly, Lake City for the next few hours, and then we'll load up Instagram.
Yeah, the one thing I want to point out before I go to Lake City is now we're starting to see the wind coming out of the southwest a little bit. It was out of the due south, right, about an hour to 2 hours ago. Now that the storm's pulling away from the north, you see a more southwesterly wind. And what that means is the storm surge is going to start to increase with a more southwesterly wind, not only along the coast, but also here in Tampa Bay. So now let's take a look at Lake City. And, of course, the storm is going to pass just off to your west. And, let's see, we'll put this in motion right here. So Lake City is still way off to the east and really not getting all that much in the way of rain, in fact. So you'll still have those rain bands that will come in, but you're not going to see the heaviest of the rain. And, tropical storm force winds are likely there. You're not going to be even experiencing hurricane force wind gust now that this storm is moving away from you. It's moving more to the north, and it's also weakening. Now it's a Category 2 storm versus a major hurricane.
Let's go to this comment this is from now IG Live, Instagram, the audience there joining us. Jamie wants to know, where's the worst storm surge expected to be? This is a simple question, but actually a fascinating one, because do we now know, with the storm moving over Florida's Gulf Coast, do we know, Eric, exactly, can we pinpoint where the worst storm surge location is?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew where the worst storm surge would be, the closest to the storm, right? So Citrus County, Hernando County, that's the worst of the storm surge in our area. I'll move this toward Cedar Key, and you can see, so you see where Perry's at. Cedar Key is further to the southeast, and you see all those reds. That's 9 to 12 foot of storm surge that's occurring right now, right? And, we are looking again at a possible 7 to 10 feet in our area in Citrus County, 5 to 7 feet as you head toward Hernando County, Pasco, 3 to 5 foot in Pinellas and into the Bay, and then 1 to 2 foot further south. So the further north you go, I guess that's the simple answer. That's where you can expect the strongest of the surge. But once you get to the west of Keaton Beach, well, guess what? The wind's pushing the water away. So Keaton Beach to Panama City, Apalachicola, everything is being pulled away from your coastline, so you're not going to deal with storm surge there.
I want to show you guys a live view of the Tampa Riverwalk from our tower cam. This camera is located 80 feet above where I'm sitting right now with Eric, and this is the flooded Tampa Riverwalk. Portions of the Riverwalk flooded, and that's exactly where Swimpson joins us from. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, on Instagram Live on the WFLA JB Instagram page. She says, I'm standing right by the Riverwalk, and I see the water has gone over, will it continue to rise? This is a great question. Is it going to rise or is it going to recede?
Oh, no.
Eric?
No. High tide, high tide is right around lunchtime. And what are we at now? Not even 9:15. So we have got another 3.5 hours of rising water. Not only that, but once we get toward the early afternoon, again, we see that wind shift from south to southwest. So a south wind is going to push water from the bay into the northern portions of the bay, and that's what will flood. But a southwest wind pushes Gulf of Mexico water into that very narrow bay, and then it just explodes everywhere. Water can, affect St. Petersburg, affect Ruskin a bit, Riverview. And I'm talking, I'm not talking about downtown. I'm talking about the right along the bay in that area and the Riverwalk in downtown Tampa. So, again, the water is going to be rising over the next 3 to 4 hours before we see any signs of that water subsiding.
Our commenter there, I don't know. So maybe this camera is what's called a PTZ camera, pan, tilt, zoom. So maybe if we were to pan over, if the person is commenting and watching us on the live stream right from the Riverwalk or near it, they might be able to just wave and see us. We would go full screen, and I don't know if we can see anybody really walking or standing around, but that was the comment. Let's go back to IG Live. Really great questions coming in on Instagram Live right now. CNG wants to know, hey, it's not going to stall over land, right? Because that's worst case scenario, is a storm like this just sitting over one spot and causing devastation because it is completely stalled.
Yeah, 18-mile-an-hour movement right now, and it's expected to interact with the jet stream and a trough and a cold front. Call it what you will. It's going to continue to move at 18 miles per hour. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it even moves faster than that. So, again, there's no threat of a stalling Hurricane Idalia. And you know what? Again, rainfall amounts, not the most devastation fact with this storm. In fact, that's probably the third concern. The first being storm surge, second being wind, not here in Tampa and not here in the Bay Area, but storm surge definitely number one. And then wherever the storm is tracking now, being in the Panhandle toward Georgia, wind will be the major issue.
We want to send maybe a Guinness World Record for the quickest live report from Libby Dean ever.
I'd love it.
The quickest Tallahassee report ever. I think we can accomplish this. Blonde Dolly on YouTube Live wants to know #Hey Libby. Anything new from the governor?
Aside from on Twitter, no.
There you go. Libby Dean, thanks so much. It's been a pleasure having you on stream. We'll see you back in a little bit. No, I'm just kidding. Libby, anything new that you want to report from Tallahassee?
Imagine if all questions were that easy.
Yeah, I actually just spoke with the director of emergency management here in Tallahassee. Just a couple of updates, asking about, if they were prepared for this big of a storm. So yeah, that's the latest out here.
I think that still might mark the Guinness World Record for quickest Capitol Bureau report. Libby, always a pleasure. I know you're sticking around in the Zoom room. Thanks so much. Again, flag me down, text me if anything new pops up. Back here with you live on stream with meteorologist Eric Stone. JB here with you. Let's go to this one from IG Live from, it's either Elle or Ellie, saying that she's watching on Instagram Live from Palmetto. What's the rest of the day look like for me? #Hey Eric.
Well, for all of us here in the Bay Area, the rest of the day will be a little bit better than the first of the day. So what we'll do is we'll zoom into Palmetto, and again, you're going to be in and out of rain bands, right? You just had one pretty strong rain band move over top of you, over Bradenton, Palmetto, but now it's moved well off to the northeast. What's behind it right now? There's really not much, actually. By the time you get more rain in Palmetto, it's probably going to be another hour or two. But again, rain bands will become fewer and more far between as we get into the latter part of the morning, into the afternoon. As Idalia pulls away, you can see, you look at Southwest Florida and you see, oh, here comes a rain band into Fort Myers, but there's really not much else south of that. And of course, there's a tornado warning that's down in DeSoto County. actually part of Sarasota County too. So this is a brand new one. And, I could use this as an example of, okay, now we've got a tornado warning. So let's look first at our tools here on Max Defender 8. And so first we're going to look at the shear rate. And we're going to zoom into where the storm is at in DeSoto County. I'm not really seeing much in the way of shear. And then we look at the relative velocity. Again, not really seeing much, maybe the beginnings of rotation happening in this general area right here, but we're not seeing the red. If this gray becomes red and we start to see wind away from radar, then you could say, okay, maybe we have some rotation here. So again, National Weather Service being more safe than sorry in regards to that.
Eric, I want to bring your attention to, can you move Max Fender really quickly to Cedar Key? Because the conditions have just begun to deteriorate there a little bit. The storm surge is getting stronger all of a sudden. We're seeing the waves move in more rapidly.
Well, that makes sense.
And look here as well. It's just getting gloomier here, darker all of a sudden.
Yeah, there's really not much rain in the area. But again, as the storm pulls north, what happens with the wind, and I'll show you our wind graphic, is that the wind will be more perpendicular to the coastline or more of a 90-degree angle. And that's where you're going to get the worst storm surge, right? You can see it right here, Cedar Key, well to the west of Crystal River, and you can see where the center is. Well to the southeast of that is where Cedar Key is. But either way, the entire portion of the Big Bend area, you're seeing that wind perpendicular. It's directly blowing that Gulf water onto land directly. And that's when you're going to get the worst of the storm surge. Of course, it's still very windy there, and the wind is driving that water onto land. And can you still see the, wait a minute, what is that? Oh, there's something floating along pretty close to the marker there.
The pole. Yep.
I was going to say, boy, that looks like a kayak. I pray there's no people in there.
And just to prove that I'm not losing my mind, that people are really asking about the status of the stop sign. This is from Hannah on the WFLA JB Instagram page on IG Live. Hashtag Hey Eric, how is the stop sign in Keaton? Is it still kicking?
It is.
So
I mean,
it's not,
we just saw it. It's
not Keaton Beach. That's Cedar Key. Just to be clear. But
the stop signs in Keaton may not be faring as well, but you still see it in the bottom right portion of your screen. It's keeping its head above water. I mean, look at that.
It's still pretty remarkable.
What are we looking at for values there? It's hard to see. It looks like looks like it's 9 to 10.
Hold on, we're gonna do like a digital zoom. All right.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna manipulate this shot for
blurry.
a second. Watch out.
Okay, so yeah, so it's 9 foot. It looks like it's cresting.
Yeah, 10
at
feet.
about 11 foot. So not much change, even though the water looks a little bit rougher than it did previously. The waves are crashing about 11 foot up, and the lulls are about 9 foot. So you're looking at about 9 foot storm surge right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is what we've been talking about all weekend long. I mean, all week long.
Yeah.
Rather.
Yeah.
What day is it? It's Wednesday, right?
I mean, ever since,
my goodness.
I got here at about midnight Friday night to start working on graphics for Saturday morning. And it's been nonstop talking about, hey, this looks like a big storm surge event. And that's exactly what's happening.
C Crossman 21 on IG Live. Hashtags for us both. What's the update on Crystal River and Citrus County? Are there any correspondents on the ground there with current conditions? Do we have somebody?
Yeah, Justin was.
They're taking a break.
River.
Yeah, they're taking a break and conserving battery. So we don't have correspondence, but Eric can speak to the conditions in Crystal River.
Yeah, you saw the wind right now only gusting in the 20s. Let's put this radar in motion. And again, this is a 30-minute radar, minute by minute. So again, you're looking between about 8:55 to 9:25. Crystal River, had a pretty strong rain band move through about 15 minutes ago. Now up toward Dunellen, heading toward the eastern portions of Citrus County. So it doesn't look like there's much behind this for Crystal River right now. So I don't really expect the winds. Right now the winds are going to be gusty in these rain bands. Typically, you're not going to see gusty wind if it's not raining in your neighborhood. You'll still have some windy conditions, but it's not going to be those 30, 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts as you would see in a rain band. So as for Crystal River and Citrus County, at least along the coast, that part has improved. But I had told you before, the wind is now shifting, right? The wind is now starting to become a little bit west of south. So as you look into Crystal River, 19 mile an hour wind gust, but we're starting to see the wind slowly shift west of south. And once that occurs and you get a due southwest wind, that's when we're going to see the greatest storm surge in Crystal River. And that's what we're seeing right now in Cedar Key. The only difference is the tide levels are going to be a little bit higher as we head into the early part of the afternoon. So that's why we're expecting another 3 foot of surge because of those excess tide levels.
Let's continue to bounce around to some other platforms. But before we do, one more from Instagram Live. Cornichia Queen. Hashtag Eric, what's the status for Tampa? Is Tampa out of it yet?
Oh, no, not at all. Tampa's definitely not out of it. We're still seeing wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. In fact, Tampa International now at a 33 mile per hour wind gust, and that's going to continue. In regards to rain, let's take a look. Look at this. We've got that rain band. Oh, we've got a new tornado warning.
Okay, let's go to it.
Now in eastern, so that's probably Wesley Chapel, Dade City. Okay, so more like Dade City. So let's go to our storm products here on Max Defender 8. Let's check out the relative velocity. And you can see there's definitely red and green. It's not organized rotation, but you definitely see rain toward the radar and rain away from the radar, especially just to the north of Zephyr Hills. So let me get a drawer right here. You see the reds and the greens, not really what we call a couplet tightly packed. Actually, right here also, let me zoom into that. And you can see that, we are seeing signs of very, very weak rotation within this rain band. And also, look at this. This is even more so as you look at this. So the green and the red is rain away and the rain toward radar. It looks like two eyes, but that's not how I meant to draw it. So when I zoom in and I put what we call a query, 17 miles an hour in one direction, 19 miles an hour in the opposite. So this is definitely rotation. And you can understand what I'm saying, JB, in regards to rain, wind away from radar and wind toward radar. You're seeing the red being away from radar, the green being rain toward radar. So again, we are seeing some slight rotation, and that is why we are seeing a tornado warning right now in the Wesley Chapel area. So if you do live in eastern Pasco County, go into even up toward Dade City, go into an interior portion of your house, as not a tornado on the ground right now, but definitely rotation with this rain band.
Not too far away, Polk County. Hashtags First Boats. Selena wants to know about how the weather looks there.
Yeah, Polk County is pretty big right now. Lakeland area seeing a break in the action, but you've got another area of rain coming into Lakeland in the next 15 minutes or so. As you head toward Auburndale, toward Winter Haven, Lake Alfred area, you'll start to see some of those rain bands coming in. You're already seeing some light rain in the Winter Haven area along 17. But it will pick up over the next few minutes. And again, Polk County, even all the way to Indian Lake, some heavy rain. So Polk County is going to be under the gun. We're not seeing any tornado warnings or rotation in Polk County now. But again, these rain bands will continue to come in throughout the morning.
So I can't help but notice this tweet. We're going to come out to the Stream Center, and I'm going to bring in this tweet from Zachary Fowler. We've been talking so much about what our YouTube comment section has affectionately called a stoppie. But check this out, Eric. Somebody on Twitter decided to find an image of what stoppie used to look like. And
wow.
there it is there.
Wow.
So and we know it has G Street on the top. So somebody Zachary probably went on, Google Street View and snapshotted this. That's what I would guess, Zachary, unless you just on your phone randomly have a picture of this stop sign, which I absolutely doubt you do. But so Twitter, yes, your pictures, weather pictures, selfies. We want to see some pet photos too. If you use #HeyJB on Twitter, we can bring in those pictures. So that's a tweet that just came in a short time ago.
Looks pretty standing strong there.
I don't know whether or not to say RIP to the stop sign because it's still there. All they have to do is grab it when the stormwaters go away and then just
bend it up,
stake it back in the ground. The G Street stop sign. Well, look, fingers crossed, you guys. Fingers crossed. Let's go to some of the other questions and comments that are coming in. And we had one here from Luke Fratis. I think it's Luke Fratis on Twitter. We're going to spend some time with Twitter for a little bit. #Hey Eric and JB, what times are going to be the worst for downtown St. Pete?
Well, I believe downtown St. Pete, say that 5 times in a row, has been flooding since yesterday afternoon into the evening. But again, as that storm surge continues and the water's being pushed from the Gulf of Mexico into Tampa Bay, it is going to continue to inundate downtown St. Petersburg. So you've got another heavy shower on the way to downtown St. Pete in about 5 minutes or so. That doesn't help out, but low-lying areas, Shore Acres especially, you're going to be underwater for some time today on your Wednesday.
More comments like this one are popping in too. One more. This was Timmy. Put up a long live stoppie tweet as well. And folks, we are going to have to take a break at some point. But Eric, this is just a check-in on you.
You know me, man.
We've been streaming nonstop for
4.5 hours.
4 hours and 18 minutes.
That's good. I mean, what was our record last year?
Ooh, we went for a while during Ian.
I think we went 6, took a little break. We went 4, 8. I don't know.
Yeah, but we are 4 hours nonstop. We haven't moved out of these chairs, so just
I'm good. I'm good if you're good.
I mean, we got hunger, other basic needs.
I still got a little. I mean, if you need to take a break, you know me. I mean, I'm good to go. I can talk about what's going on with the storm while you take a break for a couple minutes if you'd like.
I'll tell you what. You have to promise me on this live stream. Promise me that you'll give me the high sign if you need a break.
Oh, I always will. But I'm good.
What is the high sign? What's our cool high sign? Do we have one yet? well, if I see thumbs up, I'm going to say keep going. You know what? We'll work on that. That's for next year. We'll figure out a high sign.
That's thumbs down.
When you need to use
and hopefully, yeah. I mean, I have an ironclad bladder, and so I haven't really tried. Jeff always makes fun of me. He swears I have a diaper on, but I promise you I don't.
Scott Hansen, eat your heart out.
Yeah.
Some people will get that reference. Some people will get the Scott Hansen reference. But hey, man, we can do it too.
Yeah, I mean, I've played pinball for hours and hours and hours straight. So this is nothing different.
Just random question about that. Pinball, you stand.
Correct.
This you sit.
Yes.
What is easier
my legs are not aching me. I've played pinball for hours straight. I hold world records on a lot of pinball machines, and the longest one that I played was over 4 hours. So imagine standing in place for over 4 hours on a pinball machine, and then you're playing games after that. I'm getting a little older, right? So yeah, I get some aches in my legs here and there, and I noticed after the last pinball tournament I played, which was you know, a 3-day event down in Fort Myers that, you know, I had a little soreness in my hands from, believe it or not, pressing the buttons. I know people are probably going to laugh and say, how can you be sore? It's not a contact sport. But when you're using muscles that you're not used to using, or you're using muscles for, you know, a long period of time, then yeah, you do get a little achy. But no, sitting here, these are actually pretty comfortable chairs.
Well, we've been on stream for 4 hours and 21 minutes straight. Would you rather be standing or sitting for 4 hours?
No. I'd rather be sitting.
Okay. Just some people.
How about you?
Some people love to stand. I don't know. No, I'd probably rather be sitting.
I mean, you know,
a mix of both is best.
Our morning show, you're right. Our morning show is what, 4.5 hours?
Mm-hmm.
And when I fill in, I'm pretty much standing the whole time.
On your feet. Do you feel it? Do you feel those aches afterwards?
Not as much as when I'm playing pinball, because I don't know. I guess I'm a little more active with the machine. I'm maneuvering the game. It's a 300-pound game. But you know, when I'm just standing around and I am doing a lot of walking too. It's not just standing versus, you know, if you're walking, I can walk for hours, JB. You know, I mean, I could walk several hours. I could bike ride several hours. It doesn't really bother me.
Get ready for our first pet photo of the day.
Oh,
Birdie Bird.
Look at that.
Yes. Hashtag AJB, Port Orange checking in. We're hunkered down and watching you and Eric. Thanks. And look, I'm just going to manipulate this and blow this up. Look at that.
Oh, my gosh. Look at that.
Cats love cardboard boxes. You don't have a cat, right?
No, I don't. Well, actually, so where I stay in Fort Myers, we have a cat and we have 2 dogs. So I can't say that it's my cat, but yeah, he's very, very shy.
Well, that is a very cute cat photo, Birdie Bird. And
it is.
Cats in cardboard boxes. People who watch me on stream a lot know about my cats, because I talk about my cats because I love my cats. And so, yeah, that one caught my eye.
Yeah, you had a little scare a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. But all things are good.
Good.
Cat did not get away. Yes, did have a scare at one point, but all things are good.
Good. Glad to hear
in the Biunno household. Let's go to Brian Ezel on Twitter. Hashtag HeyJB. Do you expect this? He has a picture here. We'll blow up this picture too. He says, do you expect the storm surge to be worse at high tide today in Tampa? And then there's his picture from, I believe, outside his home.
Yeah, so first I want to get to Port Orange. That was our last cute cat question. Port Orange on the East Coast, just to the south of Daytona. And, you know, you've got some rain on the way, and it's going to continue. And some of those rain bands could be strong on the East Coast. As far as Tampa Bay itself, yes, of course. I mean, if a tide is rising, then of course the water level is going to get higher. So, you know, somewhere around 12:30ish. I'll have to look at the exact time, but I believe it's right after lunchtime. Let's see, high tide, Tampa Bay, and see if it gives me. Yeah, I believe it's close to 11:30ish.
Here's Tampa, by the way.
No, 2 o'clock.
The river. Here's the river walk for people asking about Tampa right now.
About 2 o'clock. Yeah. So we come off of a low tide, and now we're just starting to increase the tide here in Tampa Bay all the way through 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we've got several hours left of a tide that's going to continue to go up.
I have a big smile on my face.
Uh-oh. Is it a bird?
I love this comment.
Is it a plane?
I love this comment in the queue. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
This is my favorite comment. My favorite comment in the queue so far. People are commenting. And look, Tracking the Tropics is about the science. It's about storms. But really it's about people. It's about us and how we learn from these storms to better protect us, our families, our loved ones, and our pets, including newborns, including, check out this comment from Carrie on Facebook Live. Says that she is joining us from Brooksville. We ended up with rain, wind, and 2 baby goats. My female had her babies, and we named them Hurricane and Idalia.
Wow. Is the male named Tom Brady?
Oh, I see what you did. Bravo. Wait. I got the sound effect for that.
Oh.
Wow. You know what? We're gonna hit the applause button for Eric there.
Every time I hear goat or think about goat, I always think about Tom Brady.
There are 2 baby goats in Brooksville today named Hurricane and Idalia.
Yeah. I love it.
That's just awesome.
I really love it. So you had rain, you had wind now in Brooksville. There's not much going on. You're going to have a little lull in the action for a while, but you know what? We're not going to complain about that. And again, as the day goes on, these showers are going to move further to the east, and they're going to become fewer and more far between. You're still going to get those rain bands, but you're going to see a bigger time frame in those lulls between the rain bands.
Let's see here. To Walking Soccer on Twitter, I don't have access to that camera presently. We'll grab this tweet. We'll grab this tweet. Just 2 more because now the pet photos are coming in, and people want
here we go.
Their pet photos to be part of our live stream. Zachary commenting back at us, hashtags for us both, hunkered down in Philly with Tim Riggins.
Philly? What's going on in Philly?
I don't know. There's Tim.
Oh, wow.
Tim the cat.
Tim the cat. Look at that.
Yeah, I love it.
Let's see what's going on. Is
And
there,
then
is
one
there anything
more.
going on in Philly?
I don't know.
And
then Lauren
there's a little bit
Vargo,
of rain in
hashtag
Philly.
JB St. Pete, quick dog walk, had a bit more water this morning. Look at this cute guy. Yeah.
Oh.
He's
Is
like,
that a
where'd all
corgi?
this water come from?
Is that a corgi?
I don't know if that's a corgi.
It's hard to tell. I mean, the ears are kind of pointed.
I'm more of a cat pro than a dog pro.
I mean,
but I love dogs. People get that mixed up all the time, and I just want to be very, very clear. I love dogs, just not as much as cats.
I love dogs.
Cats are
way more than cats.
Really, all right, so you got a dog person and you got a cat person on
Yeah,
screen,
that's
you
okay.
guys. But I love dogs.
And little does JB know that every time he mentions the New York Yankees, I have to cringe, being from pretty close to Boston.
There's
So,
another
anyway,
point of
especially
disagreement.
with them being in last place. But anyway, we won't talk about baseball.
No,
Boston's
we're
not
going
doing
to
much
real-time
better.
wobble tracker and avoiding that subject matter to talk about wobbles. And if we look here at the wobble tracker, it would appear that it is really close to the forecast track. And again, look, kudos to the National Hurricane Center. They deserve some appreciation simply because this forecast track has been very accurate and the models have been remarkably consistent even as early as this past weekend, Eric. I mean, there was a little bit of a westward nudge over, the last 2 days, but in large part, this is a storm that they got right. People were asking over and over and over again, it's going to make that Ian-like hook, right? It's going to hook and turn like Ian. It's going to make that curve. It's going to hit Tampa, or it's going to hit Cedar Key, or even south of Cedar Key, maybe Newport Richey. Look, the models held true. You were right with the movement speed. You were right with the landfall time. And here we are, and we're just pointing out that the National Hurricane Center, we got to call balls and strikes here. That's how I say it. And they got it right.
Yeah, the models, the models were actually east of Cedar Key on Sunday. So the models did move maybe 70 miles to the west. But over a 3-day period of time, 70 miles really isn't that bad, right? I mean, it's pretty close. And again, I equated this to the increased forward speed, 14 up to 18 miles per hour. So imagine if you're running a mile and as soon as you run that mile, you're going to turn. Or what I should say is, imagine you're running for 10 minutes. And when you make it to 10 minutes, you turn to the right, okay? The faster you go, the further away you're going, the further up you're going to get before you make that turn to the right. The slower you go, the sooner you're going to turn to the right 10 minutes from now. That's basically what this hurricane did. So whatever time it's supposed to move to the right, well, it was moving so fast to the north that time that it moved to the right, it projected the hurricane to be further to the north before it made that right-hand turn.
We've got more reporters on standby. Yeah, and I want to just point out the track wasn't perfect.
It was very, very close.
But
I mean, for 3 days out, You saw 3 days out at Ian. It was pretty close to Tampa. Now, 2 days out with Ian, it was very accurate. It was Venice toward Englewood and even toward Lee County. So 2 days out, the track for Ian was pretty accurate. 3 days, it was not.
Yeah.
So you look at 3 days, and you're looking east of Cedar Key, and now, what are we, 60, 70 miles to the west of Cedar Key? That's not really that much compared to Tampa versus Fort Myers, which could have been, 150 or so miles? So big difference there.
Let's go more to some of the comments and questions, but really quickly before we do that, a report from our own Chloe Sparks. Stand by here. Let's bring that up live.
Out here, some electrical crews saying not to do that because there have been a couple of electrical boxes down the street. You can see a couple of them smoking if we zoom in closely, and they are causing an electric currents over there. You have the chance to get electrocuted if you walk out there like some of these people have been doing this morning. And this is near the Sponge Docks in Tarpon Springs. So over by the marina, the water is level with the boats, level with the concrete, level with the docks. Over the river, that's going to be the Ancodal River, there has been a lot of debris coming across there. We've seen full-size garbage cans floating across the river. So just a lot of debris out here, palm trees that have been knocked down by some strong winds, and then as you can tell, all of this flood water. And while some of the electrical crews out here, they have said that the water does look like it's receding, but just like many of our reporters in those other counties have reported, high tide is coming. So this water doesn't seem to be going anywhere, only going to get higher. So just stay wary of that. Stay out of this area. Me and my photog Malik have driven throughout the area, and it is hard to get around. There is some deep water over here, many homes being affected, and crews out here just wanting everyone to stay safe. And again, stay out of this water. Back to you guys.
Chloe Sparks reporting for us in Tarpon Springs. We appreciate Chloe's live report here on WFLA Now, back here on stream.
Let's talk about the Anclote River.
Absolutely. It's all yours.
It comes, boy, this is going to be a pain, isn't it? Are you going to let me draw this time or what? No, maybe? I mean,
the draw tool doesn't like you today.
I know. The draw tool doesn't like me. The ruler tool doesn't like, there we go. So, the water's being pushed into the Anclote River, right? And you see where Tarpon Springs is, right here. So we're getting flooding from that. Now, the wind is out of the south right now. Imagine when the wind is more westerly. That's going to push water directly into the river, and that's when we can expect Tarpon Springs to flood even more so than what we're seeing now. So let's get rid of all the drawings and show exactly radar-wise that, you had a lull in the action in Tarpon Springs where Chloe's at. But now, guess what? In the next couple of minutes, you've got another rain band that's going to drop rain on flooded roadways. And, of course, that's not going to help either. But then behind that, there's really not too much going on. Once this rain band gets through at about, 9:45, maybe 10:30-ish. But still, it's the wind pushing the water in, especially into inlets, into rivers, into the bay, into the intercoastal. Once the water from a large area is pushed into a smaller area, that's when it really bubbles up everywhere. And that's when we can expect the greatest of the coastal flooding. And combine that with the high tides that occur early this afternoon. Again, we're still at least 4 hours away from the highest that we're going to see in regards to storm surge.
Let's show you where, of course, the storm is right now on the real-time Wobble tracker. Here you see it moving inland. Any chance, we're about to get that 10 o'clock advisory, Eric. Any chance that we get it downgraded to a Cat 1? Does it look like it, or is that too soon?
Let's see, where are we at now? Cat 1 would have to be 90. We're at 110. Probably not.
Probably not.
I think we're going to be probably 100 miles an hour. No, in fact, look at the forecast. 2 p.m. Wednesday, Yeah, I think that's overdone. The 2 p.m. Wednesday on the cone update still has a category 2 at 100 miles an hour. And we've already seen a 15 mile an hour decrease from when it made landfall, 2 hours ago until now. So I don't think it's going to be a category 2 storm when it gets into that Valdosta area.
Let's go back to some of your questions and comments. Use the hashtag, ask a question. S. Hicks, hashtag KJB. Please let me know what you know about Oldsmar flooding and road conditions. We don't have a reporter there, and I don't have any reports out of Oldsmar, but at the very minimum, Eric Stone can bring it up here on Max Defender 8.
Well, right. And you know what? Oldsmar being at the very, very north end of the bay. So, again, I wouldn't be surprised, especially along the coast. And I talked about this before in the Oldsmar area. In Pinellas County, Hillsborough Ave turns into Tampa Road. So to the south of Tampa Road, and even more so, what is this, St. Petersburg Drive, Shore Drive. I'm sure parts of Shore Drive, and I don't mean to say that, Shore, but Shore Drive probably seeing some water, some inundation from Tampa Bay as the wind pushes from south to north. And that will continue on throughout the day, maybe even south of St. Petersburg Drive. So, there will be some homes in this area that may be inundated with water. But again, we're looking at, in this area, 2 to 4 foot of storm surge. And again, with the high tides, this could amplify that come early this afternoon in Oldsmar.
We just had that comment come up. It was from Jezra. And I'm going to see if I can find that here again. It popped up somewhere. Oh, there it is. It's hashtag, hey, Eric, asking about Palm Harbor, saying could take a big hit from winds pushing water. Let's get this up on screen so that our audience can see it. Palm Harbor.
So, Palm Harbor, not from the wind, but definitely from the storm surge. And again, once the wind shifts to the southwest, which is expected to happen, it's actually starting to happen right now, but it will happen a little bit later on this morning into the early afternoon. Unfortunately, right when the high tide occurs, water will be pushed in Crystal Beach, Palm Harbor, down toward Harborview, and again, even in the Tarpon Springs area. So this is going to be what we talk about after Idalia drops to a category 1, moves into Georgia. We are going to be talking about the storm surge ongoing all the way through at least the early part of the afternoon.
Hashtag AJB from Barbara Skinner on Facebook Live wants to know about Wesley Chapel.
Yeah, Wesley Chapel, you were under, I guess the tornado warning was just off to your east. Wesley Chapel, things are quieting down. Zephyr Hill's about the same, but there's a pretty decent rain band right around Tampa Palms heading toward New Tampa. Wesley Chapel, you'll be in the next round of rain in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Again, these rain bands will be few and far between as we head into the afternoon. They'll become more isolated. Right now, they're pretty scattered, but they'll become more isolated later on today. So you're not expecting a rainy day whatsoever. And even by late afternoon into the evening, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some peaks of sunshine. So
wow.
that's a little silver lining on the cloud, right?
Welcome news for there, of course. Maddie Bell, what Georgia counties will be affected? I am not an expert in Georgia counties, but we can at least shout out some areas.
South Central, Southeast Georgia counties. I kind of rather just go through cities. I've actually been in Thomasville. I have friends that live in Monticello. We went to a really, really good Southern buffet in Thomasville. Oh, I love that place. But, once you get east of Thomasville, that's when conditions will start to get worse. And to Valdosta, Lakeland in Georgia, Tifton, it'll Thomasville, Moultrie, Tifton, probably seeing about the same effects. But once you get toward Douglas, Waycross, Alma, that's when you're expecting to see a little bit more in the way of wind. And once you get into that eye wall, but as for now, it's looking like the Valdosta area. Let me clear that out. It's looking like the Valdosta area, definitely the next in line to see some of that heavy rain. We'll get rid of this one of these days. There we go. So yeah, south central towards southeast Georgia. And again, I mean, once you get toward Waycross, Jessup, and then towards Savannah, all counties from south central Valdosta all the way to Savannah will be affected by this.
Yeah, moving right now really across southern Georgia for sure. Let's move back down to the Tampa Bay area because we continue to monitor, of course, any tornado warnings. Nikki Jernigan wants to know about will we get a tornado in Plant City? That is so hard, obviously, to predict. Tornadoes are so spontaneous, but what are you seeing on Max Defender 8 there?
So, so let's zoom into Plant City. And again, you've got come on. You can do it. You can do it. All right. So yeah, Plant City, you had a shower, things are kind of quieted down. What's off to your south? Really not much. So it's going to be pretty quiet. Let me look and see. I don't think there have been, but let me see if there's been any confirmed tornadoes. A lot of times you get tornado warnings, but you don't get too many tornadoes when it comes to these hurricanes. I'm not seeing any today, August 30th, yesterday. Okay, so, look at this. Yesterday, looks like we had a tornado in Highlands County near Avon Park. That was actually closer to last night. So the only confirmed tornado that I'm seeing is pretty close to Avon Park. So again, the chances of a tornado warning are much higher than the chances of a tornado itself. But yeah, as JB said, you can't really pinpoint, is Plant City going to get a tornado? It all depends on how these rain bands form and evolve as they move from water to land, and you get those spin-ups and the rotation from the friction of land. So again, the potential is there, but chances are there will not be.
We're going to come to Libby Dean for a quick check-in in just a couple of minutes, just see what's going on there in Tallahassee. Before we go there, Smooth Tennessee Whiskey wants to know, #JB and Eric, any knowledge of structural damage? Clearly, Eric, we had structural damage in Cedar Key. And what's going to happen? Let me explain this from a news perspective really quickly, folks. So, so our Max Defender 8 Storm Chaser vehicle is among many of the vehicles that will now be able to move into the hardest hit areas once the storm is gone. Now, for example, Keaton Beach, Eric, when is Keaton Beach going to be in the clear, and when is the green light going to be there for reporter crews such as ours to kind of move into that area? Because people are going to want to see the areas that were hit hardest, get an idea to assess some of the damage. There are people with properties in this area that want to know, how bad Idalia hit them. So there's, of course, we're getting structural damage reports across the viewing area, but as far as the hardest hit areas, when can we move in?
Well, I mean, you saw a reporter in Perry already.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't be surprised if people were already there. Probably not a good idea. I'm just looking to see if I can, there's Horseshoe Beach. I think Keaton Beach is a little bit further north of that. May not, it may not show up. Oh, there it is. There's Keaton Beach right there. So keep your eye right where Keaton Beach is, pretty much due south of Perry. I think, and there looks like there's really only one road or one main drag that goes down to Keaton Beach. Again, they're going to be dealing with a lot of storm surge. So, I would definitely wait until Thursday before.
Wow, not even today.
I mean, I wouldn't chance it. I mean, think about 10 to 14 foot of water, right? It's not going to be gone by the end of the day. And it may not be gone tomorrow. What was interesting, when I was in the flood in Fort Lauderdale, it was a Wednesday. And I remember Thursday afternoon, there was still standing water on some of the roads to where cars were still flooded out. And that wasn't even storm surge. That was fresh water. So now you imagine 10 to 14 foot of storm surge, right? Gulf water being thrown into Keaton Beach. And how long is it going to take for that water to recede? I mean, it may not even be till Friday, but I would say definitely not today. Not a good idea today.
Let's check in with our own Libby Dean. She's standing by in the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. Libby, you're, in fact, if I can go to you full screen for a second, I can show exactly where you are sitting. Right there over your right shoulder is where Governor DeSantis has been speaking and delivering his addresses to the state regarding the state's response. What's the latest you're hearing?
Yeah, so I actually just asked about our next presser and update that we're going to get, and they are telling me that sometime around midday. They don't have any specifics yet, but yeah, as you mentioned, Governor DeSantis had his updates and has been throughout the week back here at this lectern, and we've had Florida Director of Emergency Management Kevin Guthrie also in here giving us updates, kind of every hour on the hour.
And what exactly is the Emergency Operations Center being utilized for those who are unaware? I mean, what are some of the things that they're monitoring on those monitors, even behind you?
Yeah, they're working around the clock, and they've been on, I don't know if you can see it, but on this white screen, I can't do the pointing well, but on that white screen, they have been at level 1, which means that they're operating 24 hours. And they basically are monitoring the storm, communicating with local governments, local counties who are being hit. That is mainly their task behind us, but there's so many officials and leaders from different state agencies here at the EOC, because this is where obviously everyone is headquartered right now.
And I don't know if you're located anywhere near any windows or if you've been outside lately, but do you know what the weather conditions are like right now in Tallahassee?
Yeah, I actually walked outside, I want to say about like 15 minutes ago, and we've just got strong winds and heavy rain. But honestly, I was expecting it to be a little more severe. I think that definitely the issue with up here is going to be the down trees, because that we're obviously in a swamp area over here on the Big Bend, in the armpit, as I call it, of Florida, and those trees are going to lead to those trees and limbs being down is going to lead to a lot of power outages.
All right. The 10 o'clock advisory is in, Eric. Libby, we'll let you get back to it. We'll check it back in with you if we hear anything new or if you need to flag me. Eric.
Yes.
So the 10 o'clock advisory just dropped. What are we learning?
Let's take a look. Let's learn together. Okay, 105. So again, this
still booking it 18 miles an hour.
Yeah, and you see how close it is to Georgia, and you see, the old cone, has 2 o'clock, not much further than it is now.
Right,
see that?
Right, yeah.
So what did I tell you about? This thing is going to be moving a lot quicker than what, you may think with this cone. I think it's 10 o'clock now. I think by 11:30, it's going to be pretty close to where you see that too. And so by 2 o'clock, I think this thing is going to be well to the east of south central Georgia. Pressure, has gone up 964 now. And so, again, this is what the trend's going to be now that the storm is inland. Still a strong Category 2, 105. It'll probably lose a good 5 miles an hour in wind every single hour for the next several hours. So, the 11 o'clock advisory will be important, JB, because, it will issue another cone update. Although it's not going to affect us. We're still going to feel the storm surge. As you can see. Now, you can see the water is being pushed against the Riverwalk. Do you see that? You can see the current is being pushed more toward the Riverwalk. And
this shot has gotten hazier, no doubt, too.
Right, just because of the rain.
Is that is that rain?
Rain bands, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's almost raining sideways on this shot. It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah,
or is
it's rain and wind. So, yeah, you could say it's raining sideways. Let's look at our max offender rate radar. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, a really, really heavy shower right there. Look at that. It's moving through South Tampa right now, Davis Island, McDill, and really starting to make its way through downtown. In fact, in the coming minutes, I wouldn't be surprised if the visibility really lowers on that camera. So keep an eye on that.
I will.
Just to see. Yeah, I mean, you're almost seeing the visibility lower right now. So yeah, another rain band is coming in with this one. This just crossed St. Petersburg and now crossing the bay. So again, St. Petersburg, you're in the clear for now, but now all eyes are on downtown Tampa. Brandon, you're going to get some of that rain. I think Valrico, Riverview on the edge of it, not really seeing much. But again, with this rain, you're seeing the strong gusty wind. So it looks like the rain just moved to the east of the airport. Let's see if we see an increase in the wind gusts at Tampa International. Not really. St. Petersburg still at 30, Tampa at 29. But notice these wind gusts on average are a lot lower than obviously they have been. But notice you're starting to see the wind out of the southwest. You see that, JB?
Mm-hmm.
And those lines that you see, those are the wind direction and speed. So again, with a more southwesterly wind, as Idalia tracks more to the north and eventually to the northeast, you're going to see that wind switch to the southwest. And that's going to directly push water into Tampa Bay. And that will be the worst case scenario with storm surge. Combine that with the high tides that will occur early this afternoon. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that Riverwalk partially or completely underwater.
Well, there it is right now. We'll monitor conditions here, but I also want to switch over to Jeff Patterson's shot. He's preparing for a live report momentarily after this Hillsborough County Emergency Response presser that's streaming on WFLA.com gets wrapped up. So Jeff's listening in for our control room, getting ready for his cue, but we might be able to note some things from Joey Capistrand's camera as we look here at some of the storm surge debris that is beginning to wash up on the streets of Cedar Key, located about 60 miles east of Keaton Beach, the landfall location of Hurricane Idalia, making landfall as it peaked as a Category 4, made landfall as a Category 3, and now presently is a Category 2 and expected to hold Category 2 status for at least a little bit longer as it makes its way more inland into southern Georgia and then, of course, across South Carolina. So that's a live look here from Cedar Key, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. And, they're not getting much rain up there. They're basically getting a lot of wind and still they're getting that storm surge. And, as Jeff said, they're expecting that storm surge to increase the next several hours as we get close to high tide, as much as 3 to 5 more feet, right? So we're not seeing much in the way of rain up that way, but that doesn't mean that the worst is over. In fact, it's not, even here in the Bay Area, as you can see. Even Cedar Key now not under a tornado watch anymore, as most of that heavy rain is now off to the north and to the northeast. So, yeah, you're going to be dealing in Cedar Key with that storm surge, Horseshoe Beach, southward, Crystal River. You're going to be dealing with that all the way through the early and middle part of the afternoon today.
Max Defender 8 radar, a tool that we can use here. And this isn't Max Defender 8. I know presently we were just using Max Defender 8. This is the Tallahassee radar, correct or
correct.
No?
Yeah.
Is South Carolina in play yet? Oh, and there is a tornado warning up near Savannah, right? Is that what you...
Yeah, so if I go to, now that we get out of Florida, if I go to the national radar, so this is basically, the whole country, you can see that there are a couple of pretty strong rain bands. And there were several tornadoes. Look, do you see all those red boxes popping up? You got a couple right there. You got one inland. You got near Hinesville, near Savannah. So again, you're getting these spin-ups because the rain bands that are offshore encountering the friction of land, creating these spin-ups. And that's why you're seeing these coastal tornado warnings in coastal Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia very much in play. South Carolina very much in play. Charleston starting to see some fringe impacts.
And look at this. I mean, you're starting to see rain as far north as Columbia already. So, and even into Macon, Georgia.
Is Atlanta going to get clipped?
Yeah, not really. I don't think so. I mean, if they see any light rain, it's not going to add up to much at all. I don't really think so. And they're not really going to see much in the way of wind. Like the wind field isn't that wide with this, you know?
Right. A couple notes. I'm very grateful for you for zooming out for a moment because we get a wider picture here.
Right.
I'm sure that there are folks in our comment section watching from Alabama and saying, thank goodness it's not us this time around, because southern Alabama has been known to get walloped by hurricanes and tropical storms. And then also, too, we've had a lot of folks, Eric, joining us from the Jacksonville area, northeast Florida. And also, too, people asking for updates about Gainesville and the University of Florida. A lot of young students there. So can we do a quick update on Jacksonville and Gainesville?
So let's go back to our max defender rate radar. And again, you can see that, in the Gainesville area, you don't really have the heavy rain. Same thing in Jacksonville as of right now. But those rain bands are coming, and they eventually will continue to make their way into that area. Let me see if Tallahassee's radar shows anything different. No, not really. You can see just a couple of rain bands in the Gainesville area. The windiest conditions out of Gainesville and Jacksonville are over now. So you've basically already seen the worst that you're going to see in Gainesville and Jacksonville in regards to Hurricane Idalia. And again, we'll put the national radar up just in case the local's missing anything. And the national radar is a few hours. But yeah, look at that. There's really not much there in Jacksonville, and even Gainesville. Just you've got one very weak rain band, and there's not really much behind that right now. So again, the worst I think is over for Gainesville, and then Jacksonville. You're probably in the thick of the worst right now, but still, you're probably not even tropical storm force sustained wind.
I want to check in on this shot on one of our router sources. Let's go here live and see what we're looking at. This is now we're tapping into this feed and trying to get an idea as to where this is. I don't know if this is Jeff Patterson still.
I
Joey
don't think
Capistran.
so.
This could be Beth Rousseau and Hudson, trying to get a better distinguishable identifier.
That looks like a more populated area.
That looks like Beth.
I think it is.
They are in the bed of a truck in making their way through the Hudson, Florida area.
Okay.
Can you bring up Hudson on
definitely
on Max Fender 8? So this is a great perspective as they drive around some of the flooded areas, hopefully areas that are just, we're talking about levels of flooding that they can safely navigate through. This shot will pick up here in just a second. The camera photographer clearly just resting their camera for a second downward, but we'll come back to that. Let's show everybody where Beth is.
Yeah, so Hudson, so I'll zoom out so you get a better idea. So basically it's, pretty close to the northernmost point in Pasco County. Not quite. But again, along US 19, anything to the west of that definitely has the potential of storm surge, especially in the Hudson area, because 19 is dangerously close to the Gulf of Mexico. And look what's happening. So we'll put this radar in motion. And, Hudson escaped some of that rain band, that heavy rain band that moved through Hernando Beach. But again, now, you've got that other rain band that's moving through right now, and then it actually just moved through. So what's to come in Hudson? At least there's not much rain to come, but you're still seeing that wind. So even though you may not have rain in your neighborhood, look at the flooding there. That water is, a couple feet deep where that man is walking. And you don't know what's in the water. I mean, there could be Stoppy number 2, Baby Stoppy, Forky. We don't know, Buzz Lightyear. I mean, we don't know what's under that water that could, potentially harm you. Buzz Lightyear would never harm you.
Gators?
Well, so, salt water, usually not. But,
right. So areas that see, right.
But every now and then a gator somehow wanders into the Gulf of Mexico. It's very rare because
with salt water, yeah.
Right. If there's a lot of rivers
and there's a lot of waterways that empty into the Gulf that are freshwater, right? Or mainly freshwater. So, I mean, anytime you see water in Florida, you know, there could be a gator in it. Likelihood, probably not, but still, I mean, I wouldn't want to take a chance.
Yeah, more near freshwater than all of the storm surge coming in from the Gulf with saltwater. People asking in our comment section about sharks. Sharks are not really going to find themselves in storm surge waters. It's considered to be an extremely remote chance. And even if it was a shark, we're not talking about, you know, a larger species of shark that most people are familiar with. If there was
not Meg or Meg 2,
it would be a very, very, very small nurse shark or reef shark, even in that extreme remote possibility with storm surge waters moving. And look at all those cars. Wow, let's go full screen. I mean,
I tell you,
are these cars totaled?
Oh yeah.
I mean, look. I mean, Eric, I know you've had experience with that. In the past.
Yeah.
I mean,
once the water, and again, when I came out to my car in Fort Lauderdale, the water was, you know, up to the door, and you know, I tried to move to higher ground, but there was really nowhere to go, and you know, I was safe. I knew I would be safe. It wasn't, you know, storm surge water in Fort Lauderdale. This was just low-lying downtown area.
Wow, look at this. This is Hudson, Florida.
Storm surge. This is this is the dangerous flood water that you don't want to get caught in a car. But yeah, I mean, I saw cars in Fort Lauderdale when I was there that were up to the middle of their windows. You know what I'm saying? And anytime water gets in your car, I tell you, JB, when I went, I had to go back to Fort Lauderdale and get all my stuff out of the car, right? And the mildew smell, the mold smell, even shortly after, from water just being, and the water was it wasn't even a foot deep in the car. Water getting into your floorboards, it's done. It's just, you'll never get the smell out, you'll never get the mold out, and the car's totaled.
So, very important to note that now our reporters took a little bit of a break to conserve battery, grab a quick bite to eat, hydrate, do all the things that they need to do, and now their signals are popping back up in preparation for our late morning newscast and also to various cut-ins that we have on WFLA News at Channel 8. So there are people who are saying, oh, why is the cameraman pointed at the bed of this truck? Why am I seeing, you know, someone's lap right now? It's because the cameraman is completely oblivious to the fact that we haven't even have this shot punched up. He's just what we call in the industry spraying video, looking for video opportunities to capture, you know, 6 seconds here, 6 seconds there. So that's why he's kind of resting the camera right now, probably on his lap. So that's a little bit of a behind the scenes as to why we're seeing the camera shot like this. But we have other shots that are now popping up on the grid. I'm going to hit the touch screen here and change this source. But see, here's the thing. These sources are all popping up randomly now, and I don't have locators on them yet. But this is another area that's been flooded. Now all of these reporters and photographer crews, they are moving into the areas hardest hit, and now we're starting to see what Idalia has left behind.
Yeah, you know, we may be wall-to-wall coverage on WFLA through, I think, 12 o'clock at least. So as far as the reporters, sometimes it's not necessarily the reporters moving into harder hit areas. It's actually the areas that the reporters are at. They're getting more storm surge now.
Because of the tides.
Because not only that, but because the wind has shifted to the southwest and is blowing. And you heard Jeff Patterson say, look, I was standing here at 1 o'clock this morning, and at 3 o'clock, all of a sudden, the water's coming up on us. So a lot of times, the reporter's still in the same place, and the conditions are actually getting worse where the reporters are. And like Jeff Patterson, they have to retreat and continue to do so until, you know, the conditions improve.
The eye wall, if you're just joining us, officially moving into Georgia, at least a portion of it. We might get a better look on radar with Eric here on the Tallahassee radar.
Yeah, Tallahassee's still picking up. Now, you know, you're not going to see things way northeast of Waycross, but you're still seeing the worst right now hitting the Valdosta area. I mean, look at that. You know, you've got a pretty heavy strong eye wall right into Valdosta, crossing I-75 in Georgia right now.
All right. I think our control room is trying to talk to us. If the control room has us, trying to communicate back if there's any questions, comments from the control room. We can hear you, control room.
Yep.
All right, we'll come your way with questions and comments. Guys, if you're joining us on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitter, Instagram Live, please load in your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments now. We have a television hit coming up where we're going to be interactively featuring your comments. Please let us know where you're watching from. So say hey, hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyEric. Watching from here. Look at this really quickly. Those are tires floating.
They sure are. Yep. That's what happens. Debris is going to be floating in that water.
Tires just floating away. Yeah. Thankfully, I have the touchscreen here. We could pop that up really quickly, but
yeah,
you never know what
too.
you're going to see in these waters now. Somebody just lost a set of tires. Unfortunately, would not want to be that person.
Or maybe they were used.
People are now walking by the cameras, and we're gonna look for your hashtag HeyJB questions and comments starting now. Everybody, where you're watching from and what your question is. Any other notes while I look for these, Eric?
No, I mean, you see the range getting fewer and far between, which is good news. They're coming at us.
Oh.
They're coming at us.
Yeah, hey there, Deanne. Hey there, Avery. Good to see you both. We're live on stream right now on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live, and answering a lot of questions coming in from across the viewing area. And because it's online, people joining us from, northern Florida, southern Georgia, asking questions there. Let's get to this question from, let's see here. It's Pocono Locksmith on YouTube Live, hashtag HeyJB, saying, Eric, they're joining us from an airplane ready to take off and heading to Orlando. What's the status with airports, and when is air travel going to get back to normal?
I know at TPA, they're closed. They were closed yesterday and today, and I do expect them to reopen tomorrow morning. As for Orlando, they're not experiencing the wind that we are, although it's still pretty gusty in Orlando with those rain bands moving in. I'm not sure where they're flying from, but if they're flying from the north, they're going to have to fly around Idalia to get to Orlando, so I'm not sure how that's going to work out.
We've got Find Joy Every Day. Love that username. On YouTube Live, hashtag HeyJB, The Villages. My family is there. What's going on presently at the Villages?
Right.
Eric?
Well, we're basically just seeing some very light rain bands come in. Still, we're seeing wind gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour. But as Idalia weakens and moves to the north, we'll see those wind gusts die off a little bit later on today.
We've got a lot of different questions coming in, but I really think that this is my absolute favorite. And I'm going to pop this one on screen because I popped this one up earlier. I saved it for our television audience because this one made us smile. And sometimes when you're doing long storm coverage, you just need moments to smile. And we hope that we can share this smile with all of you. From Carrie joining us from Brooksville. And we can check in on Brooksville here in just a second, Eric. But she says, we ended up with some rain, some wind, and 2 baby goats. My female had her babies, and we named them Hurricane and Idalia. How great is that?
And I said the father's name is Tom Brady.
Ah, that was the official station of your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, folks.
That's
as far as Brooksville, what is it looking like on radar?
As far as Brooksville, you've got another heavy rain band that's on the way to you, but there's really not too much behind it. So again, just some intermittent scattered rain bands throughout the morning, becoming a little bit more isolated this afternoon. There will be some strong gusty wind in these rain bands, 20 to 30 miles per hour.
The number one question that we are actually getting on stream, you guys, before we send it back to you, we're getting a lot of questions about there were some models circulating on social media that had this making a U-turn and coming back to Florida. We wanted to squash that on TV in addition to live stream. Those outlier models that made that sharp U-turn and pointed, Idalia back to the central part of Florida. That's no longer in play. So be careful what you find out from people on TikTok, Instagram, those places. If you want to find us, you can find us right now on Facebook, YouTube Live, WFLA.com, where we're interactively answering your questions in our continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia. But for now, we'll send it back over to you.
I didn't hear a rap.
Stand by.
So we are actually riding around on an AT vehicle through the floodwaters here in Pasco County. This is going to be the best look that you can get about the damage that some of these homes are seeing. You can see some of it, it's up to the door. It's varying quite a bit. Now, as we mentioned this morning, there are crews out rescuing. That's one of the crews that we're riding along with right now. We have seen pets and people rescued over and over and over again from these floodwaters. Look at that car. Look at that water that has just risen up on that car. Keep in mind, we are not at high tide just yet. We're still seeing people trying to drive out of these floodwaters. Their vehicles are getting stuck. That is why these Good Samaritans are coming out here to try and help people. We have seen people out in canoes as well, just doing everything that they can to get out of these waters as they do continue to rise. So there is danger that comes with these, not only for first responders, but for these Good Samaritans that come out in it. We have seen people coming out to assess their businesses, trying to get back here to assess their homes. Deputies, law enforcement, fire rescue are asking you, please don't do that, because when you come back out here, then they have to come back out here and get you. And in some of these areas, you can see water not necessarily all the way up to the door, but in other areas, it's waist deep. So you have to be really careful while you're out here. We're going to keep riding along, taking a closer look at this damage so we can bring you more of these images. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in studio.
All right, that's Beth Rousseau in Hudson, Florida. Stand by, you guys, because we have more live reports now in the queue, and I believe that coming up next is going to be News Channel 8's Nicole Rogers joining us. We'll go back. Actually, hold on. Beth is still live. Let's just quickly switch back to Beth and go there. Listen in.
Rescued, and to just give us a look at the flood damage and all the water that we're seeing in this area.
There was a follow-up question there. I just wanted to get in the portion of the follow-up question. So, all right, now back to...
We just had someone hop on with us, actually. Absolutely. Yeah. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. A little okay.
Was this what you expected at all from this storm?
No, not at all, to be honest with you. No expectation of this.
How long have you lived here for?
I've been living in the water for 5 years.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not a storm surge like this, no. This is the first time. This is an exceptional one, big one. Yeah.
And as far as your home, your property, I mean, what's that look like right now?
We don't know yet. That's why we're down here wading through the water to find out. Like, we're like assuming the dock's ripped up. I'm trying to get there before the storm surge, the tide comes up some more. It's like they're saying another 3 feet, and it's going to rip the boat and the dock up. So we're walking over there to loosen the lines up, try to save the boat and the dock.
Still a lot of concerns.
Yes, still, yeah.
Well, we're glad to have you on here with us. What's your name, sir?
Shannon.
Shannon, thank you so much for talking with us. So like we said, Good Samaritans still out here trying to help people out. We're going to continue riding along with them and bring you guys those stories. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, and now we're standing by for Nicole Rogers, who's going to be up next, tapping into her signal here on Tracking the Tropics. We'll get her location here in just a moment. Eric, back here with you on stream. Anything noteworthy from Beth Rousseau's shot from Hudson, Florida?
You know, the best thing is people helping people out.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter, you know, where you come from, where did you come from, where did you go? Everyone's helping everyone, and that's what we like to see in situations like this.
Absolutely. Agree. And Nicole standing by for her live report. Let's listen in here live. Nicole. Hernando County, folks.
There is quite a bit of flooding, and a lot of homeowners actually that didn't evacuate, and they stayed here, and they are now just looking at this distraught. Some now kayaking through it, as you can see, but plenty of water out here in Hernando County. We did speak to multiple people who not only are their homes being flooded, but that kayak shack right there, the owner just stopped by. She was hoping that she could get in and maybe do a few things, but by now it is just too late. Now, the latest update that I did get from the Hernando County Emergency Management is that on Shoreline Boulevard, there's 3 to 4 feet and growing. In Arapica, there was approximately 5 feet of storm surge, and Hernando Beach, approximately 4 to 5 feet. So, of course, there is a lot going on here. And for homeowners, they say, the one that I spoke with at his home is flooding at the moment, he says that he doesn't regret his decision of not leaving.
Nicole here tossing to a soundbite, which is being played right now on WFLA News Channel 8. As we see here, a man with a camera and a companion. In fact, this is the guy that gave the interview and the soundbite that they're playing. So now they're going to come back. TV's funny. So now they're going to come back to
well,
Nicole's
interesting.
live report.
He's right here now that we're talking about him for his house. You just went and checked on your house. What'd you see?
Water, a lot of water.
A lot of water? How much water?
Well, about this deep in the house so far. But the way it's coming in hard, I think it's going to be higher.
And you said this reminds you of the flood from back in the 90s.
In the 90s, yeah, the way it's coming in, still coming in, it's coming in at the speed that it did in the 90s. And I don't have any idea how high it'll get.
Well, I wish you the best of the luck with your home, of course, and of course, a lot of other homes here now facing damage here in Hernando County.
It's the price of living in paradise.
The price of paradise, I like that. And of course, now I did end up, finally the water went over my boot. Now it's inside in my socks. You know, I lasted about 13 hours without that happening. But, you know, Deanne, Avery, we finally made it happen, so.
Wet socks.
Yeah,
Storm coverage.
I'm surprised.
Not fun.
I'm surprised she lasted that long. I mean, that's pretty good.
Fun. Then your feet are cold, and I know people are like, it's Florida. It's in the 80s.
Yeah, the
it's
water's warm. The water's
90
90 degrees. It's a warm, wet sock.
You'll get they'll get chillier than you.
You
would
have
think.
to learn, like with Jeff Patterson. You saw what he was wearing, and you saw his boots, his pants. I mean. Hey, you know what? It's good to see people that are helping others out. And
let's listen in to Jeff.
Devastating destruction here. I want you to take a look behind me. This stretch of debris here is sargassum that has come up from the Gulf of Mexico, but you can see just mixed in with that a lot of wood and furniture. There's a refrigerator over here, and what this is part of is a building that was part of the Faraway Inn. Just like the buildings over here to my right, they are now inundated with floodwater. There's actually floodwater inside. The windows have broken out. We can see the waves cresting through the windows. And so there was a building on the other side of this one, closer to the Gulf of Mexico, that was completely blown apart by the rising storm surge. And so now you're seeing the roof of that. There's a front door right here and furniture from inside of that. There's a number of condominiums that are over here to this side of me. The first floor of them is now flooded out. I want to walk up the street here a little bit. We've seen a lot of this driving around Cedar Key, just tree debris, branches, leaves, and things like that have fallen from above. Fortunately, we have not seen any power lines down, although the power is out right now in Cedar Key. But if we can take a look over here, you can just see how devastating this has been throughout the course of the night. Much of this happened in the last couple of hours, where we saw the storm surge come up, and with it, a lot of debris, furniture, and things like that from people's homes that live down there close to the Gulf of Mexico. The storm surge behind me, we've been watching it all night long. There's a power pole down there with feet that are marked off, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 feet. At one point, the water was above the 10-foot line. We understand that because of the position of the hurricane right now, that the worst of the storm surge is past us, but the high tide is still coming in. We still have several hours left before we reach peak high tide. And I did speak to Cedar Key Fire Rescue a couple of hours ago, and they told me that all of the approach bridges leading to Cedar Key are now underwater. And of course, it will take several hours for them to be able to get out after the floodwaters recede to see what the conditions of the roadway are, what the conditions of those bridges are. We have seen some people out and about just kind of driving around that have stayed here on the island overnight. And so we've seen people out taking care of their property throughout the course of the evening, business owners who were checking on their property, homeowners checking on their property. But Cedar Key Fire Rescue told me that the businesses that are downtown, the first floor is now completely flooded out from those businesses because of the rising storm surge. And that water came up very fast. We were in downtown Cedar Key at one point throughout the course overnight, and I was able to put my hand down in the asphalt. A half hour later, the water was above that point, and an hour after that, we had to leave because it was coming up so fast. We had to drive up the hill here to be able to be safe to where we are. So power is out. There's no running water right now on Cedar Key, and Cedar Key Fire Rescue told me that Joey Capistrand, my photographer, and I may be with them for some time to come until they're able to get out and to totally assess the roadways coming into Cedar Key. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Jeff Patterson reporting for us in Cedar Key. He's the reporter closest to the impact area. He's listening in for a follow-up question. I think that's it. They have, that's Jeff's live report. We'll try and actually there's the Max Defender 8 storm vehicle.
Looking good.
Man, thank goodness for that vehicle. Otherwise, we can't get into some of these areas. Again, it's graded for being it's partially built for this purpose, or at least outfitted for this purpose, and they make adjustments to that vehicle to make it just more of a vehicle that we can use to go into areas that have flooded. I believe up next we have another live report, but actually
Stoppy was looking pretty good.
Yeah, look.
Did you see that?
Yeah, Stoppy very much
alive and well.
Doing what Stoppy does, which somebody said, somebody in our comment section. Look, I did laugh when somebody in our comment section said it was a username by the name of JE Stoppy shall not yield. And I thought that's I like
that
in our industry, that type of language we always smile and smirk. Moments where we can just take a break and smile a little bit. Speaking of which, I'm gonna take some of the pet pictures that have been coming in on Twitter for us. People wanted to show some of their four-legged friends at home that are enjoying the company of their family members. Just everybody huddled around together to stay safe during Hurricane Idalia. We're going to be going to some of those pet photos. Clearly, I'm having trouble enunciating my words now, and it's because we're on hour 5 of live streaming and day 4 of live streaming. So I don't know how many hours we've been on stream, Eric.
5 hours and maybe
no, I
5.5.
mean total now going back to Sunday.
And I was on live. I was on Facebook Live Saturday night. So yeah, we've been on quite a long time. But hey, you know what? It's a major hurricane. There's a lot of damage, and we're trying to protect people.
Stoppy shall not yield. I'm gonna remember that later and smirk and smile. And smiles help. Look, smiles are part of what make us go. Doom and gloom all the time. We're also here to be a reflection of you guys in our comment section. And there are a lot of folks in Florida right now, in Georgia, South Carolina, and people joining us from elsewhere that are keeping their spirits up in the comment section, and we really appreciate that. We know that this is a storm that is going to leave its mark on Florida, no doubt. Idalia will be remembered, and Eric, we expect to be retired, I'm sure.
No doubt about it.
And so we know that there's a lot of serious subject matter here, but also it's all about the people that have, that have either, look, there are people that we're seeing on the stream getting interviewed in the impact areas, and seeing some smiles from them mean a lot to us as well. So
we're going to run out of I names.
I know.
So every time an I name's retired, we have to come up with another I name.
Yeah.
So
Isaac
now,
is next.
I mean, a female I name now for Idalia. Like, what's next?
Well, Isaac is 2024.
Yep. I mean, Ida has been in. I don't know what's next.
They'll invent I names.
Yeah.
I am sure they'll find I names to get to next. But no, Donna in our comment section is spot on. Yeah, Idalia will be retired, and you know, the I names are getting used up and retired as far as the Atlantic hurricane naming system, no doubt. Any comments or questions before we move on to the next live report? I think Chloe Sparks is going to be last up in this round of live reports. Eric, anything you're noticing on radar?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to just pop up radar real quick, we talked about Valdosta, and so now the worst is occurring in Valdosta, and it's moving just to the east, the center, Lake Park to Dasher, up toward Lakeland, and that's Lakeland in Georgia, toward Homerville. That's the next to get really hit with the eye wall, or what's left of the eye wall, the outer edge of the center of circulation. So again, the 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts now right around Valdosta, Dasher, and into Lakeland in South Georgia.
We've got Chloe on standby for the next live report. We've also got questions and comments coming in on YouTube Live, on Facebook Live. We will do our very best to answer as many of them as possible. But this one has been sitting in my queue for a little bit of a while, so I would just like to get to it. And it comes in from Miriam on YouTube Live, #KJB. I am watching you from Iraq. What are the conditions of Tallahassee in the coming hours, Eric?
Yeah, you know, Tallahassee is pretty much finished with this.
That is good news for you, Libby Dean.
Yeah. This is this is Tallahassee radar. So she's probably, she's well to the west of that really strong rain band that's right around Perkins. I'm sure she knows Lafayette, St. Peter. That's where the heaviest rain is.
Hold on one second. Check this out. Check out Chloe Sparks' umbrella. They're wiping the lens here to get ready for Chloe's live report, I believe from Tarpon Springs, right?
And watch done.
Yeah, the umbrella's shot. Look at it.
That's a Max Defender 8 umbrella too.
Oh yeah, I mean,
don't even try it, Chloe.
It's done for Chloe.
Umbrellas and hurricanes do not go well together.
Yep. She's you should have seen it a moment ago. It was completely inside out, and it was lost. And Chloe, I believe, is friends with Libby, right? Libby, aren't you a friend of Chloe Sparks here?
Yes, I am. We actually went to school together at the University of Oklahoma. Nitty-gritty details, we were in the same sorority.
Look at that. You guys are now at the same state, reporting for the same station, and you're on the same story, talking about Hurricane Idalia. Eric was just noting on radar, talking about the conditions with the conditions there in Tallahassee after Miriam, one of our commenters, was talking about Tallahassee. Things are clearly improving up there in Florida's capital.
Yeah, they definitely are. I peeked outside just a few minutes ago, and yeah, it's decreasing when it comes to those strong winds and strong rain. Looks like the photog might need a better thing to clean that. Poor Chloe.
I'm laughing.
Use your shirt.
That was Malik, and I like how Malik.
There's a father and son behind them walking by.
Oh my gosh,
Chloe,
this is awesome.
Umbrellas.
Chloe has no idea that she's on camera.
They're in shorts and t-shirts.
Nope, she has no idea. We're going to send this to Chloe later, and she'd be like, guys, I wasn't ready for my live report. She's like,
you're not my friend anymore.
Yeah. But that was a great cameo from Malik, who does extraordinary work for us overnights. He's our overnight photographer at WFLA. And man, is he an asset. So it was. I smiled and I laughed because it was great to see a cameo from Malik there, Eric, who's a stand-up guy.
Yeah, I mean, and did you see the people that walked by? Right, they're in shorts and t-shirts and stuff like that. And speaking of Oklahoma University, I mean, you want to talk about one of the top meteorologist schools for getting a master's, a PhD, I mean, whatever you want. That's a really, really good school for weather.
And she is frozen. She is delivering her live report up, and there goes her signal. They just took her on WFLA News Channel 8, her shot froze up for the first time in 20 minutes. So, and now she's... And of course, they cut away to her and went to a weather graphic, and she's automatically back. That's sometimes the luck of TV. She froze up as they were tossing to her in the field. So they're going to try to get her back now, and we'll see if that works. Again, we're tapping into this camera feed, but they did go to commercial break. So they're going to try to come back to her again in a moment. Bringing up Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone, myself. Libby's joining us from Tallahassee as well, and we'll keep, Libby on standby as well. Notes, Eric, with any of the other live reports we just had come in, other things that you're observing at this hour?
I mean, I'm just observing the heaviest rain now moving into inland counties. And again, we're awaiting the high tide. What are we at now? 10:45?
Mm-hmm. 11 o'clock advisory is coming in.
Right. We still have a good 3 hours or so before the high tides. And let's take a look at the wind directions because I'm pretty sure that we're starting to see that real southwesterly. Yeah, the wind is really starting to push southwesterly. So from Pinellas County up toward Hernando County, the wind is primarily parallel to the coast. But once you get to Sarasota County and right into Tampa Bay, right into the Bay and Pinellas County, that's where you're seeing that wind almost perpendicular to the coastline. And that's when you're going to see the greatest storm surge. Of course, you combine that with the tide, the high tide that's going to occur a little bit later on this afternoon, and that will be the maximum storm surge sometime early this afternoon, maybe mid-afternoon. We'll start to see that tide and those storm surge levels decrease as the wind decreases too, as Idalia pulls a little bit further away.
Yeah, so we're paying very close attention to the conditions all up and down the Florida coast in our communities right now. Even though, look, you might be thinking, my goodness, didn't Idalia leave our there's still a lot to talk about on Florida's coast. There's still a lot to talk about in the Tampa Bay area, even though we have Idalia moving more into Georgia now than, of course, impacts being felt in the state of Florida. So we're going to look, we are determined to get this Chloe Sparks live shot on here. And you know why? Because Malik has been trying to clean that camera lens over and over and over again. It's not just for Chloe. It is for Malik as well. Yeah, that's right, Malik. You clean that lens up. Nope.
Every time I look at Tarpon Springs radar, a new rain band comes in. It's like, okay, you're in the clear, and bam, another one forms.
Yeah, can we
look at the people in the background?
I mean, they're in the thick of it right now, right?
You see that? Yeah. Oh yeah, Tarpon Springs is getting some heavy rain right now. Definitely.
And I think that they went to go to her again.
No.
And they just lost signal again.
Come on.
Yep, there it is.
Chances?
It be gone. It is.
It's meant to be.
I just, I think our anchors on the anchor desk are also in complete and total disbelief over the fact that we don't have that Chloe live shot. Malik, man, the dedication was there. You were really trying to wipe that camera lens and get all the moisture off, but it was just coming down so hard there in Tarpon Springs. Can we show Tarpon Springs really quickly?
I've got it right here on radar. I mean, Tarpon Springs to Holiday, you see that heavy rain right there, right over top. I mean, it's really coming down along 19 in Tarpon Springs. So again, the Anclote River in that area already, it looks like it was at its peak from when I saw Chloe show a couple of hours ago, and it just keeps getting more rain on top of that. Plus, now the wind's coming out of the southwest, so that's pushing more water onshore. So again, Tarpon Springs right now, definitely a major flood-prone area.
I want to know where that shot is. Hold on, stand by.
So yeah, I mean, we're going to be getting these rain bands throughout the day. You can see they're pushing to the East Coast. You look further south, you got Fort Myers area seeing the further south you go toward Fort Myers. That's where the strongest rain band is. But again, we're going to be in those rain bands here in the Bay Area all day long. They'll be a little more isolated later on this afternoon. But again, we're still going to be dealing with some gusty wind and these rain bands.
Let's go to this shot from Walt Buteau. He's in Tampa.
Wise for them to leave, but if they woke up this morning, they might still be at home wondering when they can leave. And there's no telling when the water is going to go away, but we can tell you that many people are telling us they'd never seen it like that. A 3 to 4 mile stretch of Bayshore Boulevard covered all 4 lanes in water, closed down at this point. And obviously, if somebody lives in that area, they're going to have a hard time driving out of their neighborhood, let alone walking. So we'll be out here monitoring it, and we'll send it back to you.
Walt Buteau is how many feet below us? He's right there.
Yeah.
In basically at
He's
WFLA.
in our backyard.
He's in our backyard at WFLA. We know that's the riverfront right by our building.
Did you see the flooding of that roadway?
I'm going to text him.
There's our entrance right there.
I'm going to tell him to come upstairs.
Yeah.
Let's get Walt up here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And call him up.
So, yeah, right now, downtown Tampa, where we're located, still not really much in the way of rain. But, again, look, here comes another shower another rain band that's moving right into the bay that crossed the Skyway and is now headed toward the South Tampa area, toward Davis Island. It might miss you just a little bit to the south and east. But either way, we'll be in these rain bands all day. So, if this misses you, there'll be one that doesn't. What do you say? Is he going to come up?
Well, that was Walt. He's just downstairs.
Yeah,
he's right on the river. So he's our Tampa correspondent. Our loyal YouTube and Facebook Live audience will know Walt Buteau, WFLA senior investigator. And I said, hey man, come upstairs. Let's hang out. I want to gain his perspective on what he has seen. I mean, our reporters are our eyes and ears out there, and Walt has a lot of live shots scheduled from downstairs. So if he has an opportunity to come upstairs to the Stream Center, even though he might be a little bit wet, he's going to come on in here, sit down on the mic, and join us here in the Stream Center for a little bit. But we'll see exactly if we can get Walt upstairs. He was kind of said, maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to make it on up.
How's Chloe doing? Do they have her back yet? Probably not.
No, but we got Beth Rousseau back up. Let's go to Beth. And she's standing by for a live report. She's in Hudson, Florida, and she is the one on the bed of that pickup truck that is driving through some of the most flooded areas. And that's great because we can see different streets, different neighborhoods, different sections of that stretch of Pasco County, correct? Pasco County?
Yep. Toward the northern end.
So we're going to go here to Beth's live report momentarily. So I'm a little bit of behind the scenes of how this works, folks. We have all of these screens around me. This is why I am constantly on a swivel, looking left and right. Comments this way, live feed switching this way, show punching the touchscreen this way, and a lot of different things to control all aspects of the stream. There's no director. There's no person in my ear unless we do television hits. So that's kind of where things stand as far as the Stream Center and how we're able to live punch this live stream. Here's Beth Rousseau. Let's listen in.
Okay, so Shannon, I have to tell you, when he said that he lives on the water, he meant on the water. He lives in a boat. And so that boat, he was in it when all this flood water came in. So what we actually did is we took him and the person who was with him, we took him back to his boat, and it was still intact. Everything was fine. He was happy as a clam. So we are thrilled for him, obviously. Not as many people here in Hudson, at least, are having that same joyous reunion with their property. Again, we're driving around in this ATV, and you can see the floodwater still just so high. We're not at high tide just yet. We're seeing these houses that are built on stilts. Those are fine, of course, right? But the homes that are not built up, those actually have muck around the bottom, the water still encroaching on them. We've seen people out here in canoes, some people still choosing to ride it out here in Hudson. We've been here since 10 o'clock last night, and the water has just been incredible that has flown in. Every single person that I've talked to here, they tell me that the rain and wind with this storm, that wasn't what the issue was. And again, the Max Defender 8 team never said that it was going to necessarily be the issue. It is the storm surge, and of course, that's what we're seeing right now. We're continuing to weave in and out of these streets with a Good Samaritan that's driving us around, really looking for people who might need help. Because like I said, some people are still riding out this storm or I should say the storm surge at this point, in their home. So we're going to be out here riding around. I do want to let people know some of the power has been shut off to Hudson as crews continue to be out here making the rescues. It can be dangerous out here for fire rescue teams as well as police officers. We know that FWC is out here with their power boat as well, just trying to make sure everybody is safe. So if you don't have to come back to assess your property now, please don't, because that just puts them in danger. It puts you in danger. So you will be able to get back here, but wait till that storm surge passes. Wait until it is low tide again, until some of these waters recede. We will show you the damage that we're seeing. We're going to bring you all the visuals right here. Dan, Stacy.
We're going to stay with this shot. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how far away she is from the actual Gulf. And it doesn't look like she's that close.
Yeah, man, I need to get Beth on Find My Friends. Be helpful, to tell you where she's at. Is there a Find My Reporters app? Find Our Reporters, Find Our Friends, find something. Because I would really like to know exactly where she is. There aren't many street markers that we can identify here. But there's the camera now. Our photographer is resting the camera on the bed of the truck, just giving, his or her arm a break. And but at least we can look. We can see out the back of this truck as, again, Beth says a good Samaritan is driving her around the flooded areas of Hudson, Florida, and Pasco County.
It looks like the back of a boat, right? Like when you're riding in a boat, you look to the back. That's exactly what it looks like. At least they're not getting any rain. But I tell you, storm surge, it's going to continue the next couple of hours before we get in a high tide. Going to keep going up.
We are going to pivot in our coverage plan. And let's leave up that shot because I do like that shot. And now we have a foot there. It's okay. Still see. Foot cam. Our coverage plan, we are going to pivot to our 11 a.m. newscast.
We got the update.
Ooh, the 11 a.m.
And
okay.
it really weakened.
Wow. Okay.
And I told you I thought it would. We're down to a Category 1 storm.
We're down to a Category 1 hurricane.
Yeah, it weakened quite a bit, and the pressure's gone way up. This thing's going to weaken quickly. 90 mile per hour. It's moving 20 miles an hour to the northeast. 20 miles an hour. Wow. It is cooking. And again, it still hasn't completely made that northeasterly turn yet. And eventually it will, of course. And, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing was downgraded to a tropical storm as early as 5 o'clock this afternoon. Even though you see the cone, it says 8 p.m. 75. Well, earlier you said you saw 2 p.m. 100. Again, these storms really dissipate quickly once they make their way on land. So again, we got a Category 1 hurricane, 90 miles per hour. And again, it's located pretty close to Valdosta, Georgia, Lakeland, Georgia, 971 millibars, which means the pressure has definitely increased.
20 miles an hour.
20 miles an hour, man.
Racing across.
I ride my bicycle at the fastest I can ride that's not down a hill at about 20 miles an hour. So, yeah, that's really moving fast.
Moving like we like it.
Exactly.
When we look back at this years from now, and we do that on Tracking the Tropics, Quiet Weeks, what we do, we'll have conversations about storms in the past, retired storms especially. We might look at this and be very grateful about this movement speed and how it's racing across.
No doubt about it.
Florida
No doubt about it.
Oh, yeah.
And remember, I told you it's moving so fast. I said we would see some sunshine. and earlier in Beth's live shot a half hour ago, you could actually see a little bit of sunshine. So, it's moving so fast out of here, but we still have the storm surge to come. That's what fools people. If you haven't evacuated yet and you live along the coast, and most likely you can evacuate. You've decided to stay put, and that's what you need to do. But again, it's so good that all these good Samaritans are out there rescuing people, and law enforcement, first responders are rescuing people, because a lot of times in these storms, they say, hey, we're not going to send anybody out until everything is all said and done. And we are seeing some of those people rescuing, as we saw in, I believe it was Tarpon Springs. So again, the wind is below the criteria of, I believe, that 45 mile per hour that rescue workers would not be out there. So they are going out and they are rescuing people now.
Yeah, and look, Florida was on the bad side. The peninsula was on the bad side of this storm. I know that. And the storm surge, it was catastrophic / life-threatening. I think those were some of the labels used by the National Hurricane Center. But again, I'm looking for silver linings too. Not only is this thing racing, but if you look at it on this map, you could point to, and again, please remember, I just said that it's on the weak side of the storm and the storm surge. We get that, but it went through a pretty narrow spot of Florida. You see what I'm talking about?
Less populated spot, yeah.
Well, not even a less populated one, but geographically.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
North to south.
Yeah.
I mean, can you zoom in there?
So let's see. I should have the ruler on this. Let's see if it works.
I mean, right there, that is a
56 miles.
56
as the crow
stretch.
flies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, if it had, let's say, I don't know what that river is right there. Is that the Swanee River?
Down here?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay. So let's just say that it had made landfall there. Right. We're talking about a 90 plus mile stretch of Florida. These are little things that are adding up and making this
the lowest it could be is about 40.
Mm-hmm.
And what did we say it was? It was, about 53 or so. So yeah.
I mean, look, all things considered, look, this is still really bad. Let's just get that out there. But we're also finding pockets of wow, we're grateful for this and that, and that is something that we really do want to emphasize here on stream, is that while there is a lot of bad, there are slivers of good also with this with what's going on with Hurricane Idalia. Check out this shot. This is from Melissa Marino's shot, and this person just went through some pretty deep waters, and Melissa's looking around thinking, really? Was that necessary? Yeah, that was a little coupe. That wasn't a pickup truck. You gotta be careful on these roads, folks.
Yeah, she's in St. Pete, right? By the beach, I think.
I believe she's in St. Pete.
Yeah.
Yep. So, car just went right through that flooded water. And look, we can't see exactly how deep it is. Maybe it was, manageable for that vehicle. But also, too, you could see that she was kind of looking in disbelief, saying as if, really? You're not in a utility vehicle. But we'll monitor her shot as well. Back with you live.
Okay, let's get back
11
to the
o'clock
radar.
update is in if you're just joining us.
Yeah, 11 o'clock update, much weaker. Category 1 storm, 971 millibar pressure. The pressure's really gone up, JB, and the speed has increased, as it typically does over land. And again, it's being guided by a very broad feature, right? A jet stream that is a trough pulling this up. Cold front, call it what you'd like in layman's terms, but it's really a trough that's pulling this up and out to sea. And, the winds in the upper atmosphere in the jet stream are very, very strong. Upwards, it can be 150, 200 miles an hour. So if anything gets caught up in the jet, it's going to race at a fast speed.
Let me point out. Okay, look at this track, right? North by northeast. Is there any sliver of a chance that this track remains solid and stays north towards North Carolina?
I don't think so.
Because that's not what we want. We want this thing out in the Atlantic.
It's gonna go. It's definitely gonna go out. And again, the reason is because of a cold front that. Let me see if I can get a graphic here where I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see.
I want to read this from the National Hurricane Center. Just retweeted from the NHC Storm Surge account. I just want to read, as you load that, I'm going to read this as follows. August 30th, 11 a.m. Eastern update. Significant impacts from storm surge will continue along the Florida Gulf Coast within the storm surge warning through this evening. Dangerous storm surge is also expected along the southeastern U.S. coast within the storm surge warning area tonight and Thursday. So storm surge wise, the National Hurricane Center is putting out another piece of information, another nugget to people publicly saying, look, this isn't an event that is over as far as storm surge. Can you just clarify why for us really quickly, Eric? Would that be possible? Just why storm surge is still so relevant of a topic, even in these hours?
Because, okay, so let's get off of this. Let's put this graphic to the side. And again, I'll show you the track, and then we'll see if our fun telestrator tool will actually work. Let's see. So hey, it's working. All right. So right now, here we go. The circulation around the storm is pulling water into our area, right? And so this is what we're expecting later on today. Now, we're going counterclockwise. You're taking water away from here, and you're putting it into the Carolinas, right?
It's that counterclockwise rotation, right?
You're taking water away from here, and guess where it goes? Into the Outer Banks. And so, again, there's everywhere you go, even now, you may be seeing some storm surge just north of Jacksonville. And so you see to the south of the storm, we're getting the storm surge. But then as the storm progresses to the north of the storm, because now you're on the East Coast, you're getting the storm surge. So that's why, storm surge is an issue on our coast as well as on the Carolina coast, Georgia coast as well. Now let's talk about the other feature. So let's see. Where do we throw that graphic? Right here. So what's happening is, you see the cold front? This is part of a bigger system, okay? This is part of what we call a trough, right? Like a trough, and the jet stream digging way south, and it's pulling Idalia in this direction, okay? And we'll get rid of the drawing here, but look at the cold front. So it's going to follow the path of the cold front. It's going to follow the path of the trough, because what's happening, oh, why do you have to do that to me? Oh, I know it's making you all dizzy. So what's happening is that this cold front is lifting, right? The cold front's moving this way and this way. And so it guides this system out this way as well, right? And here's Franklin. It's pushing Franklin that way. So everything is going to be pushed off to the northeast because this cold front is northeast, and this trough is moving to the northeast. So again, there's really no chance of this just going straight to the north. It is going to push to the northeast, and that's why.
Makes a lot of sense. And we also caught a cameo there of Franklin. I don't know if you can go back for a second, but Franklin just peeked his head into the frame there for a moment.
Yeah,
there's Franklin.
Franklin, we're on the edge of our radar here, but Franklin moving to the northeast. So right now it's doing what I said it would do. On Wednesday, it would graze Bermuda at the same time as Idalia made landfall in Florida. So again, Franklin sees Idalia coming and says, I am getting the heck out of here. I don't want anything to do with that. And so Franklin's going to be racing to the northeast, but it's the same feature, that cold front / trough, the same feature that's steering Idalia out to sea is also going to steer Franklin continuously out to sea. And of course, Franklin will move first. Idalia will move shortly after that. And Idalia could again impact Bermuda, not as a strong hurricane. And you know what? Let's see what. Let's see how strong Franklin is. Oh my! Now we've got 5 things. We have another disturbance that's just southwest of tropical depression number 11. But
whoa! What do you mean?
A 10% chance of development. Oh no, it's moving to the northeast. So
okay.
So there's a disturbance that's headed toward tropical depression number 11. Idalia is headed toward Franklin, and Franklin is now a 105 category 2, moving at 13 miles per hour to the northeast. So, I mean, that's what we got in the tropics right now. I know we had a graphic. I'm not sure if it's updated, but let's take a look. You should be able to see everything that's going on in the Atlantic. Okay, so this is obviously an old graphic, but you see where Franklin is at.
The labels are old, folks, but the satellite imagery is accurate.
So this is, oh boy, you're going to do it to me again, aren't you, Telestrator?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Nice. I think that they're about to go to a live report, and that'll give you an opportunity to adjust the graphics here, Eric.
Yeah.
I believe that this is Melissa Marino. Let's listen in here live.
Good morning, good
I'm not quite sure what time it is, but I had to apologize. We were just wiping our lens. It's got a little bit of condensation on the inside of it. That's just what happens when you're out here, you know, all throughout the night. The temperatures are changing. It's actually very warm out here right now. I feel like it's warmed up quite a bit. But as you guys were mentioning, you know, with the high tide concerns, that was the biggest concern out here in Pinellas. This is the area, you know, the coastline in Pinellas County that seems to have gotten a lot of the flooding. So we are over at St. Pete Beach, right next to City Hall, up there at the light. That's Boca Ciega Drive. You can see an emergency vehicle coming through this way, driving through that floodwater. Thankfully, it has receded a little bit, but you can see, I mean, that's coming up pretty high there. And we're seeing that white car there next to it. That car has been stuck here since about 4 this morning. Unfortunately, they tried to go through the water. It ran up in through the car and it was honking and blinking and making all kinds of noises. So that person had to get out and go to a shelter. But you can see here now that this is what emergency responders are having to work with right now, is driving through this floodwater to get to people because a lot of people were trying to leave their homes, like you see in that white car, when the floodwater started to come up and they got stranded. So now they're doing some like search and rescue efforts, and you see here just responding to calls. This is what they're having to deal with. But again, the good news, I know we are still waiting for high tide. The good news is this has receded a lot more than we've seen throughout the morning so far. So the hope is that that continues so that it won't be as much water as we thought it would be. But again, out here, this is what they're dealing with. The intercoastal's right over here, and you can see the benches and the picnic table are still in the water. Normally they overlook the water. We also, because we just saw somebody kayaking, we've seen pictures of people swimming this morning, all morning. We've seen people walking barefoot. There's a perfect example over here in the grass as to why you should not do that. There's a jellyfish laying over in the grass. So there's a good chance there's jellyfish and all kinds of other creatures here in this water. So that is why, on top of fire ants and, you know, power, electricity and sewage, you just don't ever want to walk in this, but we've seen a lot of that happening. So while this floodwater is still here, make sure to avoid it. It's really just some icky stuff out here. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Icky stuff. Jellyfish, fire ants, you name it. Thank you to Melissa Marino reporting from St. Pete Beach. I want to switch now. Apologies for the audio. These audio signals are coming in at different decibel levels, so I'm trying to balance them live. This is our own Beth Rousseau reporting again from Hudson, Florida. One of the areas in Pasco County hit really hard. Let's listen in.
We've got some serious flooding. I will say, though, like you heard Lee say, like you heard Melissa say, like you heard Amanda say, these waters are receding just about a foot. But you can see this long portion of road just completely inundated with water. Now, those bright yellow specks back there, that's actually a rescue crew. They're going up and down these streets trying to find anyone that needs to make it out of their homes. That's what we've been doing as well. We're on an ATV vehicle with a Good Samaritan who says he just wants to make sure everyone is safe, because the consensus that I've gotten from families in this area is that they did not plan for this type of flooding. They say it is much, much worse, and it happened very quickly. I can't even for them when they say that. It was 6 o'clock and there was no flooding. All of a sudden the water starts rising. Within 30 minutes, the road, Old Dixie Highway that leads up to US 19, was underwater. So this is a very, very upsetting time for a lot of family members in this area who own homes, a lot of business owners in this area. You can see, just even as we get further and further away from these crews, how much water is all over this road. This is the main drag that leads to Hudson Beach from Hudson. So US 19 to Hudson Beach, this is it. This is how you get there. No normal vehicles are able to get through this. We've seen many that have tried. They've been drowned out. In fact, we'll come by one in just a second. It's a Jeep. People have been trying to walk out of these waters. It's up to their waist. Cars have been trying to drive out. They've gotten stuck. It creates a really dangerous situation for first responders who have been out and making rescues all morning long in this. We have seen people rescued. We have seen pets rescued. I've actually witnessed someone rescued as we were riding on this ATV. So There are rescues being made, but they're asking everyone, don't come out and assess the damage. Just try and stay put. You will have a chance to look at the damage and see how your property fared. You just have to wait it out until some of this water recedes and gets out of the area. There we go. Here it is. This is the Jeep. This is what we're seeing all over the place. People tried to drive out of these floodwaters. It's just not possible because they are so high. You're going to have to wait till they recede a little bit. We are seeing them go down probably about a foot in the past hour or so, but just you want to get safe. You don't want to put your life at risk, and you don't want to put first responders' lives at risk either. So we're going to stay out here, keep riding around, getting a closer look at some of this damage to the homes, boats, cars in the area, and then we'll bring it to you and bring you all those visuals. Going to send it back to you in the meantime.
I'm going to tell you what. Beth keeps finding all these vehicles to ride on. Pickup trucks, ATVs.
I know.
Beth doing just an exceptional job out there. As someone who's been out in conditions, I used to do what she does, like field reporting. When I was on the Alabama Gulf Coast, I've done it. I've covered storms in Mississippi, Alabama, on the Panhandle, in Florida, and she's just doing a really great job. And I think that she deserves a shout out. You know who also deserves a shout out? Everybody, our linemen. And I'm grateful to our YouTube moderators who have pointed this out. Can we just get some good energy going in our comment section, some clapping emojis, thumbs up, hearts, all that kind of stuff. We just wanted to say, at least I, and Eric, feel free to chime in here. Those are long hours for those linemen. I know we've talked to the companies. We've talked to some of the crews. I haven't just in years past. And I can assure you that it is it's an exhausting job, restoring power, community after community, street after street, and they deserve a lot of love right now because they are working. They're working their tails off already to restore power. And I don't know if you have that power outage map handy. I know you were working on the active Atlantic Basin map.
Yep, that's ready to go. So let's take a look at the power outage map. I mean, look how long it took. Fort Myers Beach to get power back. There's still places without power. And we're almost a year later. 18,000 households in Pinellas County. Hillsboro's up to 5,500. Sarasota's down. They were at 9,500, 7,500 now. Manatee, 3,000. Pasco County, a little bit more. And that may be because they turned power off along the coast for rescue efforts. I didn't put Hernando County, because there weren't many before. Let's see. Oh, of course you're not going to cooperate, are you? Come on, cooperate. Computer, I know. There we go. Oh,
technology.
Yeah, 3,500 people in Hernando County, 3,500 people also in Citrus County. So, again, we have well over almost about 43,000 or so people, households rather, in our area. And it looks like Polk County, only about 400 right now. So inland communities, obviously, we're not seeing it because the wind speeds and the wind gusts were a lot lighter the further inland you went.
The Atlantic Basin graphic, I know you've been working on next, too.
Yep.
So I wanted to
That's
spotlight
all ready
that
to
on
go.
stream. Yep.
So there it is. From left to right on your screen, Idalia. Then we have Franklin, which is a Category 2 storm. Next, we have a 10% chance of development with something that looks very ragged in the Atlantic. And it's actually moving toward Tropical Depression number 11, which is only expected to live another day or so. Tropical Depression number 11 is moving northward, and the 10% chance of development tropical wave is moving northeastward. And no, they won't combine to make some superstorm.
Right.
And then we have another system off the African coast, but this one looks like it's moving toward the northwest, almost in the same direction the Tropical Storm 11 and the other tropical wave is moving toward. So besides Idalia, Franklin, impacted Bermuda. Look at the eye on Franklin compared to the eye on Idalia. The eye on Franklin is so much wider.
and it looks so much more impressive than Idalia did. And Franklin's only a Category 2 storm at 105. So these systems in the Atlantic. Take Idalia away, and keep your fingers crossed. Hey, look at the Caribbean, the Southern Atlantic, the Gulf of Mexico. Everything's kind of looking quiet for now. So let's just see what happens.
All right, folks, our coverage plan is coming together. Really quickly, one more time. Huge shout out to the linemen, and got a ton of love and appreciation. In fact, what I'd like to do, and we're going to go to Libby Dean here in a minute, but what I'd like to do is throw up the emoji wall for the first time today. And the only purpose for this is for people to share their appreciation for linemen. And I maybe we'll clip this, and maybe we can utilize this in some way to let all the linemen out there know how appreciated they are. They're working really hard. Rescue teams too. Look, there are rescue teams out there. Our first responders, linemen. We have activated the emoji wall. And if you punch in, let's see if it works. I'm trying to wait to see if an emoji. But the idea is if you punch in an emoji on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, it should appear on our screen. There you go. So hearts are beginning to come in, purple hearts. There's a stop sign. Couldn't help but laugh.
I wondered if we see any of that. Coconuts?
Yeah, the coconuts are coming in, but it can be the any emoji that you want to use to express your support for linemen, first responders, all those who have to work throughout this storm. Yeah, we're thinking of you guys. We're thinking of everyone, of all of you out there, and clearly so are our commenters. Just a fun tool, a momentary break from all the talk about Idalia, Franklin, and storm surge, just to show that there's a lot of support out there from our terrific YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Instagram Live, WFLA.com audience. So great to see.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, they deserve a lot of love.
So all these comments, if you emoji, I guarantee you it's popping up on screen, and we know because people are putting the stop sign emoji for the stop sign in Cedar Key. They're throwing that up there as well. So it's great to see all the emoji response. Libby, what do you think of emoji wall? It's kind of a fun tool that we use.
I didn't even know this was an option.
Yeah, it's I don't know if my bosses know about this yet.
Definitely a visual.
It's kind of it's fun. It
reminds me of you when you respond to like a text with the impressions on it.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. That's how it was designed. And they're all now really coming. We can't even see the stream center anymore. You got teddy bears coming in.
Let's see how many we can get all at once. See if you can block the whole stream center so we can't see a thing.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna break the system. Libby is joining us from Tallahassee. Libby, we're gonna come to you in just a second because we know that we do have an update regarding Governor DeSantis and the state's response and what we're gonna be hearing from the state. But really quickly, I want to go down to Walt Buteau. He is live. Stand by for his live report. We'll be right back.
Here, or got there actually, around 1 o'clock, the water was 4 to 5 feet away from the sidewalk. But as the morning progressed, it got closer and closer, and by 2 or 3 in the morning, the water was on the road, maybe covering one lane on the city side of Bayshore Boulevard. And then as we waited and waited, it covered the entirety of Bayshore Boulevard for about a 4-mile stretch from the Davis Island Bridge all the way up toward MacDill, and it was about a foot deep in water. So at that point, during that period of time, we watched the water climb about 6 feet, and as we know, it may not be done yet. People who live on that street obviously cannot get out of their house or cannot drive out of their house. And they're also, as far as the winds, we didn't get steady winds, but we did get some gusts of 50 miles per hour. And there's a pretty large green awning that flew off a condo complex up there and is in the middle of the street on Pratt. So that if that had happened while there was traffic going on, there's where the luck of a storm goes, because if that had happened while there was traffic going on, that awning, a very large awning, would have easily crushed a car. So definitely damage on Bayshore Boulevard, and we're just going to wait until we can see pavement there again, guys.
I'm just going to share really quickly. That's one of my favorite dudes.
Yeah. He's good.
Paul Puteau, WFLA's senior investigator. Just he and I are pals.
Real nice guy too.
And he does an exceptional. The WFLA team is just being able to go to all these live reports, our colleagues, and spotlight their work. They're doing a really terrific job at documenting a moment in time. It's not a great day for Florida. Florida has been hit by it's taken a punch, no doubt. But Florida will respond. We had the gentleman who was walking through the water earlier saying the price of living in paradise, and that was a comment that really rang true in our comment section. People were agreeing that while we live in one of the most beautiful locales in really the country, Florida is such a picturesque state. We also do have to deal with hurricanes and tropical storms, and this is part of the equation when people move down here and knowing that is something that they might be exposed to. So this is not the first hurricane that Florida has been hit with. We know it's not the best day for the state of Florida. We know that there are areas that were hit harder than others. But our reporters are just doing such a great job documenting, talking to people, getting the real stories and the real viewpoint of people that were in the impact area and people that fled too and evacuated. And that's something that we might hear coming up at noon. Libby Dean is joining us from Tallahassee. Libby, good to have you. Let's put you on the left side of your screen now and swap a bit. Libby, you're hearing an update, regarding when we might hear from the state.
Right, yeah, and I just want to second everything you said, JB, and give some kudos to the people who are actually out there in the storm. I am calling myself an indoor cat because I'm here at the state EOC and have not been in the rain like they are, so kudos to them. But yes, we are going to hear from the governor today at 12:30. That's going to be the next update that we'll hear from him. And in regards to that, obviously, we've seen this weaken to a Category 1. So now that this is passed over, what comes next? What does the recovery look like? Those are all questions for the governor and state officials. And then also, when are we going to start, seeing that federal help come in?
And I was talking to our team members off camera there, Libby. Did you say 12 or 12:30?
12:30.
Okay, so 12:30 is the presser now. And we're going to stay on stream, and so that's the coverage note that I've been talking about. We will be on stream for another hour, and we're going to toss to the governor, and that will likely wrap up our live streaming coverage for the time being. There's an opportunity for more live streams, I think, as more pictures and images come in. But don't go anywhere, folks, because the next hour we're going to have more live pictures and more videos coming in, including I was just told by our team members off camera that we do have a drone video coming in that you're going to want to see, and that's coming up next. But Libby, any other notes from Tallahassee before we? Yeah,
JB, I was just also going to tell you that if our viewers are, I know that y'all have been doing the hashtag HeyJB and all of that, but if our viewers have any questions that they'd like me to ask state officials and the governor, I'd love to hear what they have to say. I mean, they're the ones likely, in the midst of this on the ground. So I'm curious what their thoughts are.
All right. So hashtag HeyLibby, everybody. If you would like, if there's a question that, of course, Libby's going to ask her questions to state officials, but if there are additional questions that Libby can ask on behalf of you, people joining us here in the state of Florida, use hashtag HeyLibby on YouTube Live, Twitter, Facebook Live. I think YouTube Live and Twitter especially will be the best ways for Libby to find those comments. Is that right, Libby?
Yep. Yeah, both of those will work.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out.
If there's something specifically that you want us to take to state officials, use hashtag HeyLibby in our comment section or on Twitter. Libby, thanks a lot. You going to hang out in the Zoom room with us as well?
Yeah, I'll be here. Can't get rid of me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, keep us posted, all right?
All right,
Libby Dean, our Capitol Bureau correspondent, reporting all things Tally for us from up there on the Panhandle, an area that got What would you say? How would you describe the impacts in Tallahassee with this storm overall?
They were pretty much on the fringe of this, so they got some gusty wind and some rain. But again, being on the west side of the storm, they fared a lot better.
Yep. And that huge difference being on the west side versus the east side of that storm. What I'm going to try to do is load up that drone video, but let's just reset for our audience. Idalia, a weaker hurricane as of now, but bringing its might to Florida's Gulf Coast, specifically the Big Bend region, Keaton Beach, Cedar Key areas, really taking that punch. What's the latest right now, Eric, on Max Defender 8 radar and our other radars in the southeastern United States?
Yeah, I mean, on our radar, we're still seeing that one heavy band that just keeps on moving through northern Pinellas County and central Pasco County into Hernando counties. And again, further inland, we're seeing that heavy rain that will continue throughout the day. And again, we'll be fewer and far between these rain bands as we get toward the afternoon hours. In Sarasota County, seeing some of that rain as well toward Northport, Lakewood Ranch, Manatee County as well. So again, we'll be in and out of these rain bands. And let's take a look at the wind and see exactly how strong the winds are, which they're not quite as strong as they were. That's what we expected. Idalia is moving away from us and taking the wind and the rain with it. But still, we're seeing some wind gusts around 30, 35 here in Tampa, St. Petersburg, upwards of 40 into 46 in Sarasota with that rain band that's moving through right now. Other than that, though, you know, things are at least quieting down. But you notice the wind direction is now out of the southwest. So we're starting to see some of that Gulf water being directly pushed on shore and directly being pushed into the bay. So again, high tide coming in the next couple of hours. We are expected to see that storm surge increase. Again, as I look at radar a little bit further to the north, let's see. Let's take our national radar. And again, you can see that, Valdosta has now experienced the worst of this storm. It's moving north of Valdosta toward the Lakeland area in Georgia, Douglas, and points north. Savannah still seeing some of that rain. Earlier had tornado warnings. Looks like in the Charleston area there's a tornado warning just to the west of Charleston. So again, these rain bands on the East Coast will continue to produce these spin-ups, and several tornado warnings will be issued on the East Coast, especially in Georgia and the Carolinas. It looks like as for Jacksonville and the East Coast of Florida, there won't be as much rain as we head into the rest of the day today, but still, we'll have some of those rain bands coming into the Bay Area, but we'll leave it on the wide picture. As you can see, now we're starting to see some rain, not quite in Atlanta, but in Charlotte, North Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Augusta, Georgia, seeing some of the very lighter rain bands moving through that neck of the woods. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now, a Category 1 storm just to the northeast of Valdosta, and it continues to move north-northeast very quickly around 20 miles per hour.
That's the latest from Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone. JB Biunno here with you live on stream. Governor DeSantis speaking at 12:30. And excuse me, I have been informed also as well. Our streaming coverage will go on until 2 o'clock as of now. The plan is to go until 2 o'clock Eastern time, but we will be taking a break, Eric and I, because we have been streaming nonstop. We haven't moved from these positions since 5 o'clock this morning. We've been on stream consecutively now for 6 hours and 18 minutes without any commercials, or the only breaks that we have taken are for those live reports in the field. But we're right here for those live reports, listening in and taking notes as well. So at 12:30, we will hear from Governor DeSantis. That press conference will be played in its entirety here on Tracking the Tropics. We'll have updates on Idalia on the back end of that. And then at 2 o'clock, there is a chance that will conclude our streaming coverage. But that is a tentative end time as of right now, is what I have been told. Any other live reports? Oh, actually, we've got, let's go check in with Jeff Patterson. He's live right now. Let's listen in.
Evacuation route. 3 bridges on that evacuation route were totally underwater, as was the roadway getting out there. So it's going to be a while before they can get out to evaluate whether or not we can get off of the island. Everybody can start coming back on to evaluate their businesses and everything like that. But we are very thankful that the water now has begun to recede, even though high tide is still coming up. It's gone down significantly in this area, perhaps sparing a number of buildings here from further flooding. There has been some catastrophic damage overnight. Certainly some of those buildings closest to the Gulf of Mexico had significant water inside. We watched one building overnight just disintegrate and the debris strewn into the water. So a lot of people will have a lot of things to do once this storm completely passes and all of this flood water recedes. So for now, we'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
And that's Jeff Patterson for us in Cedar Key. It's kind of eerie there right now, isn't it, Eric? You look behind him, you just see.
Hey, Linda, I don't know if that's going to work. Is that?
Yeah, so that he's shout out to Linda, by the way, who works our feeds. She bounces all the signals in our satellite room, and so that's who Jeff is talking to right now. Just eerie there in Cedar
I don't see
Key.
Stoppy in the picture there, but but yeah, I mean, you can see the floodwaters only about a foot deep where he's at. But, you know, that's the case, and that's the storm surge. That's what we're going to be dealing with. As far as the rain, again, you know, you can see it's pretty far north of Cedar Key right now. The rain just about all said and done for that area. So that's good news, but the wind is not finished, and they'll be dealing once again with that storm surge all the way through this afternoon with the high tides.
Yeah. What is the power outage situation? That's what I really want to know.
Let's see. A little bit more in Sarasota, a little bit more in Hillsborough. 8,000 households in Sarasota, 5,500 in Hillsborough. Pasco now at 5,000. Pinellas holding steady at 18,000. 3,000 in Hernando and 4,000 in Citrus. So if you add those numbers together, if I do it in my head real quick, you get somewhere, I believe, 47-ish thousand, somewhere around there. That's quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot of people without power. Maybe is anybody in our comment section right now, and I'll just give us a real-time account of what's going on. Is anybody watching us from an area that doesn't have power? Maybe you found our live stream because you lost TV access. I want to also spotlight Jeff's camera shot here because it's again, it shows some of the damage from Idalia. Did you lose? Folks, tell us in the comments section, did you lose power? Because I'd be very curious to know. There's Jeff doing what Jeff does, covering storms. This is you're looking there at like the Clint Eastwood walk, if you will, of a man doing what he is really great at doing. If there's one thing that Jeff Patterson is exceptional at, and there's a lot of things he's exceptional at, but it's covering storms. Libby, there's a question in YouTube Live right now. I'm going to try to email this to you, okay? There was a hashtag Hey Libby question on YouTube Live that, you know, maybe, just maybe, might be something that you might want to ask state officials about. You were calling for state official stuff earlier, so I'm just going to send this your way. So there's Jeff. Let's just listen in again.
Get their valuables out of here and get them off of the island because they were anticipating this. But I want to show you the water has gone down. If we take a look at the building over there on the side, you can see that the water has gone down about 2.5 feet from its peak. And that was when Hurricane Idalia was just off of the coast here of Cedar Key. The storm surge came up very rapidly. We were here in the downtown business district to see that, to see how fast that water was coming up. But now the water has started to go back down, even though we have not yet reached the peak of high tide. And so some of these business owners were very fortunate in that it could have been worse. However, overnight we watched significant damage as some buildings that were close to the Gulf of Mexico disintegrated as the storm surge was coming up and filled in those buildings, and then they could not withstand the brunt of that water. The buildings fell apart. There is debris all over this island now from that. I have been told by Cedar Key Fire Rescue that the evacuation route that people would take to get out of here, or in fact to come back onto the island to check their belongings and their buildings, that evacuation route and 3 bridges on it are now completely underwater. So it may take some time for all of the emergency crews to reach here to Cedar Key, and for business owners and property owners to come back to evaluate the damage that they have suffered throughout the course of this storm. We have been here just to see this amazing flood of water and how it has impacted this community. The power is out here. The water went out sometime overnight. And so there's about maybe 100 or so residents who have stayed here overnight just to try to protect their belongings. But Cedar Key will have a lot of cleanup to do to recover from this. I'm Jeff Patterson in Cedar Key. Now back to you.
All right, Jeff Patterson reporting for us in Cedar Key. We've got other live reports coming in right now, and I'd like to see if we can punch some of those up. Let's see who's up next. Just waiting for the queue. And what's Jeff got in there? He's got his phone. Man, see, let me tell you, he knows all the tricks. If young reporters, young journalists out there wanted to know all the little tricks that you do to cover a storm, you saw his goggles earlier, his storm goggles that he wears. Jeff Patterson could give a TED Talk on how to cover storms. The man is a walking encyclopedia for storm coverage. Let's go to the next live reporter as soon as it does, in fact, come in. We've got multiple reporters on standby, and I'm just looking over Eric's shoulder because I'm just waiting for the cue as to who's next. There's Chloe Sparks. There's Nicole Rogers. Oh, no, they're going to a correspondent. All right, so we're not going to do that. We're going to stay here with you guys live and talk to you guys out there. We're going to go to Twitter for hashtag HeyJB, hashtag Hey Eric, questions and comments. So let's go right over to Twitter and see what has come in with the hashtag in the last hour and a half right now. Oh man, really? This is great. Kevin Ferris providing us. You're ready for some smiles?
Oh, good. I can't wait.
All right, look at this.
Pet picture?
Nope. Kevin Ferris, hashtag HeyJB. Last year versus this year.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. That is Hurricane Ian there on the left with this young lady, and then Hurricane Idalia a year and 2 days later, and look at that little one with the big smile. This is again coming in from Kevin Ferris. You see it there on the left, and just blowing up the photo here, just manually making it larger. This is great. This is great, Kevin. Thank you for sharing. That's a much needed smile. We love to see it. What else do we got in our comment section? Let's see. Oh, here's another pet pictures.
All right.
Coming in. TJ Fusco. Yeah, you love dogs, Eric. Hashtag
He's
KJB.
sticking his tongue out.
Yep. Waiting for the storm in Hilton Head Island. How would you say that name?
Pipey?
Pipey?
Yeah.
Pipey. We're going to go with Pipey. There's Pipey.
That's how I look in the morning when I have to wake up early.
Yeah?
Yeah, I stick my tongue out and say, no, I don't want to. That's so cute, huh?
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing, TJ. What are some other tweets that we have coming in? Let's see. All right, Crazy Cat Queen, your moment to shine. Your moment to shine.
Oh, boy. How many cats?
Hashtag KJB. I'm subscribing to the WFLA News channel on YouTube simply based on your love of cats. Here's one of my rescues. My little golden knoll Seminole rose. Go Knolls. Look at it. It's sideways, but
look at that.
There's Knoll.
The big eyes.
I love it. I love to see it. And yes,
having a good time.
I am a look. I will shout it loud and proud. I love cats. And here's the thing about my love of cats. I'll just quickly go over this. It was something as a kid, I remember being 5, 6 years old, and cats always being very comfortable around me. And cat people know this. Sometimes people just have, I don't know what some people might have a certain, I don't know, is it a smell? I don't know what it is, but cats would always come up to me as a kid. Even skittish cats, shy cats. Yeah, so I love to see these pictures.
They still come up to me as an adult.
Yeah, they do.
Even though I love dogs more. Maybe they're trying to tell me something.
Yep. Lenwise Gamgee with more of it. Okay. Watching your storm coverage over here in Scotland while I'm working. Just wanted you to send you a picture of wee Zelda to keep you going. And we love all the pet pictures that are coming in. We'll try to get to some more. But I was just informed that we are going to be doing another live hit on WFLA News Channel 8. And so what we would like to do is spotlight your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments, and bring you guys interactively into the conversation. Thank you for this. And so use hashtag HeyJB in our comment section and let us know. So, like, for example, Warm Sunshine just said the power went out. Please use hashtag HeyJB. Yeah, it didn't say where. So give us a location. Where are you watching from? And ask us your question. So location plus question and hashtag. And we can feature you guys coming up here in just a few moments on WFLA News Channel 8, because we are next up in the queue of reporters. Our signal is up next in the rotation. So I'll be looking for those comments on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live. Hey, Libby, you want to be part of this hit?
I'm there if you want me to be.
Yeah, you're in. You're in. We'll get.
I feel like I just got invited to the like cool kids table
from far away.
The cool kids table. We'll get in. We'll get in a couple of questions, and one specifically for you, with hashtag Hey Libby. And we'll get in this question as well. And I see them all coming in slowly but surely. Can you put up radar and show just show Idalia's current position, Eric?
Yep.
Pretty happy with that, except for one.
Libby, how's it going up there?
Things are going good. We're just waiting on the governor. We're about less than an hour out from any updates from him.
Well, I'll talk to you.
Terrific. So we'll be hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis.
Florida flag out.
Looking here. We're going to get Anne Marie's comment.
Stop. Let's settle. A little more. No, about half a foot. A little more. More. Stop.
Load it up. And guys, we're just getting ready for our TV hit. That's why it's gone a little bit quiet. Okay. Looking at this. We're coming up in 2 minutes, you guys. I've just given well, we have a 2-minute warning. And so I'm going to flip on our control room IFB, Eric, so we can just hear the TV producers in our ear. Everybody, if you're joining us on stream, we're waiting for our cue for broadcast television. Stand by. All right, so Hernando County, the live report there is up next, and then we're after Hernando County. Again, JB Biunno, meteorologist Eric Stone, Florida Capitol Bureau correspondent Libby Dean joining us from the Emergency Operations Center, where Governor DeSantis is going to be speaking at 12:30. We're going to try to get as many of these comments up here on screen live. And Libby, we're going to bring you into the conversation for our TV hit here as well in just 90 seconds from now, after Nicole Rogers delivers her live report. Anything that we are noticing here, I asked for radar, and as we do bring it up here, Eric, while we're waiting for our cue for another 60 seconds or so, anything you're noticing on radar?
I mean, the eye kind of looks a little more well-defined, but that's not. I'm noticing the tornado warnings or watches have been dropped. See that? You see a lot of red. Then all of a sudden, toward the end, even Jacksonville, Northeast Florida, North Central Florida, the Panhandle, and you see those watches being expired. So that's good news. That's the first step. And we still have that heavy rain right around the Lakeland area of Georgia. And, you know, Savannah's getting those rain bands. So is Charleston. And they're pretty much up next. Looks like Alabama pretty much escaping this. Dothan, a couple showers on the leading edge. And Tallahassee now we're seeing that rain pretty much come to an end. There's really not much left there.
Okay, we were just given the standby cue.
Right. You'll get close, but then there's going to be areas with it. Yeah, so it's in the right.
Eric, and I'm going to introduce Libby. You can just toss it to me. I'll take care of it.
No, you're fine. You didn't want to put your shoes on.
Yeah, Josh, to tell you the truth, we're in the tens of thousands now. We began our streaming coverage Sunday. We've been on stream today for 6.5 hours since the 5 o'clock advisory this morning, and getting in some still just great questions from our YouTube Live, Facebook Live audience. We have Anne Marie Risotto asking this question specifically, I think joining us from Palm Harbor, but asking about Clearwater Beach and what to expect there, Eric.
Yeah, you know, right now in Clearwater Beach, we're just seeing just a few light rain bands moving through. But, you know, Clearwater Beach, you're going to be in these rain bands over the next several hours. They'll become more few and far between. And in these rain bands, you'll have strong gusty wind, of course. But I don't think we're going to be seeing any tropical storm force wind gusts for the rest of the day.
You know, we're not alone here, Eric, on stream. In the bottom right-hand portion of your screen, Florida Capitol Bureau correspondent Libby Dean is joining us in the WFLA Now Zoom room, feet away from where Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be speaking at 12:30. And this next question, I'm going to put you guys up on screen together because we have a lot of people in the Tampa Bay area, including Lizbeth, asking about FSU up in Tallahassee. You've been monitoring the weather situation up there, Libby, and you've been monitoring it on Max Defender 8 and our other radar technology here, Eric.
Yeah, that's right. Right now, Tallahassee, really not much going on. As you can see on radar, there's just a few leftover showers on the extreme most outer band of Idalia moving through Tallahassee. So, Libby, I'm sure there's probably not much in the way of rain. The rain's just about all said and done for you.
Yeah, it's definitely quieted down here. When it comes to up at FSU, I would imagine that it's likely trees down and power outages. I'm up here at the state EOC, obviously monitoring just across Tallahassee those power outages. But yeah, things definitely lightening up here.
All right, let's get you to this question. It comes in from Stephanie Hunt. I'm throwing this your way, Eric. Hashtag HeyJB, how long do we think it will take storm surge to fully recede? This is a great question.
Yeah, you know, definitely not this evening. I would say at least tomorrow. You know, when Ian hit Southwest Florida, it was days and days and days. So low-lying areas, there's still going to be water left over in some really heavy storm surge areas. But, hey, you know what? We've got a dry weekend ahead. So by this weekend, that water should recede.
All right. Derek is in our comment section, too, asking, hashtag HJB, any idea when they will allow people back into the Reddington Beach and Madera Beach areas to access the flooding to our homes?
Well, as soon as it's safe for you to go back, that's when they will allow it. In fact, probably not today, but over the coming days. It looks like that tornado watch for us here in the Bay Area has also just expired.
Yeah, and we've had questions coming in for Libby specifically interactively as well, Libby. We know, of course, you're going to be in the room with Governor DeSantis when he gives that press conference at 12:30. Tom on Facebook Live was asking about the insurance relief situation, so we know that that's on the minds of our viewers as well.
Yeah, that's been on the minds of our viewers for, you know, over, I guess, years now, you could say. And it will be something that I will be asking about as it's a priority as rates, you know, skyrocket across the state, especially in the Tampa Bay area. And we also see, you know, citizens' policies there, Hillsborough, Pinellas, that's where most of those policies are.
Our, of course, stream continues on Tracking the Tropics on WFLA.com. Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and yes, we will be streaming Governor DeSantis' remarks at 12:30 Eastern. For now, we'll send it back to you. All right, we'll flip the switch, come back to live stream, and again, re-engage with our stream audience. Libby, thanks for joining us for that.
the cool kids table is fun.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the cool kids table. We continue to monitor the progress of Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 1 hurricane that is really to the north of the Tampa Bay area. So why don't we just kind of move this radar north, Eric, and show everybody where Idalia is. Again, Libby, Governor DeSantis speaking at 12:30, and we expect more about the impact that Idalia left on Florida because it's becoming less of a Florida impact now. And now, of course, the storm is currently over the state of Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely a priority heading into this this press conference. Obviously, restoration, recovery, what comes next. This morning, we heard from officials, an hour before landfall. We've been getting updates from them on Twitter or X, as well as just coming in and out of the room, giving us some little updates. But yeah, as you can see behind me, they're just getting set up for the governor here at 12:30. And again, questions that are any of the viewers want me to ask, I am happy to hear suggestions.
Hashtag Hey Libby. Hey, you brought it up, not me. So is it Twitter or X?
Yeah, this is, tough, especially when it comes to like the fact that we're live streaming here and then comparing it just to other platforms. I would love for it to just stay Twitter because, what do you say? I X'd? Or what I'm saying when you say that you post something like you tweeted. Now it's going to be I X'd. I don't know. Someone needs to come up with a little acronym there.
There are 8 billion people in the world. Did one person want to name it X and all 7,999,999,999 people just wanted to remain Twitter? Because that's certainly what it sounds like. But yes, Elon Musk changing Twitter to X, and we're all just still trying to get used to this whole Twitter versus X thing. Libby, thanks.
I
hop
was
in.
just going to tell you that the obviously that platform, whatever you want to call it, has been vital during this recovery and just leading up to the storm. It's where we've gotten a lot of updates from state officials. If we're not getting them here in the room, then we can find them there. So definitely helpful, and obviously things like this live stream.
Yeah, I think that's a really pertinent point, and I'm glad that you make it, Libby, because while there's been some confusion, Eric, about Twitter and X and Twitter and X posting and X videos, and that's just all weird stuff going on with Twitter right now. X post, X retweet. You can't even use tweets anymore, that verbiage, because of course it's just now not technically correct, but people still call it Twitter and tweeting. But to Libby's point, it is still a means of communication, even in emergency situations like this. In fact, some people might consider it to be the most preferred method to get information out quickly to a whole lot of people.
I think it is, definitely. And on my iPhone, I still have the little blue and white bird. So
do you really?
For some reason, it hasn't changed to the X yet. I don't know. Maybe it's because I haven't updated the iPhone a little bit, and I kind of like the bird. So I'm going to leave it there for a little while until, it changes over to the X. I know you had said, JB, a couple weeks ago, yours changed over?
It did. It did.
Mine still hasn't.
I have lost the bird. Do you have the bird, Libby?
No, I have it now as X. Which,
yeah, me too.
Definitely a big change after years of that not being the case.
Took me a while to find it.
It's different.
Yes, it takes you a while to find it on your phone. Libby, thanks so
Not
much.
during situations like this, though, when you're checking it 24/7. I swear, my phone's been blowing up to get updates on that app.
Likewise. Eric, I interrupted you regarding where Idalia currently is. Take it away.
Yeah, basically in South Georgia, just to the northeast of Valdosta. And again, you can see that very small area to the north of dark red. That's the eye wall that's producing the strongest wind right now as it moves through Lakeland, Georgia. Let's zoom in to some other towns that you may notice. Adele, Tifton's along I-75, getting the outer edges of the eye wall. Douglas is next in line. It's the heaviest right now over Lakeland toward Homerville. Is there any town in between? Pearson, Alma, Baxley, and again, it looks like this is going to head toward Vidalia. So Idalia is heading toward Vidalia. Oh boy,
That's interesting, right?
Yep.
So yeah, again, this is moving pretty quickly at 20 miles an hour through south central Georgia, and it's almost noontime. So let's see if we have an update yet on the cone. If the 12 o'clock update yet has occurred. Yep. Oh wow. Now it's 85 miles per hour.
Wow. Okay.
So what did I tell you?
Weakening again.
I told you by 2 o'clock we could, quite possibly have a tropical storm. So
But
yeah,
look at that, still moving at 20 miles per hour.
Remember,
it is maintained speed.
That's what happens when a huge feature, i.e. a jet stream or a cold front or a trough, steers a storm and picks up a storm into its flow. Once it starts moving quickly, it never slows down when it gets to this point. It's going to continue to move at 20 miles per hour. Once it gets into the Atlantic, it's going to move even quicker. And you see the pressure earlier was at, 970, now 975. Again, this is typically what happens in a landfalling hurricane is it weakens rapidly, and that's what we're seeing.
Let's load up this video. I talked about it earlier, Eric, and we're going to load this directly in from our server. And this is drone video, I've been told, from Bayshore Boulevard. Yeah. And this is one of our best drone pilots in the building is photojournalist Jim Hockett. This is his video. So I'm very curious to see what he is seeing from drone 8. Okay, here we go. Let's go full screen. And yeah, I mean, this is the flooding that we see on one of the most iconic strips in all of Tampa.
Amazing. Look at that.
This is Bayshore Boulevard.
And actually, isn't Bayshore where the stop sign's at? And then you turn left or right on Bayshore. Isn't the road he's on going up toward Bayshore? Because there's the fence.
That's correct.
So
you're looking. This is Bayshore now.
Yeah. So now we're turning right on Bayshore
from Willow.
Right where the fire hydrant is.
Holy moly!
Yeah, everything is flooded, and this is what we thought would happen because of that strong south to southwest wind. What I call the bottle effect, where you've got water being pushed from a big area into a very small area, and it's just going to overflow its banks everywhere in Tampa Bay.
I'm going to try to queue up some of this video showing how much different 1 year, how big of a difference 1 year can make. Because Ian had the exact opposite effect. Ian sucked, or really pushed is the correct terminology, Lee told me. Lee says that it was pushed. All the water was pushed out of Tampa Bay. Yeah, or pulled out of the way. And you could walk at the bottom of Tampa Bay last year after Ian. So I'm going to try to queue up that video. But here, clearly, we have people that are kayaking down Bayshore Boulevard.
Yeah, and I mean, water is... Somebody threw a life raft. Water looks to be about 3 foot deep there. I mean, look at that. Boy, it's something else, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for that video right now.
And again, this is why when you're in evacuation zone A, and you may think, oh, I live on Bayshore. I'm not even by the Gulf of Mexico. This is why the officials tell you to evacuate. Now, it doesn't look like it's breaching homes, but in some parts it will. And it's just dangerous. And we're not even a high tide yet. We still got a couple of hours left before a high tide.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's almost up to the top of the fence.
Is this going to get worse?
Yeah, it's going to get worse. I'd say at least another foot worse than what you're seeing now, if not between 1 and 2 feet. I mean, look, that fence is pretty high, right? And the water is well more than halfway up the fence. There's people on, is that a paddleboard? I can't even tell what people are doing out there.
Unbelievable.
I mean, there could be a lot of bacteria and just unhealthy things in floodwater that you just don't want to get wet with it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So especially if you have open wounds. So it's not really a good idea to pretend that, hey, this is a lake. We're just gonna go out and play in it.
I'm continuing to look for the Ian video. I'm going through our archives right now.
I remember looking out the window at the Hillsborough River here from our station and seeing how low it was. Mm-hmm. And that on both sides, you could see the ground. And I couldn't believe it. I said, wow, this is crazy. Now it is the opposite. And we saw that with the Riverwalk camera.
Yeah, I can't find the video of the water being pushed out of the bay, but it was wild. I'm still looking, folks, because it would provide a very stark comparison, no doubt. So just bear with me for another few minutes as we continuously look at this Drone 8 video from photojournalist Jim Hockett.
Yeah, just incredible right there.
Is this was this expected? Worse than expected? How would you describe?
This is we talked about 4 to 7 foot storm surge in Tampa Bay itself, and this water is 3 feet deep at least. So this is exactly what we talked about, and this is exactly what we expected. And we expected this again to amplify with the supermoon high tide that again will occur in the next hour or two. So this will get a little bit worse before it gets better.
For those of you joining us from outside, maybe you've never been to Tampa. This is South Tampa, so this is probably the most iconic strip in all of Tampa. People talk about just how special it is living near or on Bayshore Boulevard because you have this stunning view of Tampa Bay.
There's downtown in the background.
Yep. You're right near downtown. There's the walkability. People ride their bikes, walk their dogs. Bayshore Boulevard is in a way of life. I mean, people just utilize it for so many different things, and it's currently underwater. And it's just sad to see. It's sad to see, but this is the impact that we were talking about, for days, as far as a possible scenario, and a likely scenario regarding the storm surge with Hurricane Idalia.
And if you think about what a storm could do, God forbid, if it came right into Pinellas County, if Ian came right into Pinellas County, look at what happened when a storm moved 150 to 200 miles away from Tampa itself versus a Cat 5 that were to move into Pinellas County. I mean, the devastation just from the water in the bay would be something else. You're seeing devastation from the bay water with a 4 to 6 foot storm surge, with a storm that was weaker and that was very, very far away. It's crazy to think what would happen if a storm directly impacted Tampa and it was a major hurricane. You know what I'm saying, JB?
Mm-hmm.
And this is with no wind. I mean, we're not seeing, I don't want to say no wind, but, this is with not even tropical storm sustained winds, and look at the water you're getting on the Bayshore.
I'm hearing some stray audio. Are you hearing it?
Yeah, I do hear it. Sounds like Jeff Patterson, but not.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's coming in from. Coming in from somewhere. We are getting some stray audio. Oh, I found it. All right, it's gone. All right, that's the Drone 8 video showing you Bayshore Boulevard here in Tampa. We also have this live picture now. We're going to switch to a live feed. Not sure where this one is coming in from, but we now have a bunch of live feeds popping back up on the grid. And also, too, as a reminder, Governor Ron DeSantis will be speaking here soon at 12:30. And we know because, Libby Dean is right there with us. And Libby, I'm sure you'll be able to fill us in when action picks up there in Tallahassee.
Yes, yeah, I can. We'll be hearing from him at 12:30. So I'll stay on as long as I can. Sometimes, recently they've been starting on time. So, but if they start early, I'll have to move around.
Yep.
But yeah, Governor will be talking right there.
No, you got it. You got it. You got it right.
Never know if I'm in the right way.
Yeah, and look, there are going to be Floridians with a lot of questions on recovery, on help. I think that's the big word, just getting help. whether it's
Yeah.
state assistance or from FEMA. And I know you're getting in a lot of questions from our viewers, right, Libby?
Yeah, and what I was going to say was, state officials started this week by saying, we're going to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And so now, we're going to see the recovery and restoration now that this is a Category 1 headed into Georgia. So, state officials are going to give us that update with more details as to, just how bad this was.
When it comes to the designation, Eric, this being a Category 3 at landfall, peaking at a Category 4, what does that change? Do we know how big of a change that makes in the resources, in the funds, and how this is categorized as a response effort going forward?
Yeah, the stronger the storm, I believe once it hits a certain criteria, and Libby might know that, a little better than me, but I know once it gets to a certain point, then more funds are allocated for the region. So maybe because it hit landfall as a Category 3, I don't know. It was only a Category 4 storm, for an hour or two? It wasn't a Cat 4 for long, but because it was a major hurricane, maybe that title, major hurricane, will allocate more funds for us here in Florida.
What I do know is Governor DeSantis spoke with President Biden. I think that was yesterday, if I can keep my day straight, which I can't right now. But yeah, he spoke with President Biden about assistance from the federal level. So I'm sure we'll see some kind of aid there, whether or not Biden comes down here to Florida like he did during Ian. That is, still to be seen.
The response effort, it will, of course, come together, I'm sure. And we, as Eric noted earlier, we have seen with previous storms that have hit Florida, including Ian just last year, about how federal and state resources can come together. But we have done a lot of stories, too, about Ian-impacted areas where assistance just hasn't been reaching some people as quickly as you would hope. And a lot of those reports have been done by our Max Fender 8 weather team, in addition to our investigative team. I know Masa Saidi has been doing stories about that as well. It's just, you would hope that people that need help get the help that they need, and they get it as quickly as possible. That's why state resources exist, federal resources exist, FEMA as a department, and them allocating the resources necessary. You just hope that it all works as it should. But oftentimes, it's not a perfect system, and there's a lot of frustrations that can boil over with people that get caught up in the red tape and the paperwork and checking the wrong box, so to speak. I know that that's not exactly the best way of putting it, but a lot of the little things that are necessary to get assistance, sometimes it doesn't work perfectly. It's not a perfect system. We can only hope that the people that need the help the most get the most help, because it's going to be a big story for Florida going forward, Eric.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, we're still not finished with it yet. We're still dealing with the storm surge and water being pushed onto land, pushed into the bay. And again, you see it on Bayshore. So, once we get to the high tide levels early this afternoon, and then things start winding down with the way in regards to wind, once Idalia pulls further away, further to the north, then we'll start to see that water recede, and we'll see just, how much damage there really is.
We're waiting on this. I just had a caller call in to our line, and I'm trying to figure out exactly who it is calling in. It's Shannon. So Shannon Benkin might be available to us as a live feed. We'll try to get that punched up here momentarily. We're about 18 minutes away from Governor Ron DeSantis. This is still what we're looking at here, Eric. I'm going to go back to you on radar. This is still Idalia on our screen, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah, and it will be. It will be for the rest of the day today. You're looking at rain bands that extend well out into the Gulf of Mexico. And, if we take a look at the bigger picture right here, again, this is national radar, but look at all the moisture. Look at the tail end of Idalia just pulling moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. And this is going to happen throughout the day today. And it's going to continue into Thursday as well. Not as pronounced as Thursday, on Thursday or Friday, but it's going to pull moisture into play the next couple of days. Not as much as what we saw today, this morning, But again, we'll have that steady stream of isolated to scattered showers and storms coming in from the Gulf and coming in from the southwest and eventually from the west. But eventually the wind will, calm down a bit later on today into tonight. So that will allow some of those floodwaters to recede. And of course, the rain's not going to help the next couple of days. But once we get into the weekend, it looks like it's going to be a lot drier Labor Day weekend. So that's good news there for cleanup efforts.
It would be nice to see the sun. And I think the sun is starting to pop out here.
We will see the sun at times today.
Yeah. And in fact, let's go to our tower cam. Let's see what we can see on tower cam right now. And here it is. And it's still showing the Riverwalk and some of the flooding in downtown Tampa. But you can clearly see that it is brighter and the sun is making an appearance, which I'm sure is bringing joy to many in Tampa after Hurricane Idalia. Let's also just bring up, we talked about it yesterday, but it has to be stated here again. Tampa got really lucky once again. And it's a major metropolitan area, one of the biggest in Florida, Tampa Bay. And we do know that, look, we saw the live reports from Beth and Hudson. We've seen some of the stuff coming in from St. Pete. We know that, you go up the coast and some of the low-lying coastal areas, storm surge is pretty bad. We just saw Bayshore, Bayshore Boulevard and a lot of the homes that were flooded there. But, Eric, perhaps you can paint the picture for us. If Idalia had come across and come right into Tampa Bay, what would that have been?
Everything you see there would be underwater, pretty much.
All of it.
Obviously not the buildings, but yeah, and that's what I was talking about just a few minutes ago. Imagine if Ian would have came right through Pinellas County and right through Tampa Bay. I mean, the effects. It's kind of like, have you ever watched those shows? What if? What if a superstorm hit Miami? What if a Cat 5 hit Tampa? I'm telling you, I pray that it doesn't ever happen. But, if it ever did, the effects would be just so devastating because the bay is so big and pushing all that Gulf water into that small bay compared to the Gulf. I mean, you can't imagine. You just can't imagine. Downtown would be completely flooded. I mean, there would be so many roadways that would be underwater in and around Tampa Bay, feet underwater. Like Bayshore is 3 feet. And look how far away the storm is. Those houses on the other side of Bayshore, forget it,
Yeah, it would have been, again, just Tampa, even though Bayshore is underwater, all things considered, after Ian last year missing us to the Tampa, for people in Tampa Bay, Ian missed us to the south, and here we have Idalia a year later missing us to the north. I know that that people in Tampa Bay are expressing, they're quite grateful. I know because I've been reading into the comments that have been coming in on Facebook Live and on YouTube Live, even though we have a lot of flooded areas around the Tampa Bay area. Libby Dean, our Florida Capitol Bureau correspondent, we're about to let you go because I know you're going to be getting ready, of course, for that press conference coming up here with Governor DeSantis at 12:30. Any final remarks before we say farewell?
Yeah, JB, just, 15 minutes out here, we'll be hearing from the governor, state officials on where we're at now. So I know you'll be streaming it, and I don't know if you will be after, but any questions that viewers have, feel free to send them in.
Yeah, we had one question just come in seconds ago from S. Hicks, #HeyLibby. Please ask questions regarding MacDill Air Force Base and how MacDill is doing. And perhaps that question might be best posed by another member of our team here locally in Tampa, but it's also, we're gathering all this intel from our viewers about questions that they want answers to, and that, of course, is invaluable. Libby, thanks so much. You've been with us on stream for, I think, 4 to 5 hours hanging out with us. You're invited to the cool kids table anytime.
Thanks, JB.
We appreciate it. We'll see you in the room. All right, everybody. Back here with Eric Stone. I'm JB. Thanks so much for joining us here on WFLA Now. We're a few minutes away from taking a break to reset for Governor DeSantis. We'll be going into a slate. You'll see it say, we'll be right back on stream. But Eric, before we do, anything that you want to highlight as far as our coverage, as far as the current conditions with Hurricane Idalia.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, we're going to be seeing these rain bands come in to the Tampa Bay area all afternoon, all right? Isolated to scattered at best. It looks like the tornado threat seems to be a lot lower now than it was earlier and throughout the night. All the tornado watches have been allowed to expire here, actually the whole state of Florida. And as you head to the north, you know, new tornado watches from Savannah to Charleston to Wilmington, North Carolina. Again, now Idalia has its eye, no pun intended, on, you know, the southeastern part of Georgia. And then eventually it'll make a more northeasterly turn, and it'll just barely miss Savannah. But right now, like, even Savannah's getting storm surge. Charleston right now is getting storm surge, all the way up to Wilmington, North Carolina. So the west coast of Florida and the east coast of Georgia and the Carolinas are experiencing storm surge from Idalia. So again, even though the rain and wind may not be, you know, the primary concern, as I had talked about all weekend long, we would be talking about storm surge. That would be the number one issue with Idalia, and rainfall would help our drought, and the wind wouldn't be that strong, and that's exactly what's happened. Obviously, further to the north, the wind was strong in the Panhandle and in southern Georgia, but you know what? Here for the Bay Area, like JB said, you know, we're spared compared to what could have happened. Now, of course, you know, we don't like what's happening now with the storm surge, but that is likely to be the case for the next couple of hours through high tide.
Quick, we're going to just go to Shannon Benkin, listen in her live report.
Jeff was just talking about how some areas dodged a bullet, but the area here around the Alafaya River in Gibsonton, they are dealing with some serious water. This area, I'm told by the homeowner, is usually their backyard. It goes all the way to that back tree there. That is typically grass. It's all covered in water. They're dealing with water along some of the areas that go into the houses in this area. People are just coming back. A lot of people evacuated. They're coming home to find this, and they're not sure what they're going to find. Some people are finding it in their houses. I want to show you some of the water that's coming into this back door here. So this person said that he evacuated and came home to find this, and I want to introduce you to him. This is Eric Leach. Eric, tell me, what did you think when you came here and found this today?
Well, I obviously wasn't very happy. I actually did stay here last night, and I got up at about 3. I knew high tide was going to be about 3:30, and I slowly watched the water get closer and closer. By about 4, water was starting to come in the house, and about 4:30, about 75% of the house was covered, and that's when I moved down the street to one of my neighbors.
And you offered to take us inside and show us what you're dealing with. So let's take a look at what you're dealing with inside.
Yeah, so you can see here where the water line was, about here. So it's receded a good probably 16 inches so far, which is great. Obviously, we're a little concerned about what's going to happen later this afternoon, but we'll see what happens with that. And you can see the high water line in here at the bottom of the cabinets, you know, all the way around the walls. The entire place was full of about probably 8 inches of water.
Wow. So you've never seen anything like this. You said you've lived here since May?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, no, haven't seen anything like this before. Last year during Ian, we had access to the house. We hadn't lived here yet, and we came here and there wasn't a drop of water. The yard was completely open. So this is obviously much worse than what it was last year with Ian.
So what's your initial reaction? I mean, you have water in your kitchen, you have water throughout your house. What do you do next? Have you called your insurance agent? What's next?
I haven't yet, no. We're expecting tide to come back up, more surge. So we're going to kind of just wait and see what happens, let it all drain out, then call the insurance company. Really the unfortunate part is we're about 95% done with full house renovation here. As you can see, there's still spackle showing, and so essentially that's all going to have to be redone. You know, kitchen has to be gutted, bathroom gutted, so pretty much starting back over from where we're at back in April, May. So it's unfortunate.
And I know you were concerned about flooding here, but did you expect this much water in your house?
Absolutely not. No. I was starting to get real nervous once the water starts, getting closer, and then when it was over the door, I'm like, yeah, no, there's nothing we can do. Just head out for higher ground and just see what happens.
Have you talked to any of your neighbors about what they're dealing with?
I have, yeah. A couple other neighbors had minor amounts of water in there, nothing this substantial. This house was the first house built in this area. It's the lowest, and of course, it's going to flood first.
Okay. Stacey, Josh, we're going to continue to roam around the Alafaya River and find out what people are dealing with here. But, you just heard it. It's, catastrophic damage for some of the people who live along the river here, along the Alafaya River in Gibsonton. So for now, I'll send it back to you.
We have this comment from one of our great YouTube moderators on YouTube by the name of Team Brittany. Shannon is going to be getting a lot of calls. If you don't know Shannon Benkin, she's, of course, the reporter for our consumer investigations franchise, Better Call Benkin. Pretty much her slogan is she takes things that are wrong and makes them right. And so if anything, if there are Floridians in a rough patch in the months ahead and not getting the assistance that they need, they call up Shannon, and Shannon gets to work on finding out where is the system failing. And she's remarkably good at getting results. And so Better Call Benkin, one of our big brands here at WFLA, and it's all because of the hard work that Shannon does, not just with her investigations, but clearly she's out there covering the storm, covering the aftermath of Idalia right now, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's so many scam artists out there that, take advantage of situations like that. And we're really lucky to have Shannon to really go after them and, get people what they deserve, right? Get people their money back if they get scammed or whatnot.
Yep, and making sure that the assistance that they qualify for, making sure that they get the assistance that they deserve. Other comments that we've been monitoring in our Facebook Live, YouTube Live comment section. Jay Balu, heard Hudson was flooded. Oh, yeah, you better believe it. Hudson is certainly flooded. I would also like to take an opportunity, if I may, because we are no longer alone here in the stream center, and they know where I'm going with this. You guys just need to come over and please make a cameo on Slider Cam for a second, and we'll turn on Emoji Wall. We're going to turn on Emoji Wall because everybody say hello, say up high up there to Lee Span and Amanda Holly. They were on, how many hours on broadcast? 10 hours on broadcast television, tag teaming our weather coverage of Idalia all morning long. And I'm gonna pass along a really fun note. Okay. When they walked in, do you know what the first thing that they did was?
What?
The first thing, that's right. They got out of the heels and into flats immediately. One more time, I want to confirm, as you guys have emojis coming in, by the way, with the emoji wall. People are reacting right now and sending you guys some love. Can I confirm this just for our audience? You were on television 10 hours in heels. Yes. Wow. On your feet. That's a long time to be on your feet without heels. Yeah. And you were doing it, of course, in heels. Just an incredible job to the both of you. We were following along.
Well, you guys, to answer people's questions for hours is also, especially outside of our area.
Yeah, I can remember. You can speak into that, Mike, if you just want to pass along a note.
Yeah, I know that my family all over the country has been paying attention because they can't watch us. They can't see what's going on, and they see from the national news, and you guys are giving them what's actually going on, and people can see it from all over the country. So thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I think the appreciation is mutual because a lot of people, obviously, with the emoji wall, able to react and send you guys hearts. So they were on television, we were on live stream, and they deserve just a tremendous amount of credit. I think we've got, and with that, I think we have Shannon calling in. Lee, Amanda, thank you so much for everything that you guys do. And Amanda, of course, a mainstay on Tracking the Tropics all season long, but she was needed on broadcast television, so it was great to be able to feature her for a moment. Shannon, are you there? Do you have us? Let's see if we can bring her in. Yeah, she's there. Hold on one second, Shannon. We're going to load up your shot. Okay, now I got you. Shannon Benkin, JB Biunno, Eric Stone here with you live. How are you?
Hi, we are doing good. We are along the Alafaya River in Gibsonton, and I'm actually standing in a house right now that has water that came in through the door here from the Alafaya River. People who live along this river are dealing with the rising water, that this is what we feared. This is what Eric and I talked about yesterday, with people worried about the storm surge, and they're braced for even more storm surge. I want to introduce you to the homeowner here. His name's Eric. So Eric, tell me, what was it like dealing with this, waking up? You were here until you said 3 a.m.?
Yeah, so I set my alarm for 3 because I knew that's when the water was going to be coming up. And, basically just watched as it slowly got closer, got to the door, got above the door. And by the time it was covering about 3/4 of the house, that's when I evacuated to higher ground.
So you evacuated higher ground. When did you come home?
Well, we're just down the road, so I've been stopping back periodically, just keep an eye on things. The water actually is still going down, so I've been watching that, which is great. So really, we're just down the road, walking distance.
Show me the house and what you're dealing with here.
Yeah, so, you can see where the high water line was, probably about 7-8 inches. The range, the refrigerator, dishwasher is obviously all trash at this point. The lower cabinets are trashed. The unfortunate part is we're just getting done with the renovation on this place. Actually, I haven't even finished it yet, so now we're going to kind of be moving backwards for a bit.
And Eric, you were sharing with me that you haven't lived here very long. This was a work in progress. You were almost finished with the reservation. Do you feel like you're starting all over now?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it won't be as much work as it was originally, but yeah, there's a lot of work ahead of us, unfortunately.
Show me a little bit about what you're dealing with, because this is just part of it. This is your living room, and this is where you and your wife were yesterday watching our storm coverage.
That's where the water was, at the high point.
So the water was there, so it's starting to reside, and you're worried about it getting higher as the day goes on.
Yes, yep. Really, I think the damage has kind of been done. If we get, another 4 or 6 inches, I don't think it's going to really make that big a difference, unfortunately. But, well, fortunately and unfortunately, I guess.
Okay. Can you show us the rest of the house here?
So, same water level throughout, obviously. Septic backup, so it's pretty smelly in here, unfortunately. Just throughout, same level throughout. So anything that's on the ground is absolutely no good anymore. Brand new $10,000 bed that we're hoping the water didn't get to the electronics on that, but that's yet to be seen.
And you were telling me this was your dream to live here. It's a beautiful area. This is turned into a bit of a nightmare for you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I guess that's the one downside about living here. It's a beautiful place to live. We love it. So, but we have to deal with situations like this every once in a while.
And you seem to have a great attitude about it. You're going to rebuild.
Yeah, right. I'm trying to stay as positive as I can. I've got upset a little bit here and there, but really not much we can do, but just let the water go down and start cleaning things up.
Okay. JB, Eric, I'll send it back to you. We are going to continue in the Alafaya area talking with residents, but what we're finding here is just tragic for some of those folks.
Yeah, Shannon, I just want to throw it back to you just for 1 second, because we had one commenter on Facebook Live, and actually it was on YouTube Live, say, wow, Shannon's going to be getting a lot of calls. Can you explain to our audience exactly now your job function in the aftermath of a storm like Idalia and some of the things that you do as part of Better Call Bankin'?
Yes, well, as part of Better Call Bankin', we typically hear from people when they're dealing with the aftermath of this. And, today I'm here, ground zero, looking at it as the homeowners are looking at it. But just yesterday, we had a story about someone who was in a storm in Hurricane Ian last year. And you may recall, we did a Facebook Live with you last year. A tree fell on her house, fell through her roof, fell through her pool cage, destroyed the pool. And she's been dealing with an insurance nightmare for the entire year. She told me that she had just the last week got the fence up around the pool and just 2 months prior finished the pool. So, it takes people a long time to rebuild, and especially when they're dealing with insurance companies, because a lot of people, as we've been covering with insurance nightmares right now, a lot of people are finding that their insurance doesn't cover what they thought it was going to cover. And in that situation of the woman in Valrico with the tree on her house, her insurance company told her that they were not going to cover the pool area. They called it a separate structure, separate from the house, and they weren't going to cover it. But I can tell you, JB, that she fought back. She ended up filing a complaint with the state of Florida. She has a really good insurance agent that hooked her up with the underwriter, and they were able to prove that it should be covered. That saved her about $40,000. So, my advice to everybody right now is get out your forms, find out what your insurance covers, find a good agent who can help you understand it, and fight for your rights. And if they tell you no, you need to make sure that it actually is no before you decide to pay for it yourself.
Shannon Benkin joining us on Tracking the Tropics on WFLA Now. Shannon, we'll let you get back to it. We now send things over to Governor Ron DeSantis.
Out to the affected areas, and Florida Department of Transportation has been conducting cut and toss operations starting at the southern part of the state as the storm moved through southwest Florida, clearing those roads and then moving all the way up north, and so they are en route to clear all the way up to Taylor County. Right now, Tampa Airport is going to reopen for incoming flights at 4 p.m. By 3 a.m. tomorrow, it will be fully reopened. Gainesville Airport will reopen tonight, and Tallahassee Airport will reopen first thing in the morning. The ports in Tampa and Manatee are currently undergoing assessments, and when those assessments are concluded, they will be able to resume operations, assuming all is well, which we anticipate it will be. There are, as of now, no confirmed fatalities, and those fatalities are things that get confirmed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement through medical examiners. We do not have any confirmed fatalities yet. If you have any questions about how things are unfolding in your area, you can go to floridadisaster.org for updates. The Florida Division of Emergency Management will continue to update that website with all the latest information. We have really good retail in terms of all the counties, I think, other than the Big Bend proper, the Tampa Bay area. Things are good. Leon County is doing well. We're still assessing what is all going on the ground in the places that had the initial impact. And so we're probably going to be, I'm probably going to try to get down to some of those counties today. But we got a lot of people that are going in, offering assistance from the state perspective, helping these counties be able to stabilize the situation. So for more updates on this, I'm going to bring up Kevin Guthrie from the Florida Division of Emergency Management.
All right. Thank you, Governor. So far right now, the biggest impacted area that we have, following up on what the governor said, is seems to be in Perry. Right now, we know we have a couple of businesses that have caught on fire, a few that have roofs knocked off of them, maybe potentially one collapse. We're getting some conflicting information on that. But we do have crews that are there working hand in hand with Taylor County Sheriff's Office and Taylor County Fire Rescue. So that's going on. Madison County is another county that has been impacted. They have a lot of debris on the ground. They have about 99% power outages in that particular county. So again, we do have resources heading in that direction. Again, I'll let General Haas talk about that. He's got one of his task forces heading in that direction as well. So other than that very specific detail, we continue to search, secure, and stabilize areas that we can do that in. Most of what we're doing here in the Big Bend area is initial search. I will say this, I know we don't have anybody from the CFO's office here, but in search and rescue in Fort Myers, we were able to clear a lot of houses very quickly because of the footprint of Fort Myers. Up here in the Big Bend, you may have two houses that are on a 5-mile road. So that is going to take a very long time to clear those. Now, we have more than enough assets, more than enough resources to get that done in a timely manner, but I just want to go ahead and set expectations. Some of this is going to take longer than what we experienced with initial search and rescue in Fort Myers, just again because of the landscape. We're going to have to do a lot of tree cutting and a lot of push emergency access to get into those areas to then do the securing and stabilizing, but we are working through all of that. We have maintained communications with all of our counties. We did have a couple of 911 centers that went down briefly for about 20-30 minutes, but again, all 911 calls have been answered. There are some minor backlogs in Taylor County and Madison County that again, local officials are working through, and then we are supplementing those resources to help them get through those calls as quickly as possible. I will reiterate that even though we have 911 calls, there is no one in distress that has not been taken care of. The ones that were in distress, we got folks to immediately. We have a lot of people that have called 911 saying, I'm entrapped in my house, I'm okay, but I need help. So they are 100% okay we're going to get to those folks just as fast as we can get our emergency access teams into them. The state emergency response team will continue to work around the clock to meet the needs of all the survivors, support our first responders, and initiate an efficient recovery process to communities impacted by Hurricane Idalia. We are actively working with our law enforcement partners to continue to conduct, search, and stabilize, as I've already mentioned. We have a recovery team that's already in the EOC. We, here at the Division of Emergency Management, we activate our recovery team the exact same time that we activate our response team. So our recovery team has already been working for several days getting ready for this. They are already conducting windshield assessments throughout the state of Florida. We will go into the next phase of this will be individual damage assessments, initial damage assessments, where those are done at the local county level in a little more detail to get numbers that will then roll up with us. We already have FEMA that is standing by ready to do what we call joint damage assessments. So they have teams here already ready to go for that. So you're going to see a very, very quick response on the recovery side of the house to do individual damage assessments and what's also referred to as public assistance damage assessments. That's where we check public infrastructure, city, county buildings, things of that nature. So again, all of that stuff will be unfolding most likely as soon as tomorrow so that we could get the recovery process jump started here in the state of Florida. As always, we could not do that without the leadership of the governor and the objectives that he sets for. So again, Governor, thank you so much.
Okay, General.
Good morning, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership and support of your Florida National Guard. Director Guthrie, thank you again for the great work your team is doing to protect Florida citizens. As we continue to assess the damage landfall caused across the state of Florida, our thoughts and prayers remain with the impacts of the storm on the folks. Florida National Guard is fully mobilized with approximately 5,500 soldiers and airmen supporting hurricane response efforts. Post-landfall, Guard elements have been providing support to our state and local partners with mission sets including reconnaissance, search and rescue, damage assessment, and route reconnaissance operations. Our 53rd Infantry Brigade combat team is heavily engaged in Florida's western coastal counties, primarily conducting ground search and rescue and route clearance operations. In fact, Florida Guardsmen are conducting high water vehicle rescues in Hernando and Taylor counties. Likewise, our 164th ADA Brigade is conducting similar missions throughout our central and northeast counties. We maintain additional immediate response forces available to rapidly reinforce our presence and capabilities in areas with greatest need, like Taylor County. We are embedded with each of our impacted county emergency operations centers and remain ready to provide support as requested. As briefed earlier, the Florida National Guard currently has 2,400 vehicles, including high water and high mobility vehicles, 14 rotary wing aircraft conducting planned urban search and rescue operations this afternoon, and 23 small watercraft on hand to support riverine operations as needed. Additionally, Florida is receiving assistance from other state National Guards. We are expecting 2 truck companies, one from South Carolina and the other from Tennessee. And we're also preparing to receive 3 UH-60 helicopters from Kentucky. At the same time, Maryland, Tennessee, and Colorado are standing by in case we need additional air assets. We remain grateful to our fellow Guard states for their assistance and support. Your Florida National Guard is prepared to accomplish any mission required by the Florida Department of Emergency Management, and we stand ready to support our state, fellow citizens, and our neighbors in need. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your continued leadership. Thank you, Director Guthrie, for your continued partnership as we respond to this event. You know, several days ago we began preparing. We've had our crews and equipment staged for the last 36 hours. Immediately after landfall and the storm passed through, we began pushing those crews into the impacted area. Over 700 crew members, which includes 100 bridge inspectors, 1,100 generators, and 250 pieces of heavy equipment. We've been moving these resources into the impacted areas so that we can quickly address any needs, get the cut and toss operations taken care of, and support the life safety mission. In the main area of impact, We have nearly 1,000 bridges that have to be inspected, really focusing our efforts close to the coastline initially. We have several major roadways that go over the Steinhatchee River, the Swanee River, and others. Right now, State Road 24 going into Cedar Key is impassable because of high water. State Road 51 going into Steinhatchee is also impassable because of high water, but our bridge crews are inspecting most of the bridges as we speak, and we'll be finishing those operations within the next hour. We've made a lot of progress. We're going to continue to do so. We've moved the generators that are needed into the area. Most of the traffic signal assessments have been completed. We have about 50 locations left to complete, and we will be deploying generators for those traffic signals that need power. As we continue to respond to this storm, all 13 of our traffic management centers across the state will continue their 24/7 operations, inputting real-time traffic data into Florida 511. Again, that is the most accurate and timely information you can get for traffic at florida511.com. We have 185 road rangers that are continuing to patrol our interstate system and responding to motorists as needed. One thing to remember, there is still high water in a lot of areas of the state. If you see water overtopping a road, please do not drive through it. If you see water, please stop, turn around, go a different way. It can be really dangerous to drive through flooded roadways. Thank you again, Governor DeSantis, for your leadership and support as we respond to this event.
Okay, so we're going to have, all these assets are in motion. So you're going to see a lot of efforts at power restoration. You're going to see the roads cleared in the really significantly affected areas. That's going to just increasingly happen. And we're going to do whatever we need to do to help these local communities get back on their feet. Any questions?
What time did the I cross into Georgia?
That's a good question. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, I think it was probably within the hour, within the last 30, 40 minutes.
This morning, at what time did it become too dangerous for people in that Big Bend area to evacuate?
What would you say?
Probably the last evacuations probably happened somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m.
And do you have an idea of how many people might have stayed in the house? I know with Ian there was a form families filled out.
Yeah, so on this particular one, we did door-to-door because it was just a little bit different scenario with much less people. So Florida Highway Patrol and local sheriff's office agencies, again, down in Levy County, had about 100 people that stayed in homes. And then anecdotally, but up into Taylor County, it was more in the 50-ish range that was confirmed. But I'm sure other people did stay as well, but a little bit different way to do this.
Would you say that the Florida or Tallahassee has dodged a bullet with?
Well, I think if you look, if we were sitting here last night, we had a track that was bringing the I maybe into Leon County, and then they shifted that this morning. And so I would say Leon, this was from where we were when it was going there. This is the shift Leon wanted for sure. I mean, you go out there. I mean, I've been out. There's been rain and wind. There's some debris, but nothing. I think like if that wall would have impacted Tallahassee, I think you would have seen significantly more damage. So that bend northeast really helped Tallahassee and Leon County.
Is there any kind of bridge damage like we saw during Ian at Sanibel Island, like we saw there?
So I'm going to let Jared come up. I don't think we've identified that. There are. Of course, in the Tampa Bay area, some of those bridges were closed, some because of water, some because of wind, but structurally, I haven't got any reports that they're problematic. And then as you get in closer to kind of the ground zero, those bridges are not passable, but that's primarily because the water is overflowing. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's accurate, Governor. I'd say we're still in the process of doing damage assessments. We haven't seen anything anywhere close to what we saw at Pine Island, Sanibel Island. For the locations where there's still high water, we have to wait till the water recedes to really find out what's going on there. But we have not seen any major damage yet.
Are you seeing any significant river flooding inland, whether it be the Swanee or I guess it could even go over the St. John's if there's enough rain over there?
I'm sure we are.
Yeah, so short answer is we're starting to see some reaction. All of this rain is going to have to drain into those basins. So usually what happens in these incidents is we don't see the actual river action for a 24, 48, sometimes as much as 72 hours after the fact. The St. Johns River is a very, very slow responding river. If you remember back during Hurricane Ian, that almost took 45 days to correct itself on that particular body of water. So again, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to completely react and then obviously go back down.
I will say, I mean, the one thing of this, the storm moved a little bit faster than some of the other ones have moved. I mean, some of these things will just dump water and they go, so slow. This one moved a little bit faster, which is, at least when you're talking about the flooding, is a little bit better than when they're slow.
Is speed the reason that what does it look like for recovery for some of these counties that were hit, particularly hard, like Taylor and Sewanee? I know that, Calhoun County was still a mess 4 months, 5 months after Michael.
Well, we're in the process of doing those, of course, stabilize, rescue, recovery, whatever needs to be done right off the bat, power, save lives, all that. That's without saying. But then there will be damage assessments to see what all we're looking at in terms of damages in each of these counties. There is going to be debris, of course. That's going to be something that's going to need to be done. These counties are not going to be able to afford that on their own, of course, even with a 75% cost share with the federal government. And so I would imagine that the state would want to help these fiscally constrained counties. The legislature has typically wanted to do that. We may be seeking better cost share as well. But yeah, there's going to be things that are going to need to be taken care of. And these are the counties along that Big Bend. They just have very small budgets, and expenses like this are not things that they could absorb the way some of our wealthier counties could.
I just saw actually that there was an oak tree that fell on the governor's mansion here in Tallahassee. And is your wife and kids okay?
We're fine. In fact, she called me probably about 45 minutes ago and told me this is a really, I guess, ancient oak tree split in half, and part of it fell. I don't know that it fell on like the residence per se. I think it was a little bit off to the side. So that's going to be cleared. I don't know if they're going to have to cut down the whole tree. If they do cut down the whole tree, that's just going to be more room for my kids to hit baseballs in. And so in some respects for us, even though the tree was nice, we'll probably make do and just be quite all right.
Can you comment on some of the healthcare facilities in these smaller counties? Did any of them have to close for patients?
So I'll let Kevin do. I've spoken with a number of the main chains who had closed hospitals in the Tampa Bay area. They're all doing very, very well. Most of them are, going to be reopening today if they haven't already done that. And of course, they have a footprint further up into the Nature Coast. Do you want to talk about the others?
Yeah. So we did have a couple of assisted living facilities and nursing homes that did have to do some evacuations, but they did that as a part of the evacuations that we called for 2 days ago. To date, as of this minute, there have been no reports of any issues inside the health and medical industry, whether that's assisted living facilities, skilled nursing facilities, nursing homes, or hospitals. So everybody is reporting what we would call green, and they're good to go, and everything's all right.
And just as a follow-up, do you know, give or take, how many patients would have had, residents would have had to be transferred?
Yeah. I don't have those numbers right here. We could get with the Agency for Healthcare Administration, Secretary Weta, or even Secretary Latipo and figure out what those numbers actually were.
Can you kind of talk about the discrepancy between some numbers that are being reported on fatalities and citing FHP and you saying that there's no fatalities?
So there's a process for confirmed fatalities that just goes through law enforcement and medical examiners, and then they do that. And so that has not been done yet. Where we've had a confirmation. Now, I know there's unconfirmed reports. Those may end up becoming confirmed. And then, of course, we deal with this in every storm. What is a fatality that is a direct result of the storm versus what would be something where, you have a fatality that's unfortunate, but may not necessarily have a causal factor with the storm. I mean, for example, in Fort Myers Beach, people, there were fatalities because of that storm surge, no question. Well, if you're out the day after the storm and you're picking up debris from your yard and somebody has like a fatal heart episode, does that count as a storm-related death? So they always argue these things backwards and forwards. But when there are confirmed fatalities, those fatalities will be put out by the authorities. But there's just a process that goes through with that. Now, the unconfirmed, I think there have been unconfirmed reports of traffic fatalities. And that may be storm related. It may be not. Obviously, it was happening within the time that the storm was either approaching or was on target in these various parts of the state of Florida. Okay, we'll have more updates as the day goes on. We probably will end up visiting some of these areas as soon as it's safe to do so, and we'll be assessing on the ground and mobilizing any additional resources as is necessary. Thanks.
Do you have another briefing tonight, sir?
Probably, yep.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking here from Tallahassee, providing us with the very latest. And my goodness, it is nice to report, at least for now, that there are no fatalities. You heard there from the governor. No fatalities so far into Tallahassee as far as numbers being reported. Could that change in the hours ahead? Absolutely. But nice to know that at least as of now, we do not have any fatalities coming in. And again, that's noteworthy when you're talking about a storm of Idalia's strength. So here is our coverage plan going forward. We're going to be ending our streams on Facebook, and we have several concurrent streams right now on Facebook Live. And we're going to be resetting for our team coverage coming up at, shortly after 1 o'clock. So in about 10 or so minutes, in that time frame, we're going to be restarting our live stream, talking about the very latest with Idalia. We're going to be taking your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments. We're going to have guests come onto the stream as well, including guest reporters in the field that are covering some of the worst hit areas in Tampa Bay and beyond. So we're going to reset for our audience in the 1 o'clock hour. That's coming up next on Tracking the Tropics with myself, meteorologist Eric Stone, and guests. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Hey everybody, JB back here with you live. What I'd like to do is punch up this shot because we have a lot of feeds all of a sudden popping in. I want to just get I want to get this one right up on screen. Let's listen in live.
That's what it is. Thanks for talking to us. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, it was a neighbor speaking. I believe that might be our own Lenny Supal.
They haven't done anything.
We'll try to, we'll do our very best to come back to that. We've got other feeds coming in. Stand by, folks, as we try to, again, relaunch our coverage here momentarily.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Idalia will be side by side with catastrophic storm surge in the history books as the storm moves out of Florida and gets closer to Georgia and South Carolina at this hour. We have live reports from some of the most impacted areas in Florida coming your way here on Tracking the Tropics on WFLA Now. Hello, we're back on stream, folks, and welcome in to the WFLA Now Stream Center alongside meteorologist Eric Stone. We've been live, of course, since 5 a.m. this morning, and now joining us on the right side of your screen, we've got our featured meteorologist joining us from South Carolina, Hannah Ronner, WBTW meteorologist, who's joining us again from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Great to have Hannah on stream. We'll be picking her brain momentarily, but I want to begin with Jack Royer in Crystal River. Hey there, Jack. We know that that's one of the areas that's seen significant impacts over the last 12 hours.
Boy, you're not kidding, JB. Significant to say the least, and we're worried it's going to be even more significant as the day goes on, because remember, we had a high tide last night, then a low tide, and now another high tide is coming this afternoon as those onshore winds just push water through this community. I'm about ankle deep in water here in a street right across from Crystal River Middle School, but I want to show you how deceiving these floodwaters can be. This is somebody's side yard, backyard area, and just a few steps into this is how deep it is getting in some spots. We want to say for people who are, I've gotten 5 texts since my last live shot on WFLA TV from folks saying, watch out for cottonmouths. That is something the sheriff warned us about, something we are being very vigilant of, as there are displaced people and displaced reptiles in this community that are, having to adjust to this today. This is just water that has been pouring in over the past few hours. When we got here this morning to join up with another crew who had worked through the night, it really wasn't this bad. It looked, there was some minor, I would call it minor street flooding at first. And now just look at this side yard. This is a neighborhood that is like any neighborhood you'd see in Florida. And now it is inundated with water, completely covering the grass again, up to my calves, my knees here in this person's backyard. This is new in the past few minutes. I would say the last hour, to be fair, really, as it just sort of pours in here, and now we wait for it to recede. But as you have noted and probably will note again, there is another high tide today at 4:44 p.m. If we can walk this way, AJ, we got AJ Morgan behind the camera today, doing a great job documenting this and showing us everything there is to see. You're almost out of the water here, sir. Want to make sure we stay safe and as dry as we can. Let's just take you and show you the scene if you've got the time, JB. To our left on Crystal Street here, really pretty dry until you get another block. The sheriff's office here and the police department, FDOT, has been doing their best to keep areas blocked off and prevent people from driving and walking and just trying to keep everybody safe. But as you can see, here's a pickup truck coming down the street to try to assess damage. We've heard from people who are trying to help people get out of their homes, and just really people just want to see what's going on. We understand that. Now, that isn't advisable. The law enforcement community here wants everybody to stay off the streets, wait for this flooding to recede. This is the first time I've walked around here in a few minutes, and I will say this seems to be a little better. This is pretty deep water, I gotta say, in that corner, and so a gentleman just drove by saying, welcome to Florida. Kind of the sentiment from folks here, JB, who are expecting of this. They were ready for this in so many ways. A lot of folks said they could not leave. Obviously, you hear that from people in these types of situations. They say, I didn't even consider evacuating. They had family members who they thought needed their help. They had pets, things like that. And this storm, kind of came on quickly and affected a lot of folks. You doing okay today? Doing good? We're live. You want to talk to me? You talk to me? We're live on our digital site. What's your name?
My name's Larry.
Larry, I'm Jack Royer. Nice to meet you. Where are you from? You live in Crystal River?
We do live. We live 2 blocks down the street, and 3 hours ago, we were just at Wawa, and it was completely dry.
Really?
Water was just barely on the driveway.
Man.
And in 3 hours, all this has happened.
I don't know about you, but I'm surprised by it, and I knew it was coming, and I'm still surprised by it.
We hightailed it. We were over in Spring Hill. We spent the night out there to weather, and it didn't look so bad, so we came back home, and this is what we got to come to.
How is your house?
We're a little higher than the rest, so I think we're going to be all right. But if it starts moving up, we're going to go to higher ground.
I hope you do. I hope this recedes. Are you worried about the high tide later this afternoon?
I am. I'm paranoid.
I am too, man. Well, listen, you be safe, okay? Thank you for talking to me. Appreciate it. So you can see, as I said, people expected this. They are, I guess, to the extent you can be comfortable with an event like this, comfortable with it. Some flared tempers. People are hungry. They're tired. A lot of people obviously were up through the night watching our coverage and trying to stay safe. We hope we have been able to keep people safe in this effort. We hope this water recedes before it gets worse, although it is likely to get a little worse before it gets better. But it does seem people are heeding the warnings, trying to stay as safe as they can. JB, this is the scene from Crystal River.
All right, Jack, I want to bring you back in here with our team. And again, if you're just joining us on Tracking the Tropics, welcome in to the Stream Center on Tracking the Tropics. Alongside Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone, I'm JB Biunno. Jack Royer is up there in the top right. He's joining us from Crystal River. And then Hannah Ronner is joining us from WBTW in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Jack, we're going to let you go in just a moment, but I'm going to have Eric pinpoint exactly where you are on Max Defender 8 so we can show people the impact area on a map. So can you give us an idea as to where you are standing right now?
We are right in front of Crystal River Middle School. That is the front entrance to the middle school on Crystal Street. That's the cross street here. I'm at Crystal Street and 4th Avenue, Northeast 4th Avenue, right in front of the middle school.
All right, Jack Royer, before we let you go, any other notes to pass along from Crystal River? Again, Jack Royer is going to be reporting for us in our newscast tonight on WFLA News Channel 8 from Citrus County. Jack?
Well, I just want to hand it to this community because we have spoken to a lot of people who've lived here for a long time and we're prepared for this, but I also have bumped into folks at the hotel where our crew stayed who were displaced by Hurricane Ian and placed here by FEMA in some cases, chose to move here to communities like Beverly Hills or here in Crystal River, who were not so excited about this coming. I mean, who would be excited about this? But I think you know what I mean. They were dreadful of just 11 months after being displaced by Hurricane Ian having to experience something like this again. So I think there is mixed emotion. The flooding is a headache. For folks who are dealing with damage, it will be a major headache and a problem that they have to encounter over the next few days. But there's a resiliency after disasters like this, and especially from folks who might have had it worse in some cases in Hurricane Ian or who have it bad today. People are in good spirits so far among who we've talked to. People are out and about checking on each other, trying to stay safe and just waiting on this to pass. So I want to thank the community of Crystal River for welcoming us, being so kind to us as we try to broadcast and keep everybody safe through our coverage.
Jack Royer, Pros Pro, joining us from Crystal River. Jack, stay safe out there. We know that the high tide's still coming in, so we thank you for what you're doing in Citrus County, and we'll see you tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. And just AJ was getting some love with our YouTube live comment section some shout-outs for the photographer crew there. So you guys doing a little walk and talk for us. We really appreciate that, Jack.
Thank you for having us.
All right, back here with you live, folks, on WFLA Now, is Tracking the Tropics. We'll see Jack, of course, on broadcast tonight. Eric Stone and our featured meteorologist, Hannah Ronner, is joining us from WBTW. Hannah, we're going to bring you into the conversation momentarily, but really quickly, Eric, why don't you show us where Jack was joining us from?
So right here you see Crystal Street, and off of there is, I believe, 4th Ave, where he was talking. You know, we had water that was pushed in from the Gulf of Mexico right here along this river, and you can see it goes right into Crystal River, of course, right? That's what it's named for. So again, we're seeing some of that storm surge being pushed into Crystal River. Even though Crystal River itself isn't anywhere close to the Gulf of Mexico, this river here is overflowing its banks. And again, you saw where Jack was at. Good news is, at least we're not seeing any rain right now, but we are going to be seeing that storm surge, and we are going to be seeing, again, those high tides. I think Crystal River just after 4:30 this afternoon, so about 3 hours from now, where that water will continue to increase, JB.
All right, if you want to know exactly where Idalia is right now, it is moving and transitioning out of Florida and really becoming now more of a main event for Georgia and South Carolina. South Carolina is where our featured meteorologist Hannah Ronner is joining us from at our sister station WBTW. We bring in hashtag Hey Hannah into the conversation. You can use any of the hashtags on your screen to interact with us live and ask questions to our two expert meteorologists on stream. Facebook Live, YouTube Live. We're going to get the live Q&A started here momentarily. But Hannah, let's bring you in. What's the latest that you're seeing from WBTW?
So what we're currently dealing with, I just want to check my mic since I was having so many issues earlier, but most of the rain has been on the lighter side. About 8 o'clock or so in the morning, we did have one little batch of thunderstorm activity that moved through Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle Beach. Since then, most of the rain has been on the lighter side, but it's definitely getting more full coverage, a more widespread event across the area. I know that down to our south in Charleston's viewing area, they've seen a couple of tornado warnings popping up. We had a tornado watch issued for our viewing area at about 11 o'clock. And that's going to be active all the way through the evening time commute and as we get closer into the overnight hours. But the wind still pretty calm right now in our viewing area. I know down in Georgia, that is, they've been dealing with definitely some gustier winds as well, 40 to 50 miles per hour, especially when you get a little bit closer to Savannah and in the lower parts of South Carolina. But so far, we know things are going to get worse in our viewing area, but most of the rain still on the lighter side. But again, becoming a little bit more widespread, especially as we get closer to the evening.
Hannah, Eric Stone here. This storm is moving really quickly, 20 miles an hour, and I don't think it's going to be slowing down by what it's steered by. So what kind of winds are you looking at in Myrtle Beach? And tell the viewers about storm surge and if you're going to be on what we call the dirty side of the storm or on the other side where the water will be pushed away from your coastline.
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to be dealing with a little bit of storm surge. Luckily, the forecast not as high as what it was with Hurricane Ian just 11 months ago. It's 2 to 4 feet, but since the storm is moving so fast, that is going to be the good sense, especially with the timing for our high tide or our king tide that we're going to be dealing with tonight. Our king tide's about 7:45 this evening, and the storm is still going to be located to our south at that point. So we will have onshore flow during the king tide, so that's not the best news there, but it's just going to be starting out. It won't be intensifying. The onshore flow, that is, won't be intensifying until we get a little bit closer to midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, and by that point we're approaching low tide, so that's going to be the good news there. But we already have our sand dunes kind of in place, and we already had a little bit of coastal flooding yesterday just with the high tide yesterday, so add a couple feet of storm surge on top of that, and we're going to be dealing with a little bit of inundation, especially at the coast. And our certain cities that always flood, especially Garden City Beach. But beyond that, the winds have still been pretty calm. They're only about 5 to 10 miles per hour and gusting closer to 15. But the winds weren't really supposed to be picking up until about later this evening, about 35, 45. Definitely could be seeing those gusts getting close to tropical storm force by the evening time commute. But again, most of our weather looks like it's going to be an overnight concern, especially with the tornado activity potentially picking up around that point. Our watch is set to expire about 10 o'clock in the evening, but I think we're probably going to get that extended a little bit closer to midnight or so. But wind and rain, calm for now. Conditions definitely deteriorating this evening time.
A partnership of two Nexstar meteorologists. We have WFLA's Eric Stone joining us here in Tampa, and then Hannah Ronner is joining us from WBTW in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We've already got some questions coming in. We also have a live report on standby coming in next from our own Stacy DeSilva, who is going to be joining us from Newport Richey over in Pasco County, right there on Florida's Gulf Coast. But let's get to some of the questions that are coming in. And we're going to start with this question with M. Boney. Again, use a hashtag for one of our meteorologists, and you can get your question featured on screen like this. Hashtags for Hey JB, Eric, and Hannah. Please answer. Watching for 16 hours in coastal Georgia. Can y'all tell us anything about Bullock, which is Statesboro, and Evans County, Claxton, Georgia? What to expect with wind and rain. Now, Eric knows a lot of Georgia municipalities, but Hannah, that might be closer to you. I'm going to bring you guys both up here on screen to take this question from M. Boney on YouTube Live.
Yeah, I've got Statesboro pretty much zoomed in here, and it looks like, the northern part of the storm, the northern part of the eye wall, what's left of it, is the strongest, and that's going to be moving through Statesboro in about an hour or so. So right now you're looking at a Category 1 storm. It's 80 miles per hour, so barely a hurricane. You may or may not see hurricane sustained winds, but I wouldn't be surprised if you saw wind gusting up to 80 miles an hour once the northern portion of that, what's left of the eye wall, gets into Statesboro in the next hour or so. But yeah, conditions are going to get bad for a little while, and it's moving quickly. So once you do see conditions deteriorate, give it about 45 minutes to an hour before things start to improve.
Yeah, you have that, and you still have the tornado watch in effect until 3 this afternoon for Statesboro, and also including Savannah, extending all the way up to Charleston and Myrtle Beach as well. But really the storm for our biggest concern in Myrtle Beach is going to be the rainfall, and I know portions of southern Georgia. There was a flash flood emergency earlier. The rainfall rate associated with Idalia, or certain aspects within the storm, have been increasingly high. 3.5 inches per hour is excessive, but that flash flood emergency down there in southern Georgia, they got 9 inches of rain. So, you can't roll that out for any portion of Georgia. Even as the storm is weakening, it's definitely still packing a punch in terms of the rainfall. And of course, those wind gusts, 40 to 60 miles per hour, definitely going to be possible as we head into the evening and overnight.
We're going to get this next question loaded up on screen, and it comes in for you, Hannah, from Kristen on YouTube Live. Hashtag Hey Hannah. What are you thinking about storm surge and high tide by you?
The storm surge aspect was a little bit more concerning when we were looking at it yesterday. We know the storm track still could have shifted a little bit. It still could be moving a little bit offshore and paralleling the coast, even though it does look like the center is going to be moving up the interior part of the Carolina coast. It was a little bit more concerning yesterday just because the timing was still more up in the air, especially because the peak onshore flow was corresponding with the high tide. But now it looks like it's shifted a little bit. It's going to be a little bit more to the south. The center, the strongest winds will be to our south by the time we're getting our peak high tide. Again, that's at 7:45 this evening. But with the king tide, certain low-lying areas always flood during a king tide. So that 2 to 4 feet of storm surge could definitely be inundating a couple of blocks of the coast, but at least it's not the worst case scenario. The peak onshore flow is not corresponding with our high tide. It looks like it's going to be about 2 hours before low tide. So it will be in between, but it's not the worst case scenario, and it doesn't look like it's going to be as bad as it was with Hurricane Ian.
Let's get another question in. This one coming in from Elf. It's for hashtags all around, really. What is the impact on the Greenville and Spartanburg area of South Carolina? We'll put up Max Fender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone and WBTW's Hannah Ronner joining us for this question. Again, Greenville and Spartanburg in South Carolina.
Yeah, Greenville is well to the west, starting into the mountainous region. And again, they're not going to have nearly the effects of the coast, but they'll get some rain and maybe some wind gusts with some of that rain. But I don't really think it's going to be all that bad in Greenville.
Yeah, they're not under tornado watches or anything like that. It's probably closer to 1 to 2 inches. It's mostly on the lighter side. But the good news is, they're not expecting any tornadoes. The Storm Prediction Center, when they came out with their new outlook about 9 o'clock in the morning time, their enhanced risk, which was for coastal Horry and Georgetown counties, including Myrtle Beach, it's very, very concentrated, that tornado threat. Even if we move 90 miles inland and talk about Florence, that tornado threat is significantly lower. There's not even an outlook in place for Greenville and Spartanburg. So that is the good news there. But again, coastal, all the way from Charleston into Wilmington, there's that 10% risk for isolated tornadoes. Usually tropical tornadoes, they're short, they're very brief, but they can still pack a punch, especially when we have other sustained winds going on around it. So Greenville, Spartanburg, not too concerning by any means, just a couple inches of rain. And again, gusty winds, as Eric said.
We'll continue to answer your questions. Hannah and Eric will remain on standby, and I'll be loading those questions into the queue if you use hashtag Hey Hannah, hashtag Hey Eric or hashtag Hey JB. In the Facebook Live, YouTube Live comment sections, you can also tweet using those hashtags as well, and we'll build a queue of questions. But we want to go to next WFLA's Stacy De Silva. Stacy is joining us for the first time on this Wednesday edition of Tracking the Tropics as we continue to track Hurricane Idalia. And Stacy is joining us from New Port Richey in Pasco County. So let's bring in Stacy. Stacy, good to see a friendly face. Hope you're doing well out there. And I know you've been talking to a lot of folks there in that Gulf Coast community, again, of New Port Richey.
Yes, hello JB, nice to see you. You've been doing great. I know you've been working long hours bringing information to people. We're hearing about it locally, by the way, that people are tuning into WFLA Now. Let's turn the camera over here to these floodwaters here on Riverview Drive in New Port Richey. As I've been saying, it's an apt name. These houses now have a really good view of the Cody River, which kind of snakes around New Port Richey. Homes are underwater. Cars have water surrounding them, but this water is receding. It was about 2 feet higher when we got here at around 9 this morning, so it is receding. The word in the town is, but the high tide, but the high tide. The high tide is right around now, the next hour or so, so we're hoping that this trend continues with the water receding because people want to get into their homes, people want to start assessing the situation, and they can't do that now. And we know that west of US 19 in Pasco County, in New Port Richey, in Hudson, was underwater this morning. That was the Zone A. That was where the mandatory evacuation was. We haven't been able to get in there yet because it was underwater. We know there have been a lot of rescue calls, people in cars trying to get out of the floodwaters. So we know the situation over there is pretty bad, but around New Port Richey, right around the downtown area, there are a number of flooded roads as well. So this house you can see here, this is where the Shaws live. They moved here about 3 years ago during COVID. They just said they wanted to work remotely in the beautiful weather. And so now here they are with floodwaters. But the thing is, they did evacuate yesterday to a hotel in Tampa. That was the closest that they could find. They were there, they were safe, and then they started getting calls from their neighbor. So Al, if you want to come over here, we can talk about what you experienced, because in the flood, they're now dealing with remnants of a fire. So you got the call this morning, Al. Thank you for joining us in WFLA Now. Al, what did you experience when you got the call this morning?
It was heartbreaking. We weren't expecting a fire. We knew it was going to flood, or the potential was there to flood. And my heart just dropped out of my chest when they called and said the house was on fire, because we prepared for a flood, not a fire. And like we talked before, nobody ever mentions disconnecting your power, shutting your power off when you leave, because we had water intrusion into the house.
Yeah, you're kind of new to the hurricane thing, right? Living in New Hampshire, you weren't informed, you didn't know about turning the power off if you're going to evacuate in fear of this. JB, if we have time, we were going to take a walk inside the house to see the fire damage. Mr. Shaw, so again, you were preparing for a flood, experienced a fire instead. When you walk in here, we're about to show them that it started kind of in the shed area. You have a lot of destroyed items in there, and it spread into the bedroom. Yes. You know, let's walk into the door first. And perhaps our photographer, Jamie Cook, might need to not trip and to adjust the lighting a little bit to kind of show us where the damage is right now in the bedroom first.
Well, the fire did come into the attic from the shed, and this is the master bedroom where we would have been sleeping had we been here. And I mean, you can see the cracked walls. The ceiling is still full of water where they came in and put the fire out. They actually had to come back again because it was still smoldering up in the attic. And again, the fire department did a fantastic job. We could have been looking at something else. So.
Yeah, they come out in a hurricane to assess a situation like this. Yeah. If we want to walk outside, bear with us for a moment, because we think that the fire started out here. We don't know exactly how yet, but we have the shed out here. Yeah, we could just take a quick look in here.
And there's no access from inside the house to this shed, which is a good thing. So it was pretty heavily contained into this shed, which was a lot of camping gear, tools, you know, personal items, which can be replaced, but it's still a hard loss. So, we're fortunate that it wasn't as bad as it was, because it could have been a lot worse. So.
And everyone's okay is the
And
important thing, and you evacuated. And again, the message is when you evacuate in a hurricane, it's best to turn the power off before you leave, and we learned that the hard way here.
Right. I haven't heard enough about that, and no, all the newscasts in the past week talking up to this, I don't believe I ever heard once turn your power off. Who would have thought of it? But unfortunately, we have to learn the lesson the hard way. So.
It's a lesson for me, for sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Shaw, thank you so much for taking the time.
Yes,
We
yes,
really appreciate it. Good luck to you. We want to end this, Jamie, by walking just over to the river. So, JB, that's the situation here with the Shaws. They're living right here along the Cody River that is still pretty high, but has receded in the last couple hours.
Stacy DeSilva joining us from Newport Richey. Stacy, you've been talking to residents and hearing the stories. Just what is the tenor right now in Newport Richey? Is it more grateful that this wasn't worse and that this wasn't a direct hit, or are people just besides themselves that they're dealing with the remnants of Hurricane Idalia?
I would say they're beside themselves. The surge is really serious, and I know we've been talking about it a lot the last couple of days. They're all talking about the no-name storm from the early 90s. This is reminding them very much of that, with that surge coming in, flooding the rivers, flooding the coast, flooding the canals over in the Gulf Harbor division that is, west of 19 over by the water in Newport Richey. We hear that a lot, the no-name storm, the no-name storm. So of course, yes, they are, I'm sure, happy that they did not get a direct hit from this very strong storm. But right now they're dealing with floodwaters and a long road ahead.
Well, Stacy, please pass along that the gentleman that was just interviewed, and we saw the remnants of that fire, and it's just heartbreaking to see, and that's being felt in our comment section as well. So please pass along that a lot of people in our comment section are passing along their very best, their well wishes to him, because seeing that and seeing those visuals, and it was a great job by you and Jamie to illustrate that for us, it just really hits home for a lot of people. So please pass that along to that neighbor. And we appreciate your time, Stacy. Be safe out there, okay? We'll see you tonight on WFLA News Channel 8.
We will, and we will definitely pass that along. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Stacy DeSilva in Newport Richey tonight, or today, rather. Will be tonight soon, again, on WFLA Now. Let's bring in Hannah again and Eric Stone, our two meteorologists from our respective Nexstar sister stations. We have Eric here at WFLA in Tampa, Florida. And then, of course, we have Hannah Ronner at WBTW in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. This next question, Hannah, it comes in for you, and it talks specifically about Myrtle. And it comes in from another Hannah. How about that? Hannah Kramer to hashtag Hey Hannah Ronner. We're going to get all that right. Do you think the hurricane will still be a hurricane when it does, in fact, reach Myrtle?
Still going to be a hurricane. It's nice to see how fast the storm really has lightened in intensity. I think it's going to end up being pretty close, but the forecast cone has been very consistent with it still being a Category 1 as it gets close to the border of Georgia and South Carolina. But it is expected to be weakening as it slowly moves up the coast. It's still going to be interacting with land this entire time. So I think a weakening system is going to be what we're dealing with, and I think it's going to be probably a strong tropical storm by the time that it gets here. Remember when it made landfall, it was about 125, and now we're down to 85. It might be even lower than that since I've been on here, but it was down to 85 last time I saw it. So we're moving in the right direction, but it's probably still going to be a pretty strong tropical storm. And I think that main impact is really going to be the surge and also these really heavy rainfall rates that are now beginning to move into Myrtle Beach. They're about one county over through Williamsburg, Georgetown counties. There's those higher isolated rain events that are packing 3 inches an hour. But, luckily they're still moving on up, but I'm more concerned about the rain and also a little bit of coastal flooding. But still, a strong tropical storm is something we, still have to take very seriously.
Yeah, the Hurricane Center has been a little bit off, forecasting a lot higher for each time period. Earlier had a Cat 2 as late as 2 o'clock in the afternoon in south central Georgia. And of course, now we're at 80 miles an hour. I wouldn't be surprised, as we've been going down about 10 miles an hour per hour, that this next update at 2 o'clock, which comes out in about 10 minutes, wouldn't be surprised if we were talking about Tropical Storm Idalia rather than Hurricane Idalia. If not by 2 o'clock, maybe by 3 o'clock. So I do think on the cone that you see, 8 p.m. Wednesday, 75 miles per hour, I think that's going to be more like 60 to 65. But by the time it does get into Myrtle Beach, you know, I would say probably a 55 mile an hour storm. But either way, they're dealing with the rain as we didn't deal with. I mean, isn't that interesting how normally, you know, a hurricane making landfall in Florida like Ian, we would deal with so much freshwater flooding and several inches of rain. And this time, we didn't get much rain at all. We got a couple of inches, but nothing more than a rainy season day. We dealt with severe storm surge, which we're still dealing with. And places like Myrtle Beach will be dealing with the freshwater flooding with several inches of rain.
Yeah, that's very accurate, actually, because with Hurricane Ian, we only had about 5 inches of rain, and some models are going, 7 to 8 inches, isolated 10 inches of rain. So it's actually the complete opposite for us. Ian's rain was much lower. The storm surge was something more notable to talk about, and it's the opposite this time around. Our National Weather Service out of Wilmington has already flagged about 5 rivers in our viewing area for the next week. They're going to be under flood warnings in Florence County and also for Marion. And the rivers are actually very, very low right now, and they're going to be increasing rather rapidly for Thursday, and then eventually they'll be cresting throughout the weekend. So we're definitely going to be more concerned about our rainfall and our rivers.
Yeah, Hannah, you guys are right there on the Atlantic too. How vulnerable would you say Myrtle Beach and the Myrtle Beach area is to flooding and storm surge in a scenario like this, when you have a storm coming across and sweeping across the bottom end of your state? What are you expecting in the hours ahead in relation to the flooding impacts from Hurricane Idalia?
So we're expecting that the surge and the coastal impacts are going to be a little bit after the evening commute. I would say from 6 until midnight. Our high tide's just before 8 o'clock. Luckily, the system is just riding up the coast, whereas Ian came in to our south. So that's one of the reasons why the surge with Ian was so much more significant than what it's going to be this time around. It's just unfortunate with the king tide, how it's going to be peaking when we have onshore flow. Luckily, it's not going to be our most intense onshore flow, but it's still going to be very noticeable. We were already seeing coastal flooding yesterday without the surge. Even Hurricane Franklin off near Bermuda was generating some rougher surf and higher waves. Our emergency management has already put some dunes to block our beach accesses to try to protect our roadways and things like that. Flooding on our south end as you get closer to Georgetown, Pawleys Island, Garden City Beach, they flood during a king tide. So, adding 1 to 2, even 3 feet of storm surge is definitely going to probably flood our causeways and our marshes and things like that. But with Ian being just 11 months ago, most of the stories that we ran where our reporters were talking with businesses and how they're preparing, they said, well, they're more prepared because they just went through Ian. So luckily, I don't think our citizens are as concerned, but there's still going to be some impacts. We have businesses that flood during high tides, and that's going to be the go around, except it's going to be a little bit more noticeable this time.
We have another question coming in, Hannah, and it comes in from Theason on YouTube Live. Hashtag, hey, Hannah, is there any flooding along I-95 is the question. And I'll bring you guys both up here on screen for this one.
Yeah, so currently along I-95 in the past 24 hours, the rainfall has really not been too significant. Again, most of our rain for the morning so far is on the lighter side. That heavier rain is in Charleston and Georgetown, and it's heading into our viewing area. There's a couple of places in downtown Florence along 95 or not too far from it. Chavis Street, I believe, is the name of it. That one is also something that will flood with just a couple inches of rain. And the PD and along the border belt all the way up to Lumberton on I-95, the forecast is about 4 to even 7 inches of rain. And just last weekend, we had a big rain event that had about 2 inches for Florence, and there was already some localized flooding with that. So the ground in the PD is much more saturated already than what it is at the coast. Myrtle Beach is about 2.5 inches behind normal for the month so far. So Myrtle Beach has the capacity to hold a little bit more rainwater, but the PD and Border Belt, it's not going to take as much to see some localized flooding than what it would at the coast. So it's not just yet, but that heavy rain is just beginning to enter the viewing area. We already have an aerial flood watch for everybody, but a couple rivers, 3 in fact, in Florence County near I-95 have already been flagged for river flooding. It's not today that the rivers are expected to jump up. It's tomorrow and into Friday. But those inches of rain, that's going to be the story for this evening. They're beginning to enter the viewing area, but we're good so far.
We're going to see if we have Hurricane Idalia becoming Tropical Storm Idalia in the 2 o'clock advisory. Hannah, before we let you go, we know you got to get back to work at WBTW. Final points that you want to make to your audience watching you from South Carolina into Georgia, Florida, and beyond. Any final things that you'd like to mention here while you're on Tracking the Tropics?
Yeah, of course. So, we know that the rain is going to be a longer event. It started already at 8 o'clock in this morning. It's going to go to 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, we're talking a 12-hour period with some heavy rain, but about a 24-hour period with pretty persistent rain. There's certain tropical events in the past that have definitely created issues with their rainfall. Hurricane Florence still holds the record for many rivers across our viewing area. It's not anything like Florence in terms of the rainfall, and it's not like Ian in terms of the surge. So it's right in the middle. It's more rain than what we had last time. The month of August for South Carolina has been a little bit on the drier side. So we can hold some of the rain, but if we see those localized instances of 8 to 10 inches of rain, there's only so much that the ground is going to be able to hold. Many people, you probably know, if you're in a flood zone, if you live in an area that has poor drainage and it floods very easily, your ditches are backed up or they're already clogged with debris, those are the things that you have to take into account and realize that, it's going to be a lot easier to flood if you don't have proper precautions in place. But you'll get those flood warnings from the National Weather Service, but that area flood watch is already in effect. So we know heavy rain is on the way for the next couple of hours, and it's really just the start, but it's going to be gone within the next 18 hours or so. So not a very long event, but we'll keep it in mind.
And we're going to sneak in this one final question for you. #Hey Hannah, how's it looking for Surfside?
Yep, Surfside, we're seeing widespread rain across the area. We've only had about 1/4 of an inch so far as radar estimates, but Surfside is getting a little bit lower where Garden City is, and we know that Garden City has a lot of flooding issues. It flooded last night, so you're very likely going to be seeing the same, if not worse. But again, we tried to move the dunes to protect those beach accesses, but the rain's getting there. It's picking up across the area, and those tornado watches are going to be in effect until about 10 o'clock. We only had 2 tornado warnings in South Carolina so far. They were down in Charleston, but these feeder bands, they're going to have quick spin ups. That's why the watch is in place. But again, the rain is going to be the most concerning thing. And in Surfside, you do have to prepare for the surge, but at least the dunes are kind of already in place to help as a buffer and try to protect those roadways.
Hannah Ronner joining us from our Nexstar sister station, WBTW. We really appreciate bringing on your South Carolina expertise, Hannah. We appreciate your time, and we hope the best. We know you probably have some long hours ahead. You and your entire storm team, all the best to you guys. We're sending our best from Tampa.
Thank you so much, JB. Eric, right. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hannah, nice to meet you as well. Take care. All right, everybody, back here on stream. Let's bring back on, again, Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone. Susan, your comment's been in the queue, and you use #Hey Hannah, but I want to get this actually in for Eric because it's more of a Florida question. Has high tide hit Newport Richey, and if not, what time will it crest?
It's actually very close right now. Let me look. Newport Richey.
Also, the 2 o'clock advisory is in. We'll break that down in a moment.
Newport Richey high tide. Don't give me yesterday's high tide. We want today's high tide. 12:51 p.m. So yes, it was about an hour ago. and it was 4.16 feet. I mean, that is a huge, again, because of the supermoon, that's a huge tide. So combine that with the storm surge, and earlier I was zoomed into the Cootie River in Newport Richey, and again, that's what is overflowing its banks thanks to this high tide and the surge, just pushing that water from the Gulf of Mexico into the river. So let's talk about the latest update. You can see it's moving at 20 miles per hour, right? That didn't change, but it's moving northeast now, right? Before it was moving northeast, and we were waiting for that hook as we talk about, and it finally started moving to the northeast. It did weaken to 75, and I figured it would either weaken to 75 or 70. I do expect next hour it will become a tropical storm. 75 mile per hour maximum sustained wind, but the pressure has gone from the high 970s now to the low 980s, so 981. So again, just showing signs of weakening as it typically does when it moves over land, right? But the key here is it is now taken the northeasterly turn. And that's good news because it means now it's kind of headed out into the Atlantic rather than shooting straight to the north and northeast like JB and I were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so the movement, of course, is still wildly significant because it's not hovering or moving slowly over Florida, Georgia, into South Carolina. It continues to book it. Exactly what we want to see. And look, Idalia, we want you out of here in the Atlantic. Get out of here is what we're trying to say. Enough of this, and let's allow people to, of course, hopefully rebuild sooner rather than later. So that's the 2 o'clock advisory. Eric, guess what?
What's that?
We're nearing the end of our coverage.
Oh my gosh, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
It's only been 9 hours though. That's it.
It's only been 9 hours today. It was yesterday. We were on stream pretty much all day. Monday, we were on stream all day. This coverage began Sunday night, and we're going to kind of wrap things up and put a bow on everything shortly. However, Eric, this is the last call for really hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB question. Folks, we want to answer as many questions as possible before we wrap up our live stream. So this is quite literally the very last call for your hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB questions and comments. So if you want your comment to be answered, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Twitter, now is the time because we're going to be wrapping up here within the next 10 minutes. This is a 10-minute Q&A to wrap up our live stream before we have to go get ready for our newscast tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. And then after that, perhaps we hibernate. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah.
A little pinball for you?
I don't know. I'm going to be sleeping for a while. I can tell you right now.
We're going to hibernate. He's going to go play pinball, and then I have to wake up from my slumber to build a nursery. So that's where I'm at in my life. So you and I are both going to be busy in the days ahead.
Yep.
So last call for your questions, your comments. But as we look here on radar, anything that we can note locally in Central Florida, Tampa Bay into Orlando, we see these bands. They're still making their way across the peninsula.
Yeah, and again, this is what we expected. And I've been talking about all morning how they'd become more isolated, fewer rain bands as the afternoon progressed. And the winds have calmed down a bit. We're seeing wind gusts up to 20, 25. We're not seeing tropical storm force wind gust. We're not seeing any spin-ups with these bands. Still so far away from the center of circulation, which is right around Douglas, Georgia, right? So a couple hundred miles to the north of us. So yes, these rain bands will continue throughout the day. You'll need your umbrella if you're going out and about. But the big concern is that now that we're in the 2 o'clock hour, a lot of places are seeing their highest tide. Crystal River, not until I believe 4:30 or so, but most of us here in Tampa Bay, offshore Pinellas County, Newport Richey, points southward. High tide was between 12 and 2 to 2:30, depending on where you live. So for now and through the end, the rest of the evening, the tide will be going down, which is good news. So we just have to deal with, again, the storm surge as the wind is still pushing water into our coastline for the rest of today. And then eventually in the hours and days to come, the water recedes, the wind calms down, and then things return to slightly back to normal.
Normal is a word that we.
That's why I paused.
I mean, well, no, I know you paused, but like I can't wait for a little bit of normal. We could use a little bit of normal in our beer glasses, so to speak. We would really appreciate a little bit of normal these days. Let's go to some of the questions and comments. We begin our live Q&A, or our final live Q&A in our Idalia coverage here on Tracking the Tropics with hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB questions, including this one from Lola. What does the flooding and storm surge look like in Hudson? We had the live reports from Beth Rousseau, who did an outstanding job earlier, telling us and documenting what was going on in Hudson, Florida. And so that was one of the areas that really got slammed as far as that storm surge we've been talking about.
Yeah, sure is. I mean, it looked like 2 to 3 foot of water on the roadways. Here's Hudson, and I'll zoom out. You can see Weeki Wachee and the Hernando County line. And, of course, Hudson being south and Pasco. But, you know, like we said, if you lived west of US 19, especially in Hudson, where there's not much land between 19 and the Gulf of Mexico, chances are that storm surge would have inundated all the way up to US 19. And we saw Beth Rousseau earlier this morning. That was before high tide. So, again, several feet, at least 3 to 5 feet of water has been really pushed inland quite a ways. And again, you know, a lot of people are talking about evacuating. You know what? If you haven't evacuated, now's not the time. Unfortunately, you're just going to have to ride it out.
Let's go to this one from Raquel. Hashtag Hey JB and Eric. I'm traveling to Miami from Sarasota tomorrow. Should I be worried? And I think the short answer is you don't have a whole lot to be worried about, Raquel.
No, I mean, especially if I'm assuming she's driving 75 all the way. That's right. You know, Sarasota right now, yeah, you're getting some rain bands here and there, and you know, 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts. But by tomorrow, I mean, the wind subsides, everything really calms down. The airport's open back up, and you know, I think you'll be just fine, especially driving southward. You know, Miami really missed most of this storm altogether.
How about Christopher with a great question? Do we know when the bridges will reopen? They might be slowly reopening soon if they haven't already began reopening in certain parts of the viewing area. Eric, what do we say for Christopher?
Yeah, let's take a look at the wind gust right now. They may be waiting to open the Skyway Bridge and whatever is closed. Now, we talked about, what was it? Citrus County, that, you know, bridges were impassable because of water that inundated the bridges. So, again, it just doesn't, besides bridges that are underwater that are going to take a while, I mean, yeah, see, you're still seeing gusts between 30 and 40 between St. Petersburg and Sarasota. So I would say, you know, maybe later on this evening, they might open it. Otherwise, definitely by tomorrow morning when these winds subside.
How about this question from Albert? Albert wants to know, hashtag Hey Eric, is Idalia coming to New Jersey?
That's the second question we had. I believe it was Monday. No, Idalia is not coming to New Jersey, so that's good news. In fact, you know, when I show you these forecast models, and I'll zoom this out, you can see not only is it not coming to New Jersey, but it's also not looping around and coming back to Florida.
Oh,
It
yeah,
says,
you
know
mean
what?
this one I have in the queue from Daisy? Look, once and for all, this storm is not hooking back around and coming
It's almost
to
like
Florida.
I knew the question was
Did
coming, but I really
someone
didn't.
make a TikTok or something that made this the #1 question we got all day today? Because no, it is not hooking around and coming back to Florida.
Nope.
End of story. End
That's
of
right.
stream.
You see where
And I don't, Daisy. I don't hope you take that facetiously. I really don't. The whole point is that we have answered that question all day long, and we were just trying to get a better grasp on why it's being asked, because there must have been some viral post or tweet or something where that is being such a prevalent question in our comment section for it to be just all over the Facebook, Twitter, YouTube Live. I've seen it on IG. People asking, is this going to double back and slam Florida again? And the answer is unequivocally no.
You know, there were a couple models that did have it, as we talked about last night, circling back and making landfall in eastern Florida. So, you know, people see these models and they go, oh, here, one of them is guided right back to Florida. Oh, my gosh, is it going to happen? Oh, you know, and of course, once that happens, JB, it goes viral.
Remember, I will tell you, Remember off stream, we will talk about this. I got a comment from somebody who said that there was a reputable news source that said that showed the model and made note of the model of it doubling back and hitting Florida. And I couldn't believe that a reputable news source like this would be the one to share a model like that and make it such a point of emphasis as it's been described to me in our comment section. I don't want to shout them out on stream. It's not my style, but we should talk about it off stream because I find that to be particularly interesting.
You know, I like to show all the models, but I will give my opinion on, this was not going to happen. Like, you see the model that's going straight through Atlanta or one that's going toward New York City. No, it's not going to happen. It's going out into the Atlantic. It's interacting with a much bigger disturbance, a bigger trough / cold front in layman's terms that's going to steer this out into the Atlantic. So it's not going to hit Jersey. It's not going to hit New York. It's going eastward. Now, Bermuda, well, that's a different story.
All right. I love this question because you're thinking scientifically, Tiger Man. Tiger Man's up next on YouTube Live here on Tracking the Tropics. #KJB. Will the Gulf temperature be lower from the storm? I'm going to add to this question for you, Tiger Man. When are we going to find out if it is cooler? Are we going to get numbers as soon as today or tonight, Eric?
You know, I'm sure we could. Let me see if I have. I don't know if I have a Gulf water. I don't think I have a Gulf water temperature on this particular source. But yeah, the answer is definitely yes. No, I don't think I do have Gulf water temperatures on this source. But whenever a hurricane, you know, it's dropping rain from high up in the atmosphere. And even though it's tropical, it's still a little bit cooler than the 90 degrees, right, that the Gulf temperatures were. We saw this with Ian. We saw a drastic drop, and you see it with any storm. It's raining, and it's upwelling. It's mixing cooler water underneath, plus it's raining cooler water onto the, warmer top of the Gulf of Mexico water. And so, of course, it's going to be cooler.
Let's go to this comment from JP. JP's just joining us now on YouTube Live. I'm in South Carolina currently. Do you have an update on when the flooding will start? My boss is trying to make the decision to shut down for the day. I think this really depends on where in South Carolina, JP. If you can quickly circle back with us with a quick comment, and I'll look for it on YouTube Live. Again, it really depends on where exactly in North Carolina, Eric.
Well, Hannah was talking.
That's South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina. Hannah was talking about 3 to 6 inches of rain, and again, it's like rain wasn't, no pun intended, but rain wasn't even on our radar with Idalia, right? It was pretty much all storm surge. So now we're almost thinking in the opposite, as we talked about before, where places like Charleston toward Myrtle Beach. She had said Garden City, right near there, low-lying areas, marshes, they tend to flood even in a high tide. So definitely along the coastline, flood-prone areas, low-lying areas, especially along the coast that typically flood in a high tide, you bet, 3 to 6 inches of rain. I think once you get north of Columbia, you're not going to see all that much in the way of rain, and you're really starting to get a little higher at elevation once you get to Greenville. So flooding really not a concern there. But along the coast in South Carolina, I would say definitely.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a follow-up from JP in our comment section just yet. He might be typing it in now. This question comes in from Emily Wilson. #KJB, how is Bayshore Boulevard? Have we reached high tide? So I'll let you answer the high tide question. As far as Bayshore, this is what it looks like.
Well, that's what it looked like a few hours ago.
Yeah, noon?
Right.
No, maybe 11 a.m.?
Yeah, and I believe the high tide on Bayshore would have been a couple hours after that, like very close to right now, in fact. So I think we're pretty close to or at high tide, or even starting to come down from high tide. And if this was 11 o'clock, water levels may be slightly higher right now compared to 11 o'clock.
All right.
You probably have the tower cam still, right?
I do.
Of the Riverwalk?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Yeah. Let's see if this looks higher, because we haven't taken a look at this in a while.
Ask and you shall receive. This is the Riverwalk in downtown Tampa, Florida.
It actually looks like it's going down a bit. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I'm thinking here in Tampa that we're finally starting to go in the right direction with the tide. That the high tide already passed.
All right, let's get to Sonny's question, and it comes in on YouTube Live. Most of the comments right now are coming in on YouTube Live. Has it passed Gainesville, and is it safe to go out?
Yeah, so Gainesville is looking a heck of a lot better now than it did before. In fact, most of the rain bands are well to the south of Gainesville. So we're not really seeing the wind. Let's I'll pull up the national radar so we can see everything that's going on from Gainesville northward. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much going on even in the northern portion of Florida. Jacksonville, just a couple of light rain bands. But yeah, Gainesville, UF area, I don't think you're going to see much more in the way of rain today. Most of the heaviest rain is right here in Tampa to Orlando, I-4 corridor and south.
Remember our pal JP joining us from South Carolina, but we couldn't find out his location? Well, he just commented back. Welcome to Interactive Journalism. Welcome to Interactive Weather Coverage. We can talk with you guys. I just have a long drive from Loris to Conway at 6 p.m. and says my low Honda Civic can't make it through flooding.
Boy, Loris and Conway. And I'm zooming in. I'm zooming in pretty close here. Wait a minute. Did I see a Conway? No.
I'll try to hook you up with the county.
Yeah, we
or
might have
location.
to. I don't see Loris. This is South Carolina, huh?
Okay. Yeah,
this must be really rural.
It is not. It is northwest of.
Oh, there's Loris. I found Loris.
Yeah, so Loris and then
Conway. I found them both. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, so depending on if Loris and Conway flood, then I wouldn't be surprised. Conway looks even closer to the coast. So definitely several inches there. So I would, especially low-lying areas, I don't know what roadway. I don't think that's I-95. No, 95 is further inland.
All right.
So yeah, definitely flooding concerns there.
Rapid fire. We're just gonna load them in.
Load them up.
Boom, boom, boom. These
Load
are the
'em up.
final comments and questions we're going to be getting to on our live stream. Welcome to the last lap, so to speak, you guys. And it starts with TTG little J. Hashtags for us both. Is it safe to go out in Tallahassee?
Yep. Tallahassee is all done with the rain, as you can see. There's a couple showers right around Monticello, between Monticello and Tallahassee. But yep, Tallahassee's done. May still be a little bit breezy, but if you're not seeing sunshine now, you probably will see it a little bit later on because Idalia's pulling the moisture away.
How about Cameron Backstrom? Hashtag JB, I'm in Savannah, Georgia. Winds starting to pick up. Any idea of what to expect?
Yes. Well, you're also seeing storm surge, but if you're closer to 95 and away from the coast in Savannah, again, the strongest winds about to affect Statesboro, and you'll be pretty close to the eastern portions of. There's really not much left of the eye wall there, but I should say the eastern portions of the center. So definitely pretty strong tropical storm force wind as this passes just to your west in Savannah in the next few hours. And a couple inches of rain, too.
It's hard to do this one rapid fire, but Justin, are we still expecting a busy season?
Let me show you a graphic, and I'll let you be the judge. Are we expecting a busy season? We haven't even talked about Tropical Depression 11 forming yesterday. Yeah. We didn't even talk about that, and another tropical wave off the African coast, and then a tropical wave with a very low development, 10% chance. Tropical Depression 11, by the way, expected to live about 12 to 24 hours, not even expected to become a tropical storm. So right now, the best chance of the next depression or storm would be the system out off the African coast, and that's moving to the northwest. Of course, don't forget about Franklin. This still looks pretty good, right? I mean, you still got a pretty good eye as it passes by Bermuda.
How about this one
active.
From Social Paranoia? Yeah, Tracking the Tropics isn't going anywhere, folks. We have more coverage in the weeks ahead. Social Paranoia, hashtag JB. When are the floodwaters expected to recede? Depends on where.
Yeah, right. Boy, the Hudson area, Tarpon Springs area, everywhere that we'd seen, Bayshore, it's going to take a little while. If you've got 3 to 5 foot of water, piled up. It doesn't just go away, instantly. It sometimes takes a couple days. The good news is we've got some extra dry air at a time we normally don't have extra dry air. Labor Day weekend, it's going to be very, very dry, especially late Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So that's going to give low-lying areas a chance to dry up. That's good news. But this isn't going to happen overnight in every neighborhood.
Wow, what a great question. Rosary, hashtags for us both. Do you think drought conditions will return to the Tampa Bay area after this storm?
Well, here's the thing. If Tampa Bay was 12 inches below average, right, since January 1st, and Tampa Bay only picked up 3 or 4 inches of rain, I hate to say it, technically we'd still be in a drought, right? But at least the soil would be moist. At least it would get something. But technically, we would still be below average. We wouldn't be in a severe drought. We might be in a slight to moderate drought. But again, we were a foot at one point, 15, 16 inches below average since January 1st here in Tampa.
You knew this question was coming, Eric.
Is it going to circle back into
No, not that one. Another one. Another one that we got a lot on the stream. You ready for this one?
I can't wait.
Soap stop.
Oh, no.
Stoppy update. Look.
Is Jeff Patterson's, he's probably snoozing
his
now. He
shot
worked all
is down.
night. Yeah, he worked all night.
Let me say this about Stoppy, and I still cannot believe that this became a thing.
Oh, my.
And that was by the way, you were the one who made it more funny by comparing it to Forky,
yeah.
from Toy Story.
That was the first thing I thought of. Stoppy, Forky.
If you're just joining us and missed our coverage earlier, there was a stop sign that was getting lower and lower and lower and feeling the pressure of that incredible storm surge, but it wouldn't give. It was, and here's where we're going to leave it with Stoppy, okay? It was nicknamed Stoppy by our YouTube comment section. It was the G Street stop sign in Cedar Key, Florida. And here's where we're going to leave it with Stoppy. We don't have a picture of Stoppy, even though there are memes on Twitter that I have seen regarding Stoppy and our coverage with hashtag HeyJB. But look, here's the thing. Stoppy was down, but never out.
Yeah.
All right. It definitely fell.
And Stoppy wasn't down. It was leaning. It was leaning, but it wasn't all the way down. It's kind of like that, you're doing the arm wrestle and it's leaning, you're going to lose, but nope, you come back. So, and I think the worst for Stoppy is probably over as the winds have really calmed down, even though the high tide's still a little bit. Did you like that reference?
Yeah. The references, man. It makes the streams feel shorter. You know what's great? Team Brittany says no, it wouldn't yield. That was my favorite one. My favorite comment was Stoppy won't yield, or Stoppy hasn't yielded. It was just that was a moment of lightheartedness on stream that we certainly appreciated. And there's also tremendous DJ JD saying Stoppy will never yield. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Hilarious. And let me point out also too, there are so many people in our comment section right now that are completely and utterly lost with this conversation. One more time, there was a stop sign behind Jeff Patterson that was, it was going like this. It was we thought it was going to give at any moment, and it just held on for dear life. It did go down, but it was never fully out. And really, it's a testament to that incredible stop sign that is now apparently a thing on social media. So that's a hilarious just sidebar to this entire coverage plan that we had. And we're going to end out here on just two other lighthearted comments and then pass along some final notes from Eric and myself. Eric, you first. From Pip, hashtag Hey Eric, what is your all-time favorite pinball machine?
There's so many. Twilight Zone is one of my favorites. It's from the 90s. It really all depends on what era. From the 70s, it was Captain Fantastic, the game that started it all, that somebody actually asked me, have you ever heard of this game? Like, what are the chances? Games that are produced now, I really like Guardians of the Galaxy. That's one of my favorite games. And
wow.
There's just a lot out there. But yeah, Twilight Zone is one of my favorites, definitely.
And then the question that came in for me for From Caleb. Caleb wanted to know how the nursery is coming along, and I'll just be 100% honest with you. I got a lot of work to do. This was supposed to be a week that we had circled on the calendar to get the nursery built. Yes, my wife is expecting. We are unbelievably excited for our October baby boy that is on the way. I'm glowing, but not nearly as much as my gorgeous wife, who is just glowing, and I can always feel her presence. She's been texting me, watching when she can, and sending along just the most kind and incredible, the most loving messages of support. And so, yeah, look, you guys, facts. Here are some facts, and our mods know this, but I'll pass this along as well. There's going to be a period coming up later this year where you won't see me a lot on stream, and it's for a very obvious reason. Yes, my wife and I are expecting in October, and we cannot wait to welcome our baby boy into the world. He's kicking like crazy. That's the update I can give you, kicking like crazy. We have been alive and kicking here all week long with our coverage of Tropical Storm and then Hurricane Idalia, remaining a Category 1 hurricane at this hour, probably very close to reaching, once again, being downgraded to tropical storm strength, probably in the hours ahead. But Idalia is not finished yet. Still a Cat 1 hurricane over land, over the continental United States, in Georgia, moving into South Carolina now, lashing the East Coast after lashing Florida's Gulf Coast. There's still a lot to go on, but we are going to be ending our coverage here momentarily. Eric, I'll make my final spiel, but really this is your last moment to shine, so to speak, on this particular live stream. Thank you for doing this, my friend.
You know, I had fun last year with Ian, with you. I had fun last year with you and Nicole. And same thing here, Our main goal is to provide information that, can save people's lives and make people's lives easier. Because I know how it is to be in a flood. I know how it is to, lose my car, lose property, and be literally stuck and stranded for 14, 16 hours. And if we can help you not be in that situation and we can help save somebody's life, then we're doing our job. And that's the satisfaction as a meteorologist that I get from this.
Yeah, being able to help people is such a powerful, it's a really powerful emotion. I know our meteorologists here on the Max Fender 8 weather team, they know that feeling. And if there was anything that we said on this live stream that provided some words of comfort or that helped you, that just means the world to us. You being able to interact with us here on this live stream, ask your questions, have a two-way conversation with us, which of course separates us from broadcast television. That means the world to us because we work really hard on being able to interactively cover storms here on Tracking the Tropics. And also, too, it has to be stated, every Wednesday during hurricane season, Tracking the Tropics is live on WFLA.com. And when the tropics are completely empty, Rebecca Barry and Amanda Holly deserve a huge shout out because they talk about topics about storm preparedness, about how hurricane forecasting technology is evolving. We've had some incredible interviews this season on season 5 of Tracking the Tropics. It's now a podcast on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We hope that you listen to some of our great conversations about weather and about tropical development over there. But really, the stars of that show, I'm just here to help punch it because of course, Rebecca and Amanda are part of our broadcast team on WFLA News Channel 8. But Rebecca and Amanda really are the stars of that program, and they deserve tremendous credit for doing everything that they can to get out good, reliable, credible information when it comes to being prepared for weeks like this week. And so they're outstanding. Eric, we're going to wrap up our live stream here on the Stream Center shot. And really super important, our mods know where I'm going with this, feedback. We generate feedback. This is a very unique way to do weather coverage, right? This is, you ever done anything like this before you joined WFLA?
I've never even seen anything like this before, especially going on the air while we're on stream. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, Tracking the Tropics might be, going into season 5, or we are in season 5. But this is still widespread across the news industry, very much considered to be experimental live streaming because we are doing interactive live streaming across many, many different social media platforms all at once. Our operation here at WFLA in Tampa is very unique in that way. Not too many local television stations do interactive work across multiple social media platforms. Bring your comments in live, go 9 hours commercial free, do podcasts on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. It's a very unique operation. And what makes it go? Of course, viewership from you, engagement from you, and then the third most important ingredient is feedback. How are we doing? So we would really love if our coverage meant something to you, or if you just want us to be better. And believe me, constructive criticism is part of what we do. We appreciate constructive criticism as well. Whether it's good, bad, or ugly comments, as long as it's from the heart and you really mean what you have to say as far as your critique of our live stream or things that you would like to see more of or less of in our coverage, we want you to email us or email really not even us, but really the powers that be at WFLA. You can send any feedback emails to news@WFLA.com. Again, that is news@WFLA.com. We take those feedback emails, we discuss them with our team, and we look at ways, especially in the Tracking the Tropics off-season, to improve our product so that the next time that we're talking about a hurricane or a tropical storm that is going to have impacts here in the continental U.S. or elsewhere that we're talking about, that we can be at our best for you through the feedback that you provide after weeks like this. And also, if you want to provide feedback to me directly, my email is heyjb@wfla.com. Our moderators are already all over it. And if you want to send it to our stream team, it's WFLA Now at WFLA.com. And I know that this is all a little confusing, but one more time, let me just recycle back. If you want to send it to the news powers that be at WFLA, the main feedback method is sending an email to news@WFLA.com. If you just want to get a hold of us regarding live streaming, it's WFLA Now at WFLA.com. Me directly is heyjb@WFLA.com. Your opportunity for any plugs, Eric, where people can follow you and how they can reach out to you as well.
Hey, you know what? If you like pinball, I've got a Twitch. I've got a Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/BatCavePinball, just like Batcave with Batman. We've got a lot of videos. We're on YouTube. And, you know, if you like to see pinball, that's cool. I talk about weather. Otherwise, meteorologist Eric Stone on Instagram, WFLA Eric Stone on Facebook, and now on TikTok, Eric Stone TV. I'm trying to get to 1,000 followers. I've got 500. I'd love to be able to go live. So follow me on any of those social medias, please.
Yeah. You are the pinball wizard.
I'll be humble, yes.
I mean, yeah, he's just nodding his head. He wants to
but
say
I tell
more.
you, my Twitch channel is really popular. I mean, I'm blowing up a game. Usually on a weekly basis, we'll go to this big collection in Lakeland right here, about 45 minutes east of Tampa. And, boy, this guy's got 100 and something machines, and I just go one to the other and just start blowing them up. And the Twitch audience loves it. Then we put them on YouTube after.
Yeah, facts, you guys. We're talking about one of the best pinball players on the planet, and he's right over there. Oh, and he does weather, too. So, Eric Stone, a big hit of the applause button, and we thank you for all that you did on this live stream.
It's my pleasure.
All right, Tracking the Tropics is concluding its coverage of Hurricane Idalia. More coverage, of course, everything on WFLA.com, but our live streaming coverage ends here as this becomes more of a storm, a focal point for Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, a bit there as well, but really other southeastern United States that are, of course, monitoring this storm and impacts right now on the ground, including on our East Coast. We're hopping off the live stream, but you can follow me at WFLAJB and provide any feedback through the channels that I mentioned earlier. And remember, hurricane season is not over.
Just getting started.
Yeah, Tracking the Tropics. Well, if you consider the fact that the peak of hurricane season is in a couple of weeks. Look, we're going to have more Tracking the Tropics episodes. We stream every Wednesday at 12:30 Eastern Time, and then the podcast becomes available on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, and we also do additional coverage when storms form. So for meteorologist Eric Stone and really the entire Max Fender 8 weather team that was on stream, let me bring them all up. Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli, meteorologist Rebecca Barry, meteorologist Lee Spann, meteorologist Amanda Holly, weather anchor Val Simpson. They all made appearances on the stream. A huge thank you to them, and a huge thank you to you. If you used hashtag HeyJB or any of our hashtags, you supported interactive journalism, you supported interactive forecasting, and we appreciate you. That's enough of me talking. Rest in the vocal cords. Thanks so much for joining us on Tracking the Tropics on WFLA Now, powered by 1-800, or excuse me, not 1-800. Bose Electric is our sponsor for Tracking the Tropics. Thank you to them, and we appreciate you joining us here on our coverage. Eric?
My pleasure, JB.
Pleasure, my friend. See you soon, everybody.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Thank you for watching Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Thank you for watching Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Thank you for watching Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.